Tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Dussault, appuyé.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Laverdière, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Supply of Digital Content. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to table my bill, which aims to honour a commitment I made with the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. We committed together to put forth a bill to correct a shortcoming in the Excise Tax Act. As you said, Mr. Speaker, this act aims to ensure that this loophole ceases to exist for the distributors of digital content so that they can't sidestep the GST as they are doing in Canada. So this is a loophole that is used by Netflix, the most widely known, but it will apply to all others as well, all distributors of digital content like Netflix or foreign companies that don't face the same fiscal rules as Canadian companies. This is leveling the playing field, so that everyone is treated equally. That's the purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge the government to look at the government to adopt it and to put it into force. Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Laverdière, moves that this bill be read and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill. Suppose it.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Premier lecteur de...
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of my community are tired of their jobs being called dirty, and they're tired of the punitive policies of this government, Bill C-69, the tanker ban, which are designed to shut down the energy sector and prevent them from working. So I'm pleased to table a petition today on behalf of the residents of my community who are asking the government to review the equalization formula and also issue a report to Canadians on the fairness, effectiveness, and outcomes of the equalization program, given their extremely punitive policies towards the energy sector. They're tired of this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
A petition to the government regarding National Framework for Action to Promote Eye Health and Vision Care. Mr. Speaker, the number of Canadians with vision loss is expected to double in the next 20 years. The petitioners also indicate that the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care affects everyone in the Canadian population, especially the most vulnerable, which are children, seniors, diabetics, and Indigenous peoples. And they also indicate that the underlying issues common to the prevention of all eye disease and vision loss is actually needs a response from a multi-stakeholder. And they are asking the government to support motion M183, calling for the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit all Canadians through the reduction of vision impairment resulting from preventable conditions and the modification of known risk factors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have rise today to table a petition presented by constituents in my riding related to a ban on cosmetic animal testing. The petitioners note that cosmetic animal testing would not harm and impact current cosmetics products for sale in Canada, because the European Union, of course, had banned it themselves in 2013, and their market continues to grow. They call for a harmonization of our laws with theirs, and as well for support for Bill S-214 from the Senate regarding the ban on the sale and or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to table this petition on behalf of 39 of my constituents. It's on the B20 stress test. They remind the House of Commons that when it was introduced in 2018, it significantly reduced the purchasing power of countless Canadians. 100,000 Canadians have failed the stress test. 50,000 Canadians have been barred from renewing their mortgage. They're also reminding the House of Commons that twice at the Finance Committee there was an attempt to have this studied and was voted down by Liberal MPs on the committee, and they're asking the House of Commons to study the B20 stress test and do a full review of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today with signatories from Central Ontario, Peterborough, Otonabee, and Lakefield, Ontario, who are adding their voices to the thousands of Canadians and the organizations representing more than 3 million Canadians that support and call upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-331, the International Promotion and Protection of Human Rights Act, that would create a new civil cause of action that would allow Canadian federal courts to hear and decide claims for violations of international law that occur outside of Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners believe very strongly in Canada's commitment to human rights. Canadian companies have been involved in human rights abuses abroad, and so these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support my Bill C-331. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition on the Coventry landfill site that's close to Lac Memphremagog, which is a supply of water for 75,000 people in the region, including people in Brome-Missisquoi. Petitioners are calling on the Minister of Global Affairs to go to the International Joint Committee to take a look at the impact of the 51-acre extension project for expanding the landfill site.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition calling upon Parliament to designate every third Thursday in May as Vishalanka Day throughout Canada. Every year, thousands of Ukrainian Canadians celebrate Vishalanka Day to show that the embroidered shirt is their national genetic code, a symbol of the struggle for independence and a symbol of dignity, love, and unity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the signatures are across Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to present a petition that deals with the Nova Scotia issue, I think indicative of the national concern. The petitioners are all from Calgary on this petition. The concern is with the Kraft paper mill, pulp mill in Abercrombie, Nova Scotia. The current plan to shut down the atrocity of the poor environmental cleanup over the 50 years of this pulp mill's operation is to run a pipe into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. That's what's being proposed. The petitioners call for the federal government to have a full environmental review of the proposed pipe and the threat that it represents to the fisheries in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Pleased to rise with a second petition in support of Bill C-331, International Promotion and Protection of Human Rights Act. It's a positive bill in that its purpose is for Canada to maintain, promote, and enhance its role in the international community as a country committed to uphold human rights and environmental sustainability worldwide. We have not always acted in the best interests of the societies or the environment where we've been involved internationally. So this bill provides the opportunity to provide responsible international corporate standards, pursuing legal recourse within Canada to deal with some of these infractions around the world. Very pleased to present it, and of course the signatories and the supporters of this represent 3 million Canadians across Canada. It's asking for government to support Bill C-331. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Speaker, I'm honored to table a petition on behalf of many people from coastal British Columbia. We know, Mr. Speaker, that over 10,000 people have died as a result of the preventable opioid crisis from fentanyl poison sources. So this petition to address the opioid crisis is directly calling on the government to declare it a public health emergency. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there's been more lives lost to this opioid crisis than there was in SARS, H1N1, and Ebola. And they're calling on the government to declare the current opioid and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths and to reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession, and third, to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the government will pay attention to this and take direct action.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my constituents of Brampton North to table this petition asking for the government to proactively advocate on behalf of them for a direct flight to Amritsar from Toronto or from Vancouver. Many Punjabis in Canada, about 1.2 million, travel to India regularly, and currently there are no direct flights to Amritsar. It's a big inconvenience to them because the travel time is 8 to 12 hours from New Delhi, and many of my constituents are directly traveling to Amritsar. This is the year of Guru Nanak Dev Ji's birth, 550th year, so a lot of pilgrims will be traveling there. I have a second petition as well on behalf of my constituents, drawing attention to the plight of Christian refugees from Pakistan in Thailand. Many of them are not, actually none of them are given an opportunity to apply for refugee status under the UNHCR. They're imprisoned, they're not allowed to work or to study, and we believe it's inhumane, they believe it's inhumane treatment, and that the government of Canada should speak with Thailand and the United Nations in order to correct this matter. Thank you.
I remind honourable colleagues, of course, the valid to present petitions, of course, that members should not be presenting personal views on those petitions when they're doing so. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Question on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bill Senate, consideration at report stage of Bill S6, Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention Implementation Act of 2018.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Hussein for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. When shall it be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Hussein for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire du
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
President, thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to speak on Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation, which is another important step forward in our government's continued commitment to Canadians to strengthen tax fairness. The measures proposed in this bill strengthen our efforts to build a fair and equitable tax regime that will benefit all Canadians. Bill S6 is a tax convention that complements other tax treaties we already have with many other international partners.
For the economy to work for everyone, we need a fair tax system, and we need all Canadians to pay their fair share. The taxes that we pay as Canadians allow us to better support the middle class, to reduce inequalities, to build modern infrastructure that will get our products to new markets, and that create good, well-paid jobs all across the country. For nearly 4 years, we've taken measures that will help lead to growth, prosperity, and inclusive prosperity, while maintaining the principle of fairness for all taxpayers. A fair tax system is essential if we want to ensure that the benefits of a growing economy really benefit everyone. That means more money to let people invest and grow the economy. From the beginning, our government took steps toward that end.
One of our first legislative actions was to raise taxes on the wealthiest Canadians in order to cut taxes for the middle class. Over 9 million Canadians are benefiting from our middle class tax cut. Single individuals who benefit from the middle class tax cut are saving, on average, $330 each year, and couples who benefit are saving an average of $540 each year. We also took action to provide simpler, more generous, and better targeted support to those Canadian families who need it most. We did so in 2016 by replacing the old child benefit system with the Canada Child Benefit. Across Canada, the CCB payments are worth about $24 billion, and they benefit 3.4 million Canadian families every year. As a result of the Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are better off. And I'm very proud, as you know, Madam Speaker, to mention to this House that the Canada Child Benefit has helped to lift over 300,000 kids out of poverty. Madam Speaker, to ensure that the Canada Child Benefit continues to play a vital role in helping Canadian families, our government strengthened the benefit by indexing it to the cost of living as of July 2018, 2 full years ahead of schedule. Thanks to the middle class tax cut and the CCB, a typical middle class family of 4 receives, on average, about $2,000 more each year to help with the cost of raising their children, $2,000 more than they did in 2015, and that's not according to me, Madam Speaker, it's according to the OECD, who published a study last summer highlighting how big a difference those 2 measures have made in the lives of so many Canadian families. Mais on s'arrête pas là. Les petites entreprises.
That's not all we're doing. Small businesses are a key driver of the economy. They account for 70% of all private sector jobs, and that's why our government has also reduced the small business tax rate. We did so, Madam Speaker, because when small businesses succeed, all of Canada benefits. We reduced the small business tax rate not once, but actually twice. First, we reduced it from 10.5% to 10% in 2018, and then we further reduced it to 9% in January of this year. For a small or medium-sized business, this means $1,600 more per year over 2017. That's money that can be used to create jobs or to invest in new equipment. With these 2 tax cuts for small businesses, the combined federal, provincial, territorial business tax rate is now 2.2%. That is by far the lowest among G7 countries, and we are now ranked 4th among OECD countries in terms of the small business tax rate. Madam Speaker, these measures have all helped increase consumer confidence and people's trust in the economy. We've created 950,000 new jobs, and we now have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. This has made Canada one of the strongest economies in the G7. Our goal, Madam Speaker, is to maintain this growth long-term.
Our long-term plan is working, and Canadians can feel confident that their government is working hard to ensure Canadians can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. Tax fairness is an important step in this process. Tax fairness has been and will continue to be a cornerstone of the government's promise to Canadians to strengthen and grow the middle class and grow the economy now and over the long term. In each of its budgets, we've taken legislative action on both the international and domestic fronts to enhance the integrity of Canada's tax system and give Canadians greater confidence that the system is fair for everyone.
Our government has also strengthened the Canada Revenue Agency's ability to fight tax fraud and tax avoidance. The investments that we've made over the last 2 years have allowed the CRA to better target the people who are most likely to commit tax evasion or avoidance. The CRA now has better access to information concerning the bank accounts of Canadians abroad based on the Common Reporting Standards. With this new system, Canada and more than 100 other countries now share information about bank accounts so that we can help identify the Canadians who may be hiding their money in bank accounts abroad. The CRA needs other types of information from foreign countries to ensure that all taxpayers are paying their fair share. That's why the tax convention in this bill sets up measures that would allow for information sharing between Canada and Madagascar. Our efforts were mainly focused on the fight against tax evasion and avoidance, because that's where the government loses the most money and where taxpayers also lose the most money.
We passed through this House an important legislation to introduce a multilateral convention that will allow Canada and many of its treaty partners to implement tax treaty-related measures to counter a practice known as base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS. BEPS refers to international planning used by some corporations and wealthy individuals to inappropriately avoid paying taxes by shifting profits earned in Canada to other offshore jurisdictions. And just last month, Budget 2019 proposed to invest an additional $150 million over 5 years, starting in 2019-2020, to step up our efforts on tax evasion. This new investment would allow the CRA to fund new initiatives and extend existing programs. This includes taking action to enhance tax compliance in the real estate sector by investing in the creation of 4 new dedicated real estate audit teams at the CRA that focus on high-risk areas, notably in Vancouver and Toronto. Budget 2019 also takes action so that the CRA can stay ahead of non-compliance schemes driven by the use of new, advanced technologies. Budget 2019 proposes to invest $65.8 million over 5 years to improve the CRA's information technology system. This would replace legacy systems and modernize the infrastructure used to fight tax evasion. Madame la Présidente, un système fiscal.
Madam Speaker, a modern tax system will provide more opportunities to Canadians. It will also allow us to create a business environment in which business owners and entrepreneurs will be able to invest. They'll be able to grow their business and create more better-paid jobs for the middle class. That's why, in an ever-changing world with many new challenges, it's so important for Canada to continue to develop and update its tax convention network. The bill that we are studying is an example of that. Canada is and will always be a trading country, and so our tax system needs to be designed in order to help Canadians take advantage of the considerable opportunities that trade and international investment present. Tax conventions with our trading partners are a fundamental aspect of creating those opportunities. The 93 tax conventions that Canada has around the world constitutes one of the broadest networks on the planet. The tax convention with Madagascar mentioned in this bill is one of a series of measures to strengthen international cooperation. Canada and Madagascar
Diplomatic relations since 1965 and share a common French language heritage. Both Canada and Madagascar are members of the International Organization of la Francophonie. Enhancing our competitiveness depends on opening up more markets and making sure those markets are available to Canadian businesses. Tax treaties provide the certainty needed to support trade and investment between two countries. They also permit the exchange of information needed to help prevent international tax evasion. Bilateral double tax conventions are used to eliminate tax barriers to trade and investment between two countries. They achieve this in a number of ways. Tax treaties also provide a mechanism for jurisdictions to resolve tax disputes. The Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention will promote certainty, stability, and a better business climate for taxpayers and businesses in both Canada and Madagascar. These are all important goals, Madam Speaker. Pour terminer, Madame la...
To conclude, Madam Speaker, 4 years ago we committed to investing in growth while maintaining fairness for all taxpayers. A fair tax system is essential in order to allow the most people possible to benefit from economic growth. Tax fairness, as I said, is and will continue to be a cornerstone of our efforts to ensure that prosperity in Canada is inclusive. We're working with international partners, and we're making investments to give the CRA the tools it needs to do its work and to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. We also want to make sure that the government continues to offer programs that help all Canadians and to ensure that Canada remains an attractive place to live, work, invest, and do business. Madam Speaker, the advantages of S6 are clear. The tax convention between Canada and Madagascar will create more tax certainty. It will create a better business environment for Canadians and businesses, both in Canada and in Madagascar. Furthermore, the convention will help strengthen Canada's position in the world, and particularly in a world which is increasingly competitive. It will help us attract international investment. By increasing its number of tax convention partners, our government will create the conditions conducive to growing the economy and having a strong and growing middle class.
Growing the economy by helping all Canadians, we maintain that a strong economy is a result of a strong middle class, and our policies and our results reflect this. Over the past 3 years, the government has invested in Canadians and in the things that matter most to them, and will continue to do so. And Bill S6 is part of that plan for inclusive and long-term prosperity in this country. And I urge all honourable members to vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your attention, and I will end it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorktown Melville.
Near the beginning of the member's speech, he was talking about the child tax benefit, and this is something that the Conservatives brought in initially, funding available to parents to use in the way that they felt was best for their children. However, I'm having trouble squaring his comments. I'm aware of, just as one example, a family of 5 living above the poverty line, but definitely not within that middle class framework. And they also have a child with special needs. And their total funding, including that CDB within their child tax credit, is barely over the $1,000 mark. So I would appreciate it if he would just repeat exactly what it is that he said in regards to the average for a family of 4. If you could repeat that for me, please.
Secretary the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question, and I would be happy to provide to her the OECD study that was conducted last summer that clearly affirms that when you take into account the Canada Child Benefit and the middle class tax cut, that a typical average family of 4 with 2 children in this country is $2,000 better off at the end of the year than they were in 2015 for various reasons. Notably, with the Canada Child Benefit, we've made it a lot more progressive than it used to be under the Conservative scheme, where they would send checks to families of millionaires who not necessarily needed as much the money as lower income Canadian families. We decided to send more to families who need it most and stop sending checks to families of millionaires. And as a result, Madam Speaker, and that's been largely confirmed by academia, by Statistics Canada, we've reduced poverty considerably in the last 3 years. In fact, StatsCan in the last month published a report saying that Canada reduced poverty by 20% in 3 years and child poverty by 40%. That is so much more than they ever were able to achieve in the decade they were in power. Why, Madam Speaker? Because reducing inequalities was never a priority for their government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're supporting Bill S6 because Madagascar is not the tax haven, and a double taxation avoidance agreement actually means that companies have to pay their fair share of taxes either in Canada or Madagascar. But unfortunately, tragically, Madam Speaker, this government's record has been absolutely deplorable, because in the one case, they're presenting one bill that actually may help in one jurisdiction. At the same time, this government has been multiplying its efforts to make special arrangements with overseas tax havens. Even worse than the Conservatives. I mean, they take the Conservatives as their example, but when you look at the Cook Islands, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, notorious tax havens, what this government has done is set up special arrangements so that companies can get off scot-free and paying their fair share of taxes. Now, Madam Speaker, for a single mother who is working full-time and pays her fair share of taxes, to see how this government has approached allowing the corporate sector to get off scot-free, and at the same time multiplying the number of arrangements with tax havens, refusing to allow some of the largest corporations on the planet, the web giants, to pay their fair share of taxes. And as we've seen now in special reports that have come out in the last week, we have seen an acceleration of money laundering in this country now up to $50 billion annually. This government's record is deplorable. Can the member comment on why this government has been so bad at tackling tax evasion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. First, I want to thank the NDP for their support for S6. I think that shows how important this bill is to avoid double taxation and to give the CRA the tools it needs to get information from foreign countries so that we can better fight tax avoidance and evasion. But if you look at this government's actions on real property, on multilateral institutions, the work that we're doing with OECD countries, with BEPS initiatives that Canada is very invested in, and if you look at the resources that we've given the CRA to enforce the law and to seek out and prosecute people who commit tax fraud, I mean, this is a very different approach than that of the former government. Now, Minister Blackburn, the former Conservative minister, said, tax evasion is not a priority for us. But we've invested $2 billion in the CRA so that we can fight it. Now, clearly, we need to act in partnership with our OECD partners. This can't be done overnight, but the initiatives are there, and we would have liked to see better support from them for better tax fairness.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I'd like to follow up on the question that my colleague just asked the Parliamentary Secretary, and that is, if we are creating these taxation agreements with other countries, wouldn't it be simple just to put a section in these agreements that links the agreement? When we all want to avoid double taxation, we all want to be fair in that sense, but we want to stop this tax evasion. Wouldn't it be simple to put a section in there that links the tax record of the other jurisdiction with Canada's, so that we don't get countries that have a 1% tax rate with, that allows companies to avoid taxes by putting all their investments in that country instead of in Canada, where we would get the taxes from them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I've correctly understood the question, I think that he's talking about, having that information sharing, and that's what the bill aims to do. And that's what we're trying to accomplish with our OECD partners. We really want to tackle tax evasion. And one of the key aspects of that, Madam Speaker, and something we've heard the NDP speak very little about, I mean, the NDP wanted to campaign on an austerity budget in 2015. I mean, it's really how we give the CRA the tools to do its work. That's important too. The laws are one side of it, but you also need to have the tools to enforce the law. And in budget 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, we gave the CRA resources to really find those who are trying to avoid paying their fair share. As I said, that's really been a key thing that our government has done, and it started when we decided to tax the 1% more in order to give a tax break to the middle class. Thank you.
Our Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of my colleagues can just provide his thoughts in regards to when we talk about international agreements, that there's been a great deal of effort by this government to talk about tax agreements, but also to deal with trade agreements and the impact of those trade agreements for Canada's middle class has been overwhelmingly positive. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts in regards to just the international approach that we have had as a government moving forward on things such as tax treaties and trade agreements.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you very much. I think that the question is very important. Our world is so interconnected that simple solutions where Canada can act unilaterally are rarely as simple as they appear. In terms of tax conventions, it's also clear that we have to work with our partners. We have to have joint approaches. And in terms of trade, the trade agreements that were signed, that's another file. I agree, Madam Speaker, but they allow so many Canadian companies to thrive and to grow. I have several in mind. For example, the AFCG, overnight, they saw their sales skyrocket thanks to the European trade agreement, and I'd like to pay tribute to the efforts of the Minister of Global Affairs and all members in this House. They called European parliamentarians to make sure we were able to establish this agreement. Canada is now the only G7 country that has trade agreements with all other G7 countries, and that is an incredible advantage. It allows Canadian companies to benefit from this situation incredibly well, and I think this is an ongoing effort on behalf of our government. Unlike the Conservatives, all prosperity has to be inclusive.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to be joining this debate on the most exciting of subjects, which is tax and a tax treaty. And for those constituents of ours who are, tuning in on CPAC at this early morning, or who have come to watch in the gallery, this is as exciting as this place is going to get, I think, until question period. And I see the Parliamentary Secretary is nodding his head because he knows this too. I'm also glad that he started with the intervention, and he covered so much subject matter beyond S6, because that now allows me to go and delve into perhaps the government's record or poor record on taxes, on government management of different public policy issues like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, like consumer confidence in Canada, business confidence in Canada, and some of the management that we've seen just in how the government has approached S6. And maybe I'll start with an observation about this tax treaty and some of the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary. He seemed to be placing S6 within the confines of trying to achieve that greater tax fairness, achieving some great thing with the government of Madagascar in terms of making sure that Canadian companies and Canadian taxpayers who perhaps were doing business in Madagascar would be not double taxed, they would increase trade, they would do all these wonderful things. But we know from committee as well, when I asked officials this question at the Standing Committee on Finance, that there's such a small number of tax filers who have tax filings with Madagascar, that in each instance it raises confidentiality concerns such that, and this is a quote from a response back I got from Finance Canada, such that, consistent with the Taxpayer Confidentiality Protections and Income Tax Act, the department is precluded from releasing these data. And so actually the department came back to me later on and told me in this official letter to the Standing Committee on Finance that there are so few tax filers that would be covered by S6, which perhaps is the reason it comes from another place. It comes from the Senate side. There are so few tax filers impacted by this that they would not be able to release me the data, because I had asked a very simple question, like, can you give me an idea of what sectors of the Canadian economy, what sectors of the Madagascar economy will be affected, and do you have any good examples? Actually, I just did a quick Google DuckDuckGo search, and I was able to find that Sherritt International was one of the companies in question, mostly a mining consortium, and there was very little else that I could find. And I will say, to the credit of Finance Canada, they did a pretty thorough review. They reviewed sources including the T1134 information return on foreign affiliates of Canadian taxpayers, the T1135 information return that collects data on specified foreign property holdings, the T106 information return on non-arm's length transactions with related non-residents, and Schedule 21 to the T2 corporate tax return on forward income tax credits. And they examined all the years to 2011 and then the subsequent years. So for those still able to follow, either in the public gallery or at home, Finance Canada did do a thorough search to double-check how many of these filings would be including Madagascar in some way, and they're actually very, very small. And perhaps the tax treaty will enable more business to be made in that particular country by Canadians, and there's opportunities that have yet to be found, and that perhaps this tax treaty and the consolidation of some of the rules will make it simpler for individuals to do business in both. I'll also mention that I was unable to find an instance through any international organization or online that showed that Madagascar was responsible or behaving like a tax haven. So I think that assuages some of the concerns that individuals had. Just so so I'm sure that the government knows, like, I'll be supporting this piece of legislation as well. But so there was no concern about tax evasion through S6 or potential increasing of tax evasion. In fact, this is just a very small piece of legislation that doesn't do what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance said, which is it's not part of a broader approach, because if it's so few tax filers that the information cannot be released, then the impact is, I would say, negligible, and therefore cannot be counted as part of the government's broader kind of plan. And, you know, I'm pouring out my heart here on what I believe about S6 and what the contents were, having spent several meetings at Finance looking at this particular piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. And I am feeling lighter. And as the Yiddish proverb goes, when one pours out one's heart, one becomes lighter. So following the Parliamentary Secretary's pouring out his heart about his government or what he believes the achievements are of the government, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to poke holes in a couple of things that he said. I'm going to poke holes in some of the achievements, including some of the statistics that they like to use. So at committee, like I mentioned, when we asked Global Affairs or Information from Finance Canada on the specifics of S6 and who would impact, they did mention it would be the mining sector. And again, they also told us that they could not release any of the details of the information because, again, it would compromise the privacy of certain tax filers. And that's unusual because in prior cases when we've done these tax consolidation treaties, or we've signed up for multilateral international instruments on taxes, such as I think it was C82, which was a tax treaty of tax treaties. In those cases, it's always in the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands the Canadians would be impacted. And I include here Canadians and corporations, so Canadian-controlled private corporations, so those who are in Canada. So there will always be very many of them, and therefore it would be easier for us to estimate its impact. Parliamentary Secretary mentioned BEPS, the base erosion and profit sharing. I don't believe that is a fixed section in this particular piece of legislation. We already have one that we've covered off there. And, you know, when I sometimes come home and I mention to my kids, you know, I debated this obscure bill. It was called Canada-Madagascar Tax Treaty. My kids, being very young, my oldest is 10, first thing that they wanted to talk about was King Julian and Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private, those famed characters from Penguins of Madagascar and the Madagascar series of movies, which my kids were thrilled to watch when they were younger, and they still watch them today. This is not about that. This is not about that. So when they are watching at home today, I'm sorry to break their bubble, but it's not about King Julian, unfortunately. It's not about those 4 little penguins. The Parliamentary Secretary went off on a tangent at one point and mentioned consumer confidence in Canada, how this S6 tax treaty would increase consumer confidence, or as part of a slew of policy decisions the government had been making to increase consumer confidence, business confidence. If you had just bothered to check the latest statistics posted by different economics analysis bodies online, if you had bothered to check the Conference Board of Canada, he'd see that consumer confidence is actually just as low as it was back in 2015. And it has not improved since then. And we can see it in our communities. I can see it in Alberta, all over Alberta. There's way more consumer confidence now, Madam Speaker, now that we have Premier Jason Kenney and the United Conservative Party in charge, and a new cabinet has been sworn in, and next week on Tuesday they'll be swearing in the members of the Legislative Assembly. On Wednesday, I'm hoping that we'll know the new plan for the province. And some of that plan has already come out. The government has already announced in the province of Alberta they're going to be getting rid of the punishing provincial NDP carbon tax, which was far more punishing on Albertans, far more punishing on Alberta businesses than actually the federal backstop. That doesn't mean the backstop's any good. It doesn't mean the federal carbon tax is any better. The provincial government there is proposing basically to return to the old system that was in place that was working. It was the first system that was actually putting a price to carbon emissions on the largest emitters, not directly on consumers. And it was one that worked. It was one that was lauded all across North America at the time, but did not punish consumers directly for their behavior. It was specifically aimed at the largest emitters, and they were making it part of their business plans. So that's the difference. May 31st is the last day of the Alberta carbon tax, and we can already see consumer confidence returning in Alberta. We can already see people being more confident that they have a government that is on their side. that is backing up, the decision-making of private businesses, of regular everyday Albertans, the mom-and-pop convenience stores, the local dry cleaner, the small oil and gas servicing company, which has somehow managed to just make it by over the last few years. But they're on the cusp. They know that prosperity might return with the right decision-making by their government to get involved and not to make decisions for them, but to support them in those decisions that create new jobs, create more business investment, lead to higher returns in terms of corporate income taxes at the end of the day, personal income taxes at the end of the day. That's how consumer confidence returns, not by having what we've seen from this Liberal government over the past 4 years, which is they created a situation here in Canada where it was impossible to build a pipeline. They created a situation where Energy East was cancelled because of regulatory red tape. Northern Gateway was cancelled by cabinet order. The Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline, because there is a pipeline that's built there and already is functional, they caused a situation where Kinder Morgan saw no real means to actually get it built, and we're losing construction seasons to it, so the government expropriated them. It bought them for $4.5 billion, and now we know from the parliamentary budget officer that they overpaid by $1 billion. They overpaid for the pipeline project, and they're going to need to extract another $8 to $9 billion from the taxpayer in order to build this pipeline. And there's been talk of legislation, there's been talk of an expedited process, but now we're all waiting till later in June to find out whether this pipeline will maybe get half a construction season in Canada. We know that construction seasons in Canada are shorter. There's basically there's a construction season, and then there's winter. And that's pretty much the two seasons that we have in Canada. Most people who live in big cities know this, they've experienced it. We're going to lose a second construction season, and that does nothing but reduce business confidence, reduces consumer confidence. How can Canadians have faith in a government that purchases a pipeline, overpays on the pipeline, loses money every single month operating the same pipeline, because if you take the tolls that are charged on it, minus the interest being paid on the debt, they are losing money every single month operating in the most profitable part of the energy sector, which is shipping. Shipping is the most profitable part of it. And then once it gets to the West Coast, actually, I hear this constantly from the Minister of Natural Resources, who is from Edmonton, and he should know better than this. He should know better than this, Madam Speaker. 99.95% of the product shipped out of the Port of Vancouver goes to California. Those are my statistics. I'm not making it up. I asked the Library of Parliament to confirm this for me. That's the Vancouver Board of Trade. The port itself has said 99.95% of the product goes down to California to feed their refineries. So this isn't about reaching new markets on the current pipeline, perhaps not even on the future pipeline, but that a series of public policy decisions led to a situation where a private company felt unable to build a pipeline because of obstruction at the federal and provincial levels, and those obstructions have not finished. They've just become governmental now, pure governmental. All the decision-making is down their side. And I know when I door knock at my communities, Madam Speaker, and I door knock for my provincial counterparts, my provincial cousins during this past election in Alberta, I heard it time and time again on the doors how people had no faith whatsoever in the Liberal government's ability to deliver on the construction of a pipeline. They had no faith in this government's ability to manage the public finances. After all, the parliamentary secretary mentioned as well, their great plan to, increase, affordability for the middle class. They reduce the tax bracket from 22 to 20.5%. And I remind the parliamentary secretary and all those members in the House that the biggest tax break received from those tax changes were to every single member of Parliament in this chamber. Anybody who was earning $45,000 or less got zero, got no benefit whatsoever from that tax cut. And because of the way the progressive tax system works, every single member of Parliament in this chamber got over $800 off their taxes at the end of the day. And that's what the Liberal government did. We're not the middle class in this chamber. We're not. But that's what they did. And they claimed that this was for the benefit of the middle class. They gave themselves a bigger tax cut than to those,
not so much working poor, Madam Speaker, but those who are trying to get by, trying to get ahead, and they're taking those jobs that many other people don't want to take, but they work hard for the wages that they earn, for the salary that they earn. Instead, what they've seen is higher payroll taxes. There's been a CPP increase now that's taking away from their income at the end of the day, so it's taking away their ability to choose how they want to save, Madam Speaker. And the second part of it is they have a carbon tax to pay. And we heard the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance mention that in the scenarios he gives OECD numbers. And we had a colleague of mine asking, well, in a case with a family with 2 kids in the lower income scale, they weren't getting back all that money. His numbers only make sense if you include the child benefit, which is just a rebadging of the old universal child care benefit, which was the original conservative policy that was introduced back when the government wanted to institute universal, one-size-fits-all, cradle to old age welfare system where basically the government would take care of your children directly. The UCCB was meant to empower parents, and that's how we should be looking at it. So, the government has rebadged the program and now claims that if you look at all the government policy altogether, the carbon tax isn't so bad. That does not help the family that my colleague mentioned, who is not seeing these rebates. And actually, if you look more closely at the GGPP, which is the acronym for the government's carbon tax bill, it's over 200 pages long. And then if you look in this latest budget document, some of the implementation portions of it too, including the algebra formula that implements the rebate program for the carbon tax, the federal carbon tax. There is a provision in there that allows the government, the Minister of Finance, to exclude any money he or she wishes from the rebate. They can give it to any other minister they want for any program, infrastructure, or purpose. It's right there in the formula. So there is no guarantee whatsoever in the legislation that Canadians will receive any sort of rebate on the carbon tax. And it will never replace the full amount because it's illogical and it's irrational to say that 100% of the collected tax will be returned to those who pay it. Because first of all, there's always an administrative cost in collecting a tax. There always is, and there always will be, unless people think that public servants work for free, unless they think the lights in this place and the heating in this place comes for free. And it doesn't, Madam Speaker. And so it has to cost a certain amount of money, which is, I think, why the government is misleading us. It's being disingenuous in the way it presents the facts around the carbon rebate and the carbon tax. And it is not an environmental plan. It's a tax plan. It's as simple as that. To return to the point about consumer confidence and how we haven't seen it return, some of the facts on LNG speak for themselves. So let me mention LNG. $78 billion worth of projects have been canceled since 2015 in Canada. LNG projects that have been completely abandoned by the companies that are proposing to do. Tens of thousands of potential good-paying construction jobs, many of them unionized, Madam Speaker, many of them unionized, are gone. They will not be created because that $78 billion has been removed from the private sector, from being put to work to put people to work. And I think that's an important fact to remember. The only project that has gone ahead that I am aware of, large scale, is LNG Canada's project. LNG Canada is a consortium. Mitsubishi is involved, Petronas is involved. And the only reason that they actually went ahead with the project, Madam Speaker, is because they've got an exclusion, an exemption from the carbon tax. So of course a company will go ahead and build a large-scale industrial project like LNG Canada is proposing to do, when you get an exemption to a tax. I can't imagine any taxpayer, regular, everyday, hardworking taxpayer being told, you know what, I'm going to give you an exemption this year, CRA says, the Liberal government says. You get an exemption this year. You don't have to pay taxes because you're doing so good, you're producing jobs, you're growing your business, or you're earning a higher salary because you work hard. Madam Speaker, nobody gets that type of exclusion or exemption. I see you mentioned that I have 2 minutes left, so I'll spend the last few minutes on my favorite subject, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, because Madagascar is a member of this bank, this country that we're signing a tax treaty with. And like I said, the Parliamentary Secretary has allowed me to go on a tangent here by himself going on a tangent. Madagascar is a member of the Asian Infrastructure Bank. As far as I know, it hasn't received any project yet. It's only spent $15 to $20 million, which is a paltry sum compared to the nearly $500 million that Canada has set aside. That same money is being used to build pipelines all over Asia, including in Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, and the suburbs of Beijing. Madam Speaker, I'm pouring my heart out here, like my Yiddish proverb said. I am feeling lighter being able to speak about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. But in a country like Canada, where we're unable to build pipelines, the safest way to move energy products, but we're giving $500 million to governments in Asia and the China-controlled, Beijing-based Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, it seems absolutely wrong, Madam Speaker. So I support S6. It's a small piece of legislation coming to us from the Senate. I support it, but I do not support the government's agenda and its repeated failures to get large-scale energy infrastructure built in Canada, and I don't support its policies that have undermined business confidence and the confidence of Canadians. October can't come soon enough. Hear, hear. This Liberal government is not as advertised. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many things in which the member opposite has put on the record that I hope to be able to respond to when I get the opportunity to speak to the legislation. But one of the things that I think is really important to highlight is the member, I think maybe through a guilty conscience, is maybe having some remorse or regret in terms of voting against Bill 2. Bill 2 was what gave Canadians, millions of Canadians, a tax cut. And the member opposite tried to justify his vote perhaps by saying, well, MPs were the beneficiary of this tax cut. And to try to sum up it in that fashion, I think does a disservice to Canada's middle class. And my question to the member opposite, would he not recognize, when you think of Canada's middle class, I often think of our teachers, our nurses, our individual factory workers, those that are working in our financial institutes, all of which are a part of Canada's growing middle class, all of which were given a substantial tax decrease. My question to the member is, can he explain to those individuals that I just finished describing as to why he and the Conservative Party voted against that portion of our middle class?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to enlighten the member a little bit on how the tax system works. Canadian earning $45,282. This is an assessment back in 2015. A Canadian who earns $44,000 got zero back from this so-called middle income tax cut. A Canadian earning around $60,000, so teachers earn, in his example, about $65,000 on average a year. They would have gotten $570.12 in the proposed, $261.44 in his tax cut. Now, a member of Parliament who is in the upper tax bracket, so about $180,000, let's say, got $820.43, Madam Speaker. That's wrong. Every single time I bring up this issue is because they don't understand how the progressive tax system works. It is debt finance, and it is wrong to keep pretending that middle-class Canadians got something out of this when every single member of Parliament got a bigger tax cut.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
I'd like to thank my friend from Calgary-Shepherd for his speech. Although we have very different political perspectives, I value his friendship, and I commend him on doing his homework. And Madam Speaker, he talked a lot about the carbon tax. And as a British Columbian, we've had a carbon tax in place that has been very effective. We've had the fastest growing economy in Canada. That money's been returned to our communities, so we've done really good work on lowering our impact on climate change. And Madam Speaker, just to put things in perspective, in the last 3 years, we've had the worst forest fires on record. And the last 2 years in British Columbia has been on fire literally in the summer, where people with respiratory illnesses have had to have face masks. 2 weeks last summer, the skies were gray. We've had record amounts of floods. Just here in Ottawa, they had a flood that was a state of emergency till recently. I mean, Madam Speaker, I don't know what it's going to take for the Conservative Party to see that there's a climate emergency happening. So I have to ask my colleague, what is his proposition to dealing with this climate emergency, and does he not recognize that there's a climate emergency happening right now here on this planet and that we need to do our part?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Sure, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's question. We work together on a group I co-founded, the Parliamentary Friends of the Kurds, and actually he serves as the co-chair of the group. To his point about the carbon tax in British Columbia, my understanding is that actually emissions have gone up. It is no longer revenue neutral. It's used to raise revenue off the backs of British Columbians. And we see pictures on social media and on Google, on DuckDuckGo, consistently showing sky-high gasoline prices. And that is not sustainable in the long term. Going back to a point one of the government members made, a parliamentary secretary made, consumer confidence is back to where it was in 2015. And business confidence is very low. When you keep raising the input costs for business to deliver goods to people, you can't help but expect that their confidence will go down. If at the end of the day and at the end of the year, they're paying far more in input costs just to conduct the regular business they did before, you really can't expect anything else. A carbon tax is a tax policy. It is not an environmental policy.
Right. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for a speech, and I really did enjoy it. One of the advantages of 20-minute speeches is you get to go into other areas. And in introducing this bill, he talked about what was happening in my province of Alberta, in his province. Certainly, I would agree with him that we have high hopes, and people are starting to realize that we are putting in place a foundation that will bring back investment, but that would also make sure that we do what we can to work towards cleaning up our environment. He talked about carbon pricing on large emitters. This is the way that Premier Kenney has suggested that we would go forward. Large emitters, it's been done before, where the penalty that large emitters pay goes back into a research and development fund. Out of that, we've seen innovation in so much new and renewable types of energy. And, whether it be clean coal or it might be wind, solar, some of the others, we've seen money poured into making sure that those are cleaner using. The government's plan right now, Madam Speaker, is every consumer, every senior, every single mom gets clobbered at the pumps or gets clobbered in heating their homes. The money invested back will make a difference. And I just wonder if he would just go on a little bit of how a tax regime helps grow an economy. We're seeing in this bill the Madagascar double, so we don't.
For him to answer and allow for another question. And so I would just ask individuals that are asking questions or making comments that they keep their preambles a bit shorter. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Battle River Crowfoot for the question. And we've been over this since 2015, basically, in Alberta, looking at the carbon tax and this. And the member, I think, lightened his heart. Back to my Yiddish proverb, when you pour out your heart, it lightens the load. And it's been a point of frustration for a lot of Albertans because we had a system that worked before. Large emitters were paying for emissions above a certain level. The funds from there were going to a climate emission kind of innovation fund. There were organizations, groups of companies that were coming together, like under CASIA and others, who were exchanging new technology that they were creating. And, a good example is, and I can't say how many times I've seen this in National Geographic and other papers, these large mines in northeastern Alberta, those are the past. The future is in SAGD in situ development. And you can't even tell that there is oil sands development going on in many of these places. And I just wish there wasn't so much disinformation out there on the environmental record of the Alberta government and of the Alberta people as well.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
From Calgary-Shepherd, I certainly do agree there's a lot of misinformation, and unfortunately, as much as I'm very fond of the member for Calgary-Shepherd, much of it was in his speech, which was alarmingly not very much about the Canada-Madagascar Treaty, but I will indulge that lapse in relevancy just to point out that the gas prices in BC today are not the fact that they're high, and any analyst will tell you, has nothing to do with the carbon tax. It has to do with refinery capacity. We used to have 4 refineries in Burnaby. We're now down to 1. It was Chevron. It's now Parkland. They closed down for repairs last year. They're now back up to 92% production. But the reality is that even if you built the Kinder Morgan expansion, that would actually undermine access to the fuel that refinery needs. That refinery can't process solid bitumen. The expansion of the Kinder Morgan pipeline is for 100% solid bitumen for export. That's why they dilute it so they can get it through the pipeline and call it dilbit. But dilbit cannot be used in our refinery. So it's a refinery capacity issue. It's not to do with pipelines. And we would do better if we processed more Alberta product in Canada for use by Canadians instead of pretending that there's a market in other countries.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, just a little under a minute, please.
Madam Speaker, under a minute, I can't read an answer. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands is one of my favorite members to spar with. She must know refineries are actually one of the largest emitters of GHG in Canada. And it's true, many refineries have closed down, but it's thanks to policies that her own party supports, which is taxing carbon by emitters like large refineries, large upgraders. You know, I have a brother-in-law who works in this particular sector, and there is nothing wrong with exporting our product in dilbit format or in bitumen format. I would say the same thing. Reverse it to farmers. Do we tell a farmer exporting wheat that they're not allowed to export their wheat? We should refine it here and send bread overseas? Or say lentil farmers as well. Should they make soup in Canada instead of exporting lentils? We don't do that. It's up to the companies to decide where the value added is. And they've made that decision. And as far as refinery capacity goes, if there weren't so damaging policies by the provincial NDP there and by the Green Party federally and provincially, we wouldn't be in a situation where refineries continue to close in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have to come back on the member from Calgary-Shepherd, because having been one of the only members in this House of Commons that have actually been ankle deep in oil, having worked at one of the closed oil refineries, I just have to state, Madam Speaker, for the record, the Conservatives are not only incoherent and illiterate on energy policy and renewable energy policy, but the example that he has just given shows just how completely out of touch the Conservatives are when it comes to the basic economics around exporting raw bitumen. The reality is that the Conservatives love to cozy up to foreign-owned oil companies, but the idea that we would ship Canadian jobs overseas and contribute to massive increase in greenhouse gas emissions makes no sense at all. And it makes no sense, Madam Speaker, to people right across the country, including the people that are suffering from the flooding that we're seeing, record levels of flooding in Ontario and Quebec and New Brunswick, but also, Madam Speaker, in British Columbia, we're now seeing already the start of the forest fire season. In the month of May, there are now 15 out-of-control forest fires in British Columbia. Now, Madam Speaker, we have seen over the last 3 years the complete and catastrophic covering of our skies, covered with smoke in the Lower Mainland regions and the southern Vancouver Island, because of the catastrophic number of forest fires. The last 3 years, the months of August, the air has been unbreathable. So for Conservatives to say there's no problem at all, let's just ship raw bitumen overseas, and for the Liberals to support them shows the degree of irresponsibility that we have in this House of Commons, and that is something that I think Canadians will want to change on October 21st. Now, that being said, Madam Speaker, I'm now going to come back very briefly to Bill S6. We support it on this side of the House. We support it because it's the one initiative that the Liberals have managed to put forward that doesn't increase tax havens, money laundering, and the legalized tax evasion that is costing this country so much. The idea, Madam Speaker, that the massive tax evasion started by the Conservatives, continued by the Liberals, is something that is victimless, that, hey, Canadian companies, the largest and most profitable corporations, can take their money overseas, not pay taxes on it, that somehow that does not hurt Canadians in any way, shape, or form. In this corner of the House, in the NDP caucus, we can only say that is simply not true. The underfunding in our healthcare system, the inability of either the former Conservative government or the current Liberal government to bring in pharmacare. So we have so many Canadians, 1 in 5, struggling to pay for their medication, and we have Canadians literally outside this House of Commons, like Jim, who I've mentioned numerous times, who has to beg on the bridge between the Chateau Laurier and the East Block because the $580 a month that he has to pay for a medication, he can't cover any other way. The fact that we have tens of billions of dollars that should be paid as part of the fair share of Canada's largest and most profitable corporations, the tens of billions of dollars are simply evaporated away, taken to overseas tax havens, sit in corporate bank accounts because we do not have a fair and just tax system, is something that hurts so many Canadians, Madam Speaker. It hurts the Canadians that can't access health care. It hurts Canadians, younger Canadians, that are forced to go into debt in the scale of tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars, just to go to college, university, or trade school. Having to borrow the money because of the punitive fees that are charged for college and university at the same time as Canada's corporate sector is just laughing. And I'm not talking about Loblaws and the $12 million that Liberals doled out to Canada's richest billionaire. Unbelievable. It's the fact that so many Canadian corporations do not pay their fair share of taxes because of the very intricate network of overseas tax havens that Conservatives started and Liberals promote. That is what causes so much challenge for the average Canadian family. So much so, Madam Speaker, as you know, the average Canadian family is now the most indebted in the industrialized world, most indebted in Canadian history. That's on the Liberals' watch in the last 4 years. We've seen family debt loads skyrocket because they're having to pay for medication, because they're having to struggle to save the money because of college and universities, because we simply allow that money to go overseas. Instead of having a fair tax system, Canadians are indebting themselves to a record extent, and worse than any other country in the industrialized world. Now, you would think Liberals would say, well, gosh, that's profoundly unfair. Maybe we should do something about this intricate level of network of tax havens. Maybe we should do something to force the corporate sector to pay its fair share. But instead, they doubled down, Madam Speaker, signed a number of arrangements with overseas tax havens, some of the most notorious in the country. The ones that the Conservatives hadn't yet signed, well, the Liberals took up. The Cook Islands, Grenada, Antigua, and Barbuda, notorious tax havens where you can take your money and report on it, paying 0% income tax, and then the Canadian authorities say, oh gosh, well, since they paid 0% in Antigua or the Cook Islands or Grenada, they don't have to pay a cent in Canada. Legalized tax evasion to an unbelievable extent, and that's why you have many of the chartered accountancy firms that specialize in tax avoidance, they would say. I call it tax evasion. Trumpet the fact that Canada now has the lowest effective tax rate in the industrialized world. Less than 9% for the corporate sector, because you can take so much money overseas. So if you're a single parent, father or mother, struggling to raise your children, indebted to an unbelievable extent, and still paying your taxes because you believe that Canadians, as I think most Canadians believe, Madam Speaker, that Canadians should pay their fair share of taxes, that we all contribute to this project called Canada, that we all contribute to this country. And those Canadians who are struggling to make sure that they're keeping up to date and paying their income tax like a good Canadian can take no comfort from what is massive and unbelievable tax evasion. We have the lowest level corporate tax in the industrialized world. Highest level of family debt. And yes, those two things are related, Madam Speaker. But it's not just that. We had just a few minutes ago the finance critic, the member from Sherbrooke, stand up to present a bill that should have been presented 4 years ago if the Liberals had kept any of their promises, 10 years ago if the Conservatives had been truthful to their ideology, to actually ensure that the massive web giants, these corporations that, like Facebook and Google outside the country that suck advertising dollars and revenue out of Canada, that they actually should pay some taxes on it. What a concept. How radical for these massive multi-billion-dollar companies to actually pay some taxes in Canada. Conservatives said no, they don't have to do it. Liberals come to power. They had talked about a fair tax system, but they did nothing to address that. And so, as usual, Madam Speaker, like with Medicare and in so many other cases, it's the NDP that is putting forward in the House of Commons an actual plan to ensure that these massive, multi-billion-dollar companies with enormous profits actually pay some tax in Canada. But it's not just that, Madam Speaker, as we know, because now we've also seen in the reports coming out of British Columbia the extent to which Liberal policies have contributed to amplifying to an extraordinary extent money laundering in Canada. The reports that came out just last week on the expert panel on money laundering shows that now, under Liberal policies, money laundering has reached a critical stage. $47 billion in illegal funds money laundered in Canada last year, according to the expert panel. $47 billion. Now, this is the product of criminal activities. This is the product of illegal activities, and yet the government refuses to do anything significant to address the massive extent of money laundering. Madam Speaker, this is not victimless crimes. And the impacts on just one sector, the affordable housing market in the Lower Mainland, the area I represent in the House of Commons, contributed to the escalation in prices that now mean that for so many families in the Lower Mainland, they are struggling to keep a roof over their head, or they have to go on the streets or move away. I can't tell you, Madam Speaker, the extent of the suffering that comes from allowing this money laundering to continue without any due regard for cracking down or shutting it down. Again, honest Canadians, the ones who pay their taxes, those Canadians are the ones most badly hurt by what has been now a couple of decades of complete negligence by Conservative and Liberal governments in this regard. $47 billion of illegal money was laundered in Canada last year. Liberals do nothing, Conservatives don't care, but this has a profound impact on average Canadians. Not just on housing prices, on a whole range of activities. And yet, when the Finance Committee was actually discussing measures that could have curbed money laundering, the NDP's proposal, which is one of the first recommendations by this expert panel, the first recommendation was in the expert panel was to say that indeed what we need is to have a public accessibility to beneficial ownership registries to ensure that we know how to track the money. And yet the old parties, the parties that have contributed to this system that has been so detrimental for the average Canadian. And if you don't believe it's been detrimental, Madam Speaker, of course, I understand you in your riding, you speak with seniors. You know how seniors are struggling to make ends meet. You see young Canadians who are trying to acquire the skills to contribute to the country, forced to go into debt in the tens of thousands of dollars, families struggling to keep an affordable home over their heads, all Canadians struggling to pay for their medication. These are all a result of policies that put so much, tens of billions of dollars in the hands of the very, very wealthy at the cost of the quality of life of Canadians right across the country. But when we talk about money laundering, the beneficial ownership registry and the NDP's proposal that they be publicly accessible, both the old parties said, no, we don't want to have that. We don't want to have that sunlight that actually brings the the transparency that Canadians want to see that would allow us to contribute to Canada's, to combat what has been Canada's black eye around the world. We are now renowned as a haven for money laundering. The Guardian newspaper talked about Canada now as being a haven for snow washing. It's now a term that is used around the world to describe the systematic use of money laundering now here in Canada. You can do it to buy real estate. You can do it for a whole range of things, and you can do it with impunity because the Liberals have refused to fund the resources that allow our overstrapped, overworked agencies to actually combat it, and the Liberals and Conservatives refuse to have a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry that would allow all of us to be able to track the money. So this is the legacy of this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. Let's just take a moment to look at, after 4 years of Liberals in power, when they could have done so much to help the quality of life of the average Canadian, to address the seniors that are eating dog and cat food, because that's all they can afford if they want to keep a roof over their head, and often even that is not enough. To combat the people like Jim who have to beg to get enough money for their medication that their doctors have prescribed that is absolutely necessary for their health, to combat the underfunding of our healthcare system, the skyrocketing tuition fees that are leading so many families not even to be able to attend university or college or trade school at the same time as we have a crisis in shortage of trained and skilled workers in so many sectors. I mean, all of this dysfunction that has contributed to the highest level of family debt in the industrialized world all comes on the very basis of having a profoundly unfair tax system created by Conservatives and Liberals to benefit their buddies on Bay Street, to allow somebody who's a billionaire not only to get off from paying taxes, but in addition, as we saw with the $12 million that Loblaws was handed out by this Liberal government, that they get grants that are paid for by those regular taxpayers that do pay their taxes at the same time. Madam Speaker, it's shocking. It is shocking to me that we now have created a fossilized, unfair tax system that provides us with the lowest effective tax rate in the industrialized world, that ensures that some of the largest web giants on the planet don't have to pay a cent of tax in Canada, even as they are running into bankruptcy a whole network of community newspapers and local television and radio stations. They're sucking that advertising out of the country. They don't have to put anything back. It's legalized tax evasion. And at the same time, as we now know, $47 billion, and that is a conservative estimate from the expert panel on money laundering, has been laundered in this country in the past year, contributing to the rise of completely unaffordable housing prices for families that are struggling to keep a roof over their head, and contributing in so many ways to deterioration in the quality of life. Madam Speaker, things definitely need to change. Alors, comment est-ce qu'on peut changer?
So how can we change this? Well, at the NDP, we already proposed having a fair tax system. Now, what we're asking for, and we don't think that it's too much, is that big companies in Canada would pay their fair share of taxes. Now, we're not talking about having them pay, huge sums like 50 or 60% of their profits. But we feel that 9% as a rate for big businesses is just ridiculous. And you consider, Madam Speaker, that individuals have to pay much more than that, even if they don't have the means of paying. So they're still forced to contribute to the country. So we need a tax system that is fair and where big companies pay more than 9%. Secondly, for the internet giants who have been paying nothing in Canada for years, nothing. They're making huge profits, billions of dollars, but they're paying absolutely nothing. We're calling for those web giants to pay their fair share of taxes. And if an NDP government were elected on October 21st, Madam Speaker, we would get straight to work. We wouldn't say, oh, well, things can continue like this. But seniors, students who should be going to cégep or university, who want to learn a trade, we need to lower their tuition fees rather than giving gifts of billions of dollars to the big web companies. So that's what we would do. And when it comes to money laundering, our institutions, like the RCMP, need to have the resources to be able to deal with those crimes. We're not talking about a situation where there is no victim. It's not a victimless crime. We're talking about, a very serious situation where Canada is one of the worst countries in the world when it comes to money laundering. So all of these aspects need to be taken into consideration. And what we need is the political will. Under the Liberals, for years, it's been clear that they simply don't have the will to set up a fair tax system. This bill is just a very small step after 4 years of doing absolutely nothing to tackle tax evasion, which costs so much to Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Budget Office, in just a few weeks, will be presenting an overview of what all of these lost tax revenues are worth. And then Canadians will be able to judge the government. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always find it interesting when I hear NDP in opposition. And I say NDP in opposition because when I was an MLA in the Manitoba legislature, the NDP were actually in government. They were in government for about 15 years in the province of Manitoba, of which a majority of those years I also sat inside the legislature, or for a good portion, I should say, of those years. And one of the things that I hear about NDP in opposition consistently is the way in which you finance every type of possible expenditure that they can generate in their minds is through corporate taxation. Make corporations pay seems to be the standard line that the NDP will say while they're in opposition. Yet, interesting enough, Madam Speaker, when I was an MLA, I saw the provincial NDP not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times decrease corporate taxes. And I'm wondering if my colleague and friend across the way can explain how it is that a provincial NDP government can justify decreasing corporate taxes while the federal NDP in opposition is banking so much on funding so many promises by increasing corporate taxes. It seems to be a bit of a change from provincial NDP to national NDP, and if he could explain that to me.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always find it interesting, the perspective of the member. The reality is, as he knows, in Manitoba, the NDP actually said to the corporate sector, you have to pay your fair share of taxes. They didn't allow loopholes, they didn't allow tax havens, and that's the difference between the two parties. Madam Speaker, he's given us a terrific resume right there. When the NDP is in power in provinces, not only do we manage money better than any other party, and that's not me speaking, Madam Speaker, as the members from the Conservative Party know, the Ministry of Finance for the last 20 years has been producing fiscal period returns, and over the last 20 years consistently, NDP governments have been the best at managing money and paying down debt. And the Conservatives know this, and that's why they're heckling. And so do Liberals as well. The Conservatives are in second place, Liberals in last place. Now, Madam Speaker, when the NDP is in power, we say to the corporate sector, no more loopholes, no more tax havens, you have to pay your fair share of taxes. And that allows us then to determine the best level of corporate taxation. Right now, what we have is a free-for-all. It's the Wild West. In fact, the companies that do pay their fair share of taxes, that don't rely on an intricate level of overseas tax havens and all kinds of tax loopholes, are being penalized because the Liberals allow all of these tax loopholes. We would close them and put in place a fair rate that applies to all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I just wanted to, through you, ask him to comment on the speech that the parliamentary secretary opened this debate with, where he said we don't have to worry about tax evasion with these tax agreements with other countries because the CRA is on it. And, you know, we have an example after example of the CRA being on it when, for instance, there was a mining company from Canada, had a big mine in Mongolia. They made billions of dollars in profits. They owed $600 million in taxes in Canada, $200 million in Mongolia. They opened a post office box in Luxembourg, and they wrote the CRA and asked them, is this okay? And the CRA wrote back and said, fill your boots. Of course it's okay. Tax evasion is legal because that's how Canada works. And I just wondered if he could comment on that and tell us what's wrong with this picture.
Jeez, no kidding.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. He's been a very strong advocate for fair taxation in this House over the last few years, and that is why he is much beloved by his constituents. He's also one of the hardest working members of Parliament that I've ever seen in the House of Commons. He does a tremendous job. And he points out what we all know to be true. The Isle of Man scam, what did the Liberals do? This is where millionaires can take their money overseas, they get a little tax receipt for a charity, and then they get all the money back, haven't paid a cent of taxes. And Liberals said, oh gosh, well, you know, they have lawyers, they're too big to prosecute, so you can do it. You can do any scam you want on taxes if you're wealthy enough under this Liberal government. And so the example that my colleague cites is endemic now in the tax system. Now, Liberals' response is, well, we put a bit of money into CRA, but what they don't tell the public, of course, is that the money they put is just replacing positions of people who have left CRA. Why? Because people in CRA, the low level of morale in that institution is because under the Liberals, what the CRA is going after is small business people, people with disabilities, having their disability tax credit denied. No wonder there's a problem in the tax system when you're attacking people with disabilities and seniors for the least indiscretion in the tax system. But if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, you get off scot-free. That's unfair, and we'll change that on October 21st, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, and I want to thank colleague for the speech that he gave. Madam Speaker, we aren't really used to, and I'm encouraged today that the NDP colleagues said that they would be supporting this legislation. I think most parties in this House will be supporting this legislation. We're getting quite used to seeing new Democratic parties in the last Parliament and this Parliament oppose trade agreements. And it's good to see that on tax treaties, they tend to say that, yes, we understand the importance of that. And maybe he would just, not so much on the trade side, but in the Conservative Party, we believe that if you're going to have a strong economy, you have to have good trade relationships around the world, fair trade relationships. You have to have tax treaties that provide confidence by investors in whichever country they may be investing, foreign investors here, our investors there, so that's important. But also the training side, as Conservatives, we believe for a strong economy, we have to have innovation and trade here. I'm just wondering if the member would have any suggestions. The tax treaty that we are signing is very similar to a tax model put out by the OECD. What are the important parts of a treaty that that would make him agree with me that these types of tax treaties that encourage investment are vital to our local national economy?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're supporting Bill S6 because we read the bill, and we know that the Madagascar taxation rate is roughly similar to Canada. Other taxation agreements that this government has signed, or tax arrangements with overseas tax havens, we don't support, because when the income tax, the tax level is 0%, it's a tax haven. It's a way of legalizing tax evasion. And in the same way, Madam Speaker, that's why we often did not support conservative trade agreements under the last Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, conservative fair trade is an oxymoron. The Conservatives have never signed a fair trade agreement ever. And what we would do is we would actually look at the trade agreement. We would do our due diligence. We would ask officials, so what kind of impact analysis was done on this trade agreement? And time after time after time under the Harper government, they would say, we've done no analysis. We just, we want to do the ribbon cutting, but we've done no analysis. And that is why, systematically, under the Harper government, trade agreement after trade agreement after trade agreement, our exports to those markets fell, and the imports from those markets rose. That is why, under the Harper government, we had a record trade deficit. Conservatives didn't read the fine print. They simply sold the farm every single time. Not once did they do an economic impact analysis. Not once did they have an understanding of how many jobs they would lose. Conservatives on trade were absolutely irresponsible, and that's one of the reasons why they're sitting in the opposition side of the House, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in listening to the debate thus far on S6 this morning, there's plenty of things that one can draw upon in terms of being able to maybe expand and shed a little bit more light and try to be a little bit more forthright. You know, maybe to pick up on the very last comment, which I was hoping maybe to get another question. I'll turn it into more of a statement, Madam Speaker, and that is, we recognize within the government of Canada, the Liberal Party, the important role that trade plays in the development of our nation. And my experience in terms of observing the NDP now for many years is that, as a general rule, they do not support trade agreements. Period. You know, there have been literally dozens of trade agreements. I believe on one occasion it wasn't a recorded vote, so they classified that as, well, we didn't vote against it. And they might have voted on favor of one other bill. At least I believe I've had a couple of MPs indicate, yes, they have voted in trade. But as a general rule, the NDP do not support trade agreements between Canada and other countries. And I do find that somewhat unfortunate, as one of the speakers has talked about, where today, S6, it's about a tax treaty with Madagascar. And Madagascar is a country in which I believe has wonderful opportunities for Canadians, as individuals from that country have opportunities here in Canada. And when we take a look at tax treaties, and we have many tax treaties with countries around the world, that both countries that participate in it actually will derive a significant benefit by it, Madam Speaker. And that's why, you know, it's with pleasure that I rise today in order to be able to address this legislation and to add my comments, as you've heard, Madam Speaker, on a wide variety of issues, but all stemming to our economy, our social justice, and the tax laws that we currently have. So I have a fairly wide spectrum to work from within based on the debate I've heard so far today. And let me attempt to do it in the best way that I can. And the number that comes to my mind, ultimately demonstrating what this government has been able to accomplish by working with Canadians, is the number 1 million. And that's a fairly recent number that we've heard that has come out, Madam Speaker, and it's related to employment numbers. I think that it is worthy of mentioning that since we have been in government in November, October of 2015, we have seen the generation of over 1 million new jobs, Madam Speaker. That is, I believe, somewhat historical in the sense of the last 40, 50 years. It is an incredible number of jobs. And I believe in good part it's because of the policies that this government has put into place. Budgetary measures and legislative measures, all with the idea of supporting Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Madam Speaker. Day after day, going into weeks, into months, and now years, we have seen a government that has taken Canada's middle class seriously and has developed progressive measures to be able to assist and support them, and to also bring forward policies that will support those individuals through Canada Child Benefit Program, the Guaranteed Income Supplement for our seniors, which have added great value to our economy. And I hope to be able to talk about that, Madam Speaker. You know, we hear a lot about taxation, and the issue is, for me, that people expect to pay a fair share. And that is something in which, from day one, this government has taken very seriously. Members will recall during the last election when today's Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians that there would be a tax cut for our middle class. And if you take a look at Bill 2, which in essence is our very first piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, you will see that we delivered on that tax cut, which literally put hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians. I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker, that that money going into the pockets of Canadians is what enabled them to have an increase in disposable income, which allowed them to spend more into the economy, and is one of the reasons why we have that 1 million plus jobs that have been generated by working with Canadians, by investing in Canadians, by allowing Canadians to have more disposable income. It's allowed the economy, Canada's economy, to perform that much better, Madam Speaker. So taxation policy matters. When the NDP and the recent Speaker talked about this issue of tax fairness, that the richer need to pay more, that was another important part of the very first budget that we brought forward, where we saw Canada's 1% wealthiest having to pay more, Madam Speaker. And the proceeds that were raised, the millions that were raised through that one initiative, ultimately supported Canada's middle class getting that tax break. So the issue of tax fairness, much like the tax break, has been of the utmost importance to this government, because it's some of the very first actions that we had taken when we had assumed office back in 2015, Madam Speaker. And it was recognizing some of the comments that were mentioned already today, whether it was the NDP talking about the issue of tax fairness, or it was the Conservatives' issue in regards to Canada's middle class and the tax. You know, when the member from Calgary, Mindapore, I believe it is, Madam Speaker, I'm not 100% sure, but member from Calgary stood and he talked about, well, you know, the tax break that we gave to the middle class, who really benefits? It was the members of Parliament that benefit. I think of the tens of thousands of teachers, the tens of thousands of nurses, the tens of thousands of factory workers, or the tens of thousands of people that work for our financial institutions in many different ways. Those were the types of individuals who also benefited by that particular tax break. That's why it indicated when I had the opportunity, I would like to put some facts on the record, Madam Speaker. And there is no disputing what it is that I have said, because it is all factually correct. And we have consistently seen a government that has went out of its way in terms of development of policy through legislation and budgetary measures that has had a positive impact on Canada's middle class. This tax treaty that we're debating today is all about international relationships and ways in which we can have these treaties to further advance Canadian interests, Madam Speaker. This is not the only tax treaty legislation that we've brought in the last 3 years. I believe S4 was also dealing with tax treaties, Madam Speaker. It's not the first time that we've had to deal with the issue of tax treaties, because we understand and appreciate the true value of having these type of treaties with countries. It allows for us to get a better sense of the taxes that are flowing both here in Canada and the country in question. It provides additional security, if one can put it that way, for investments that are flowing into other countries where we have these tax treaties. And we recognize, as we do on the broader picture of trade and international relations, there is no government in recent history that has done more in terms of accomplishing trade agreements than this government, Madam Speaker. The previous government likes to say, well, we had 30 agreements, 30 plus trade agreements. Madam Speaker, that's just not true. The reality is that through this administration, we have been able to sign off more trade agreements than any other government in the last 40, 50 years. Since trade agreements have been tied into tax agreements or tax treaties, we take a look at the two of them, and you will see, and I would challenge any member of this House to find in such a short period of time where a government has been able to accomplish so much on that file, Madam Speaker.
And order. I just want to remind the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman that he will have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments when the proper time is. So I would ask him to be quiet until such time as the parliamentary secretary is finished his speech, which will be in about 8 minutes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the approach that this government has taken in regards to international relations with respect to treaties and trade has supported our economy, and by supporting our economy in many different ways, it's had a profoundly positive impact on the generation of jobs. And I would look in the province of Manitoba and cite an industry that I've cited in the past, that being pork, our pork industry, which provides thousands of jobs in the province of Manitoba. We actually have more pigs than people in the province of Manitoba in any given year. We have plants, if you go out to Nipawa, where 95% plus of its production is actually exported to Asia, Madam Speaker. Yet it provides hundreds of direct jobs on the factory floor and hundreds of additional jobs outside of the factory, Madam Speaker. Those jobs wouldn't exist if we didn't have the international relations that we have today. And whether it's cattle or pork, you will see significant increases in the last few years. I like to believe it's because of the approach, in part, and working with Canadians and other stakeholders to encourage the development of those industries and take advantage of the agreements that we have signed off on, Madam Speaker. You'll get the Conservatives at times that say, well, we brought it close to the goal line. Madam Speaker, as we know, it's not bringing it to the post that matters as much as it is getting it over the post. And that is something in which we have been very successful at doing, Madam Speaker. The CETA agreement is a great example. That involved a couple dozen countries, Madam Speaker. That is something that was completely off the rails, and had it not been for the minister, our current Minister of Foreign Affairs, that deal never would have gotten over the goal line. And we're still hopeful that the European Union will get behind it 100% as their respective legislative bodies continue to deal with the issue. So whether it's recognizing the value of our tax treaties and the benefits by getting engaged with the countries where we have, and we're talking dozens of countries, Madam Speaker, where Canada has been successful at negotiating these tax treaties, which provides assurances to progressing on the trade file, where on both accounts, in a relatively short period of time, this government has been able to accomplish a great deal. We hear a lot from the opposition benches in regards to the issue of tax avoidance. And this is an issue, again, in which we have seen the government not only talk about it, but also invest in it. For 2 consecutive years, this government invested additional monies, almost totaling $1 billion, Madam Speaker. 2 separate budgets, hundreds of millions in each one of those budgets, investing in Canada Revenue Agency and their ability to be able to go after individuals that are trying to avoid paying taxes. That is something, as I say, that we have taken very seriously, along with tax evasion. This government in 3 years has done more towards going after individuals on tax evasion than the previous government did in 10 years, Madam Speaker. And the same principle applies in regards to tax avoidance. We have recognized the importance of doing the follow-up, of looking at ways in which we can ensure that those that are supposed to be paying their fair share are in fact doing just that, Madam Speaker. So we don't need to take lessons from the opposition, or in particular the Conservative opposition on this, because they virtually ignored the problem. Not investing. If anything, they divested, Madam Speaker. They took money away from the CRA, and there were cuts through the Conservative administration. The NDP, on the other hand, you know, as I put forward the question to the member from Burnaby, when he talked about the issue of taxation policy, and implied that what we needed to do was to go after corporations and make corporations pay more. I give the NDP an A+ for consistency on it while they're in opposition. But that's it, and I underlined the words while in opposition. Because when I witnessed firsthand NDP in government in the home province of Manitoba, what I hear from the NDP in opposition is in contrast to NDP in government is night and day. Because when the NDP were in government in the province of Manitoba, they gave tax cuts to corporations. As I pointed out in my question to the member from Burnaby, 7 times, Madam Speaker. So when you take a look at many of the comments today put on the record by my colleague and my friend from the NDP, he tries to shape the debate as if it's the NDP that are the strong advocates for tax fairness, when in reality what we have seen is a national government in the last 3 years not only come up with tax treaties to try to ensure that there's a stronger sense of tax fairness at the international level, but we've also invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Revenue Canada to go after individuals that are looking at avoiding paying their taxes or evading paying their taxes. That is significant sums of money, Madam Speaker, and all this together is what we have been able to do in the last 3.5 years. I look forward to the next 6 months, and I can tell you there's a lot more that we want to do in order to continue to support Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and those that are in need of ensuring that there is a sense of social justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very carefully to what the member was saying, and he says it's really important for him and his party to fight tax evasion. But in the 90 treaties signed between Canada and other countries, there's no legislation that legislates tax avoidance. And what the NDP has been asking for several years is legislation to force countries to automatically disclose banking information, and the Liberals have always refused to do so. And we're losing billions of dollars every year. These billions could go to the education system, for example, or to the health system. They could make sure that we can protect our environment. And there is a Kids' Rights Index that came out today for 2019, and it ranks Canada 49th in terms of protection of children's rights. 49th, Madam Speaker. And we're a G7 country. And this index is based on 5 criteria: the right to life, health, education, protection, and protection of the environment. And we know that people across the country are denouncing the fact that Canada is not doing enough to protect our environment. There's even a lawsuit that's underway against the Canadian government in terms of violation of these rights. So we've invested $1 billion in the CRA, but there's no lawsuits underway right now to take action to recover this $1 billion. So we need this.
I'd like to ask members to keep their questions short. That was almost 2 minutes.
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. How's that?
That sounds good, Madam Speaker. There's many aspects to the question that I would love to be able to address, but due to time constraints, I'll have to maybe pick and choose a little bit here. You know, the NDP ultimately would believe that if you pass a law here in the House of Commons, that there wouldn't be a thing known as tax evasion. That they just set up a bank account and businesses would just go and deposit the monies into the bank account, and we wouldn't have to worry about it. All we have to do is click our heels, pass a law, and there wouldn't be such a thing as tax evasion. It doesn't work that way. I believe that what we have seen, much like when the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, made reference to, well, you have to go after them. Let's see these prosecutions. You know, holding individuals that are attempting to avoid paying taxes accountable by investing hundreds of millions into CRA doesn't necessarily mean that everything has to go to court. By putting and having these discussions, by bringing people, more people to the table, we are getting more money back that is owed to Canada. Is it enough? Absolutely not. We can always do more, and that's the reason why I indicated in my speech, in my concluding remarks, at the end of the day, we have accomplished a great deal in the last 3.5 years. I hope Canadians will see fit, Mr. Speaker, to return us so we can continue working for Canadians and continue to support our middle class and others.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard from my colleague from Burnaby, my friend from Quebec, who I really appreciate, both of them bringing forward concerns around corporations using tax havens and tax loopholes to shovel buckets of money out of our country. We know that there's, you know, in the tens of billions of dollars that has been moved offshore where they're not paying their fair share of taxes, while small business people, hard working, middle-class working people are paying their fair share. They're building the roads and hospitals and all of the infrastructure across our country, while big corporations and the elite and the friends of the Liberals and Conservatives are able to shovel their money through these tax agreements. We had an opportunity right now, the government had an opportunity to close loopholes for those tax agreements that aren't working for Canadians, to keep that money in our country so that those that aren't paying their fair share could pay their fair share. Now, the member talked about provincial governments and NDP governments provincially across this country. It was actually the BC NDP right now and the Solicitor General in British Columbia right now that is going after those tax evaders. In fact, it's through his investigative work that we've learned that over $5 billion of money was washed in British Columbia in the real estate market. And while the BC Liberals, the previous government, sat idle and did nothing about it. So what about the priorities? Why is this government not fixing these loopholes that are protecting their friends in the elite, the rich, and the big corporations that aren't paying their share?
Honourable Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Argue that the NDP have super fantastic lines in order to try to, generate this public appeal, as if they're the great defender of the taxpayer. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, and you see that because you'll say, well, if you got this $1 billion here, you could give it to the children. If you get this $1 billion, you could give it to this poor senior. But when the reality hits the mat, or when the tire hits the road, how do the NDP actually behave inside the House? When we increased the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, they voted against it. That Canada Child Benefit actually took out 300,000 children out of poverty here in Canada, yet they voted against it. When we increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement, Mr. Speaker, what did the NDP do? They voted against that too. That listed tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty situation. Both initiatives had a profoundly positive impact in the riding of Winnipeg North, in fact, throughout Canada in all regions of our country, yet the NDP voted against it. When we gave the tax break to Canada's middle class, they voted against that too, while at the same time we put the tax on the special tax increase for Canada's 1% wealthiest people, and they voted against that too, Mr. Speaker. The NDP are not consistent, but they have their spin lines that they will use while they are in opposition. Because when they hit government at the provincial level, those lines seem to go out the window. And I say that because I've had first-hand experience where I have seen NDP governments, Mr. Speaker, far too many years of first-hand experience sitting in opposition, watching NDP governments. All I'm asking for them to do is to be consistent. That's all I'm asking from the NDP.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Yeah, we'll go back to the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. There are just about 2 minutes remaining, so 1 minute perhaps for the question and allow a minute for the response.
Mr. Speaker, this is going to be really short, actually. We know that the BC Cabinet's meeting tomorrow and the Premier, and they're looking at considering whether they're going to do an inquiry into money laundering. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, will the federal Liberal government do an inquiry tomorrow too, when their cabinet meets, into the money laundering that's been happening in our country, federally? Because that's a question that Canadians want answered. They want to know that this government's going to take it seriously. They haven't arrested anyone in the Panama Papers, while other countries have taken action. They've said they've announced $1 billion to fight tax evasion in this country. They're chasing small business because clearly they're not getting action when it comes to the Panama Papers. So through you, Mr. Speaker, maybe he can address that. Will this federal government follow the province of BC if they decide to move forward tomorrow with a national inquiry into tax evasion?
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is a government that has recognized the importance of ensuring that individuals that are attempting to avoid to pay taxes are in fact being held to more account, and that's the reason why we have invested literally hundreds of millions of dollars, as I've pointed out, close to $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, over the last couple budgets. By the way, the NDP did vote against that also, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. That is real, tangible dollars that is flowing in order to prevent people from avoiding paying their fair share of taxes. This is the government in the last 2.5 years that has entered into other tax treaties. By entering into tax treaties, you are hopefully going to be that much more successful at avoiding other companies from being able to do some of those nasty things that we know that they're doing. This government does in fact recognize the seriousness of the issue, and I suspect that if you look into the details, you will find that virtually on all fronts, we have seen significant progress on these types of files in the last 3.5 years, especially if you compare it to the 10 years of Harper, where we virtually saw nothing on all 3 of those fronts, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always good to rise in this House, and as I've announced that I won't be running in the next election, every time I rise in the House, I'm still overwhelmed with not just the beauty of the chamber, but also the great responsibility and I guess just the responsibility that I've had from the people of Battle River Crowfoot to be entrusted with bringing their voice to Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, today we rise to support Bill C6 or S6, an act to implement the convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar, which has the objective of eliminating double taxation and preventing tax evasion. Tax treaties of this nature meet this objective through the sharing of information between signatory countries. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that for governments to build strong economies in their home, at home, it's important that they look at a number of very important subjects. And one of those subjects, all 3 or 4 of the points that I want to make today deal with having a strong economy at home. They deal with making sure that jobs stay here at home, to make sure that our young people aren't traveling overseas necessarily to work, but that we can find jobs here, we can prosper here at home, but that also Canadians who invest abroad, and indeed Canadians who find work abroad, will have a better opportunity to prosper there. Now, there are some very important conditions that have to be laid out as far as finding that prosperity and allowing those jobs to be created. We know, and the Conservative Party gets it, that one of the vital, important aspects of securing a strong economy, creating jobs, is the importance, first of all, of trade. Trade. We are an exporting country. Canada, whether it is resources or agriculture, you fill in the blank, Canada exports more than what we use at home. We're a vast country. When you look at the geography and the land mass, we are an amazing country of opportunity. Large land mass, one of the largest countries in that regard around the world. However, when you look at many other countries, our population base is fairly small, 35 million, 36 million. And so how do we guarantee that we will be able to prosper in spite of being a small country when it comes to population base? Well, one of those areas is trade. Making sure that our resources, that our agriculture can be sold, marketed around the world. Mr. Speaker, I live in a fairly rural riding in Alberta. Now, a province that has been hurt over the last 4 years and probably 5, 6 years, to be honest, the economy is hurt in a remarkable way. And in my riding, we have many different industries and many different sectors of the economy, gas and oil, resources, coal. We're rich in resources in Alberta. In my riding, being a rural riding, also very much strong in agriculture. All of these, we have a high level of exportation of our product. In order to have a free trade agreement in South America, we realized that they had a desire to secure a safe food supply, and they looked to Canada to provide grains, oil seeds, pulse crops, agricultural products, beef, pork. Much of the food stock for the world is created in Canada, and much of that in Alberta. And so we realize that we want to have free trade agreements with many countries. If we don't have a free trade agreement, we still want to have some kind of an opportunity to trade with that company or country. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have a free trade agreement with China, but we still carry on great amounts of trade with China. But always, it is agreements that enhance our trade. Likewise, agreements and taxes that are going to enhance it as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I'm at it, I would just like to say in regards to our agricultural products, right now we are really feeling the pinch of canola. We're feeling the pinch of one of our largest markets, China, basically stopping our canola from coming into their country. Mr. Speaker, we believe this is unfair. We believe it's ungrounded. We have no doubt that this is not about food safety. It's not about the product. We have, as I've said, the safest, best product in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a free trade agreement with China. Maybe when we see what's happening, we understand why we don't have a free trade agreement with China. And right now, our canola and our farmers are really feeling the pinch. And indeed, in this time of year, in the spring, when our crops are being planted, we have had calls to my office. What are you expecting, Kevin? Are you expecting that this is going to open up? Should I be planting canola? Should we be cutting way back? Our rotation doesn't allow us to do that. We're hearing all the concerns coming from agriculture in regards to trade. The Conservative government had a free trade agreement with Europe. The TPP, we were pretty well ready to sign on to that. It wasn't ratified, but everything was laid out. We wanted to see these countries where we could get our products into it so that we could prosper at home. It's not all about trade, Mr. Speaker. If you want a strong economy, you've also got to recognize that you have to have training. You have to have a skilled workforce. You have to be able to invest so that when times get tough, that if we can't compete with Mexico on wages in order to manufacture, we can compete with our skill set that we have here in Canada. And so we invested greatly in training of young people and enhancing the skill set that our workforce had already. This was a driving force with our Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, in the last 10 years that we governed. And innovation and training, we would put money into it. Trade, training, red tape. How are you going to have job creation? How are you going to enhance it? How are you going to attract businesses to start up here in Canada or in Alberta or wherever if your red tape in order to get that business going is a mile long? And so we brought forward a red tape reduction strategy that would see our red tape to make it easier for business and for investors and for job creators to create those jobs right here at home. And that job is unending. You know, the more we have government, the more we have bureaucracies and all this, the tendency is to see red tape grow. And so one of the strong things that we brought forward was making sure that we were able to cut red tape. We still need to do it. I was pleased that Premier Kenney, who there is a level of optimism like we have not seen in Alberta for many, many years. He's committed to this, to the reduction of red tape. And let me also say that our government has always been, and we would continue to look at ways to enhance job creation through the cutting of the red tape burden that is there. But the fourth and final aspect, trade, training, red tape, the fourth is taxes. If we are not a country that can attract manufacturing, that can attract investment, because our tax regime is so out of whack, then we cannot expect, Mr. Speaker, to see an economy grow. We cannot expect that people will have confidence in investing their venture capital or their capital here in Canada. And in Alberta, because of regulation, red tape, and high taxes, including the carbon tax and just high taxes, we saw up to between $80 and $100 billion flee of foreign investment capital. And with that went jobs, and with that went hope for a lot of young Canadians and Albertans. And Mr. Speaker, so to have a strong economy, we have to make sure that we have a strong a tax system that has integrity, but also one that isn't overburdensome. And so when we came into power and when the world fell into a global recession, we moved our corporate rate from 22 to 15% here, Mr. Speaker, because we knew that business and manufacturing would flee to the United States or to Mexico predominantly and other places if we did not compete with a tax structure or a tax rate that would attract investors here in Canada. And so a lot is about taxes. A lot of what we want to do in building a strong economy is in regards to the tax structure. Tax levels make a large impact on investment, and we have seen that. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canada not only mines and extracts resources around the world, we invest around the world. And we have people that prosper and people that earn an income on foreign investment. We want to be sure that if we are allowing that we want to avoid double taxation. If taxation is important, who as an investor would want double taxation where a country, Madagascar in this case, would tax us and also Canada when we came back home? How much investment do you think would take place in those countries and here if we allowed double taxation? And so predominantly where we have massive investment, we have double taxation treaties. A tax treaty contains rules regarding the circumstances under which a signatory country may collect certain taxes and on income. And so when you invest, you are aware. You look at the treaty, you say, this we would have to pay, this we wouldn't. This would be paid back home. It's just a single tax base then. And so in the absence of a tax treaty, income by a Canadian citizen abroad would be hit on both sides, and investors would flee. So, Mr. Speaker, for that reason, we come to this today. This debate today, I would say, is a meat and potatoes of what's going on here in Parliament. This is not a day where we're talking about the issues that are really, important to Canadians. I don't know if I've had a call about Madagascar into my office in Camrose. But people expect, my constituents expect, that we're taking care of business so that they can prosper, whether on the farm, investing, or in the oil patch. Most of the tax treaties to which Canada is partnered follow the Model Tax Convention. This is a tax treaty or convention that is prepared or given as a model by the OECD, the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation. This was done in 1963, and Mr. Speaker, subsequent to that, there have been a number of occasions where it has been revised. Currently, Canada is signatory to 93 agreements. So currently, Canada, this is not something new. We're not stepping out onto uncharted territory. This is common. And as I said on the onset of my speech, Mr. Speaker, the intent of S6, of which I fully support, and I'm particularly concerned about, is the tax evasion side. And much from all parties we've heard today about tax evasion and the ability of Canada Revenue Agency to consistently enforce compliance rules and collect taxes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't like high taxes. I look for ways to cut taxes. Formerly served as Minister of State for Finance. We looked at every opportunity we could to drive this economy by lowering taxes and keeping more money in the pockets of Canadians. But tax evasion is different. I think every Canadian expects that there is a certain level of taxes that they are required, not just by law, but in order to have the services that we have here in Canada, that they are willing and required to pay. In the Report 7 of the Fall 2018 report of the Auditor General of Canada on compliance activities of the Canada Revenue Agency, the Public Accounts Committee, which I've had the privilege of chairing, learned, and I want to quote a little bit from that report. Most taxpayers, this is a quote, are individuals with Canadian employment income. We found that the agency requested information from these taxpayers more quickly and gave, and this is the important part, gave less time to respond than it did with other taxpayers, such as the international and large businesses and taxpayers with offshore transactions. This is coming from this spring's report. For example, he goes on, if the agency asked an individual to provide a receipt to support a claimed expense and the taxpayer did not provide the receipt within 90 days, the agency would automatically disallow the expense as an eligible income tax deduction. The agency would assess the taxpayer's income tax return on the basis of the information it had available and would notify the taxpayer of the taxes that were due, unquote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the average middle-income Canadian is not cut that much slack when it comes to their domestic income here in Canada. Comparatively, and again I quote from the Auditor General, page 6, for other taxpayers such as those with offshore transactions, we found that the time frame to provide information was sometimes extended for months or even years. For example, banks in foreign countries could take months to provide information on the taxpayer's offshore transaction to the agency or to the taxpayer. Sometimes, and this is important, the agency did not obtain information at all. and the file was closed without those taxes being assessed, unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, you see that these agreements are vital. These agreements enhance what the CRA is given. Because if people understand the treaty, they know what to claim, they know what to put forward, they know what to show CRA. They feel less vulnerable from CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency, and they also can invest with greater confidence. The Auditor General's Office said that over the past 5 years, Canada Revenue Agency took on average more than a year and a half to complete audits of offshore transactions. These agreements speed that up. The fall 2018 report was not the first time the Auditor General noted how long it took the agency to enforce compliance. In 2013, the spring report of the Auditor General of Canada, under Chapter 3, Status Report on Collecting Tax Debts, it was revealed, and I quote, "The longer it took the agency to enforce compliance, the less likely it could collect taxes." This was especially true for taxpayers with offshore assets who may have been inclined to liquidate assets or transfer funds to make it more difficult for the agency to obtain information and collect taxes due. On the other hand, for individuals and domestic businesses, the agency had a better likelihood of collection by garnishing wages and seizing assets, unquote. So to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General found that the Canadian Revenue Agency did not proactively consider waiving penalties and interest consistently for all taxpayers. Again, he said in Report 7, we found that the agency offered to waive interest and penalties for taxpayers in some compliance activities, but not in others, even when the agency had caused the delay. The inconsistent application of relief to taxpayers contradicts the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, according to the Auditor General. And, Mr. Speaker, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights gives all taxpayers the right to have the law applied consistently. It also gives all taxpayers the right to receive entitlements, such as benefits, credits, refunds, and to pay no more or less than what is required by law. Now, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me that my time is drawing to a close. I am pleased that the majority, or that most in this House, as far as I can see, it may not quite be unanimous, but may be very close, see the importance of these kinds of meat and potatoes regulations and bills. Coming into compliance, making sure that Canadian investors are not vulnerable or are not put at an unlevel playing field is imperative if we are going to increase foreign investment coming to our country and our investment in those countries, all of which help build an economy, help Canada to prosper, help us to create jobs. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I quite enjoyed listening to the member opposite's speech on double taxation and convention. One of the things I would say, two things I agree on. One would be the investment. You know, I think that we all agree on that in this House, the importance of investing in infrastructure, in a skilled workforce and innovation, and certainly reducing red tape. The one I would like to just change, and I don't agree with, when the member opposite referred to it as a meat and potatoes issue. I represent New Brunswick Southwest, so I would say this is a fish and chip issue in terms of double taxation. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could speak to double taxation actually in my province. Double taxation when it comes to people that have two homes, or they could have a camp or a cottage, and they're actually being charged double taxation regardless. So when you talk about the domestic aspect of taxation, I would like for the member opposite to speak to that in the province of New Brunswick, the disadvantage that it puts on investment in terms of real estate when there's a double taxation charge with a second home. Thank you.
Well, Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, this is a fish and chips kind of issue, this Madagascar tax treaty that we're looking at. No, I thank my colleague for her encouraging words and her compliment. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that when you really look at it, how we want to encourage investment in this country, we want all levels of government to be able to recognize that we can tax anything to the extent where people will refuse to invest in it. This is one of the things that the parliamentary secretary pointed out against the New Democratic Party, and he was right. I don't agree with him all the time, but on some things I do. We can literally tax the corporate sector, the business sector, so that they say, I'm going across the border. That does not suit us well. Now, what this member has brought up is on homes and on real estate. If someone has a cottage or if someone has a secondary home, they bought a home because maybe they have a child going to university and they want a home in the city where they can live. It's a disincentive to do that, and it affects the markets. She's exactly right. It is an issue that causes people to say no. You know what? Can't do it, won't do it, because I don't want to give everything I've already saved for to help my child go to university and get a house so they can live. Now I'm going to be walloped by two levels of government, perhaps, and it's unfair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too enjoyed the member's speech. Lots of good information in it. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, it's interesting, I don't hear a lot from my constituents concerned about how the taxation levels that they're at, but I hear a lot of concern around tax evasion, tax avoidance, largely from large corporations, and a feeling that the system really isn't fair. So I'm wondering if the member thinks that Canada should propose legislative changes to the Canadian tax code to prevent tax evaders from using our overly flexible laws to avoid paying their fair share to the Government of Canada. So make it equal, a lot more equal for taxpayers in general.
For Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to reiterate what I said earlier, that as a government, we did all we could to lower taxes at a very difficult time globally. The world fell into a recession, and we immediately evaluated, where are we as a country? How, are we going to attract investment or aren't we? And we lowered taxes. Now, that being said, very much we also understood that we needed to have a fair rate of taxation, and we expected people to abide and honor the law and pay those taxes due. The Auditor General said, in addition, we found that even though the agency's own policies allowed it, the agency, speaking of CRA, waived $17 million in interest and penalties, despite the fact that the taxpayers were identified as at risk for noncompliance and were undergoing an audit at the time they had asked for relief. Think of it. CRA knew that monies were available or were being paid, should have been paid, and they decided we'll waive this. We'll just blot it out. We'll do that and give them tax relief at a time. As with all the audits, the Auditor General made a series of recommendations to CRA in which would prevent that. And so Canadians just finished filing, most of them, their tax returns. And Mr. Speaker, we are dependent on that revenue coming in for our social programs, healthcare, education, and others. But, Mr. Speaker, it is an issue, as the parliamentary secretary said earlier, that if there was an easy way to do it, a magic wand that would bring back all that money that was owed, we would love to have it. There isn't. But tax treaties like this are that little bit that gives certainty or somewhat confidence to those who are investing abroad.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot. I was so pleased to hear him citing the very last report from our much missed late Auditor General Michael Ferguson, that in his last report he took aim at the preferential treatment that CRA gives on a basis of empirical data, studying everything they do. The Auditor General audited and found that if you're an average Canadian and you may owe CRA a little money, they're going to go after you, and they're going to go after you for interest. But if you're a fat cat with offshore bank accounts. They're going to give you extra time. They're going to say it's complicated, it's offshore. And in fact, as the honourable member pointed out, only the wealthiest are voluntarily offered by CRA officials that they can waive the interest charges on money owed. My daughter, who's a university student, was audited last year on her income tax to verify the textbooks she bought and provide receipts again. This is a very disturbing reality that our CRA officials would prefer to go after people who can't afford to hire lawyers than to tackle the tax avoidance and inappropriate, as displayed in the Panama Papers. We're the only country that hasn't gone after the Panama Papers offshore accounts. So I just wanted to take this opportunity. My dear friend from Battle River Crowfoot, we don't always agree on things. We do love each other, but we don't always agree on things. And in this occasion, I celebrate his speech.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Wow, you know what? I'm going to look back on that statement in my retirement and say, that leader of that party appreciated my speech. I better look at the script again to make sure that I didn't veer off from what I believe. No, I appreciate it, and I thank you. She knows that we do have a very good working relationship, as I try to with all members of all political parties here in the House. It's vital. She mentioned the Auditor General. Yes, our much-loved former Auditor General, Michael Ferguson, and his report. He laid out recommendations for the government. This goes back to 13 too, as well. But in this last report, he laid out recommendations to help them increase the amounts of monies that they would be able to collect, I guess. I still, however, remain skeptical about whether they will, in fact, implement the recommendations of the Auditor General that he pointed out. But I can tell you that we have a Public Accounts Committee that will hold CRA and every department to account. It's an all-party committee. It's a nonpartisan committee. I chair it. We work very hard to be nonpartisan because it's in the best interests of Canadians and Parliament and all parties that departments deliver what is expected and required in an accountable, transparent way without a waste of a lot of money. And so we will hold CRA to account. We also, Mr. Speaker, will make sure that the action plan that they have to enforce or to implement those recommendations that the Auditor General gave and that we also gave as a committee, that their action plan, they abide by the timelines and the responsibility that they've said they would do. And if they don't, Mr. Speaker, although we may be nonpartisan and collegial, when we invite them back the next time, we won't be quite so collegial. It's never a good time when departments get called back because they haven't lived up to their action plans. And I expect that CRA, I'm skeptical, but I expect that they will try. Every deputy that I have met wants to deliver on the Auditor General's recommendations, so I'm hopeful that they would implement those AG recommendations as well as the recommendations from the Public Accounts Committee.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Hey, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's very kind of you to recognize me in this new role that I have just adopted to participate in this bill from the Senate, S6. I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, well, first I'd like to pay tribute to my colleagues from across the aisle that have just pronounced a speech on this bill. And I would also like to continue in the same vein as my colleague and offer my support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do so because until recently, I was member of the Standing Committee on Finance. And for 3 years, I did this, and I loved my time on this committee. I was able to really look at all the files that the federal government is working on in this respect, all these bills that affect taxation, finance, for our government. And one of the last studies that I participated in was on this bill, S6. And it is to implement the Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention, avoiding double taxation and tax avoidance on income. Mr. Speaker, it is part of our government's agenda. We're trying to seek fairness with regard to taxation and our tax system. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the details of this legislation, I would first like to underscore the fact that this is not only part of
tax fairness agenda, but this also places itself within a whole framework as to what we're trying to achieve to help Canadians who are trying to keep their taxes low for small businesses as well as for middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, when our government took office 3 years ago, and a bit now, 3.5 years ago, we made a commitment to invest in growth. And we made this commitment while upholding the principle of fairness for all taxpayers. And I think this proposed legislation goes a long way towards that end. A fair tax system, Mr. Speaker, is key to ensuring that the benefits of a growing economy accrue to all and are felt by more and more people, and especially people with good and well-paying jobs for the middle class, and, as everybody knows, for everyone who works hard to join it.
Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to remind the honourable members that one of the first things our government did was to reduce taxes on the middle class and to increase taxes for the 1% wealthiest Canadians. More than 9 million Canadians are benefiting from the middle class tax cut. I'm very proud of that, Mr. Speaker, and I think all members can be pleased with the fact that the tax burden of 9 million Canadians and Canadian families is now much lighter today. And after the middle class tax cut, we took measures to replace the former child benefit system with the creation of the Canada Child Benefit, or the CCB. And it's with great pride, Mr. Speaker, that we took this measure because it was one of our election promises. The leader of the Liberal Party of Canada made this promise in my riding of Hull Elmer, surrounded by middle-class families and families that were not part of the middle class but that wanted to reach it. And these people are working very hard, tirelessly, to create a stable situation for their families. And this is something that really respected our commitment, and it was one of the promises we made. And let's look at the results, Mr. Speaker. 3,000 children across Canada have been lifted out of poverty. This is remarkable. And for quite some time, Mr. Speaker, I have been involved in federal politics. I started here in 1988 as a parliamentary page, and I remember that year there was a debate. It was a campaign of 2000, and the idea was to eliminate child poverty by 2000. We took this commitment in 1988. We made it then. But governments of all stripes made this commitment then, but it took us until 2015, when the Liberal government was elected, to really make strides in this area. This is when we were able to reduce poverty by 1/3. We were able to reduce child poverty in Canada by this amount. So this is remarkable. And Mr. Speaker, that is one of the largest social programs that we have taken in Canada's history. Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to go back to the question of this bill on this tax convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar. As I said at the beginning, I was sitting on the Finance Committee that examined the provisions of this legislation. We undertook paragraph by paragraph analysis of this bill, and there was unanimous consent to support this bill without amendments, and I'm very proud that now we're here in this chamber to approve this legislation. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to explain some of the details. I know it's not always something we do when we present a bill, but as a former member of the Finance Committee, it's really important for me to discuss the 5 biggest provisions of this legislation. First, Mr. Speaker, we're setting the dividend tax rate at a maximum of 5%. And this is important, particularly when a company pays dividends and it controls at least 25% of voting rights of a company. So it pays dividends at 15% and would be 5% in other cases. So this is a provision that makes sense and is coherent with other tax treaties we have in the world for double taxation. Second provision was to set at the maximum interest rate at 10% and to eliminate taxation when a public organization such as the central bank or a state or the beneficiary of the interest exercises activities for a purely administrative role or provides advantages for retirement or benefit programs, although there are other conditions that apply. So that's the second provision. As I said, this is absolutely normal. It's something we did with the 93 other tax treaties we have in place with other countries.
Mr. Speaker, the third element of this double taxation treaty sets a minimum withholding rate of 10% of the gross amount of royalties and further provides that for the withholding tax on certain royalties. And Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important, especially for people who might be involved in companies such as in the mining sector, which of course, as you know, Canada is a worldwide leader in terms of being investment in terms of mining companies and doing these investments around the world. And it's very important for the Canadians who are working for these companies in these countries to have this opportunity to participate and to be protected by these taxation agreements. The fourth element, Mr. Speaker, includes a provision to avoid potential double taxation that can arise in respect of the capital gains that an individual realizes on the deemed disposition of property upon immigration between the two states, in this case, between Canada and Madagascar. And Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are currently debating will benefit Canadians. And it will benefit Canadians by boosting our exports abroad, by making it easier for Canadians to take part in these activities, and to doing so knowing that they are protected by these measures of double taxation. See, Mr. Speaker, tax fairness is as important to Canadians as it is to our government's plan for economic growth. And I think it is very important that Canadians who work hard, they need to know, Mr. Speaker, they need to know that their hard work will be rewarded with greater opportunities and a fair chance of success. And that fair chance of success and those opportunities, they need to know that they're being protected and that their efforts will not end up being for naught when they're caught in between the taxation or differential taxation treaties between two different countries. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before you today would come to build on Canada's extensive network of income tax treaties. As I mentioned earlier, we have 93 of such treaties, comprehensive tax treaties, that are currently in force with countries, of course, around the world. And Canada's tax treaties are part of a larger global network of approximately 3,000 tax treaties between nations worldwide. So we have 93 of these treaties. Of that 3,000, Mr. Speaker, we're doing quite well in making sure that we're protecting Canadians and their investments and their efforts abroad. And this network of tax treaties, Mr. Speaker, is really fundamental to economic growth, not only for Canada, but for many countries. It's very fundamental to our trade and investment. People, at the end of the day, we can talk about companies all we want, but we really are talking about people. And we're talking about how people are putting their creative efforts into creating economic opportunities through entrepreneurial opportunities that present themselves. And this gives them that opportunity to make sure that they can fairly be taxed and fairly protect their efforts. And by eliminating double taxation, these treaties provide the certainty which Canadians need to support open and advanced economic opportunities, and making sure that we are encouraging our friends in other countries, and in this case Madagascar, to support open and advanced economies as well. They permit the exchange of information that is needed and necessary to prevent international tax fraud and tax evasion. So by having this treaty, and from what I've gathered from listening to the speeches that have been presented in the House here today, Mr. Speaker, and having the support of all major political parties for this treaty and others like it, we're really creating a whole network and an opportunity for Canadians to make sure that they can take their economic activities and go abroad. Yes, we want investment here. Yes, that's important. But we also have to make sure that we equip Canadians with the opportunity to go abroad and to find and create opportunities, which is not only good for them individually, but it's also good for Canada in creating more international trade opportunities. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, done under the right conditions, there are certainly great economic opportunities for the countries in which we decide to put our entrepreneurial know-how at work. Bilateral double tax conventions are also fundamental to eliminating tax barriers to trade and investment between two countries. And they achieve this purpose, Mr. Speaker, in a number of ways. Premièrement,
first, tax conventions give taxpayers greater certainty with respect to their possible fiscal responsibility in a foreign country. Secondly, tax rights are shared between two jurisdictions, and tax conventions eliminate double taxation. Third, Mr. Speaker, tax conventions reduce the risk of a overly heavy tax burden, for example, when source deductions are too high. Fourth, they guarantee taxpayers will not be subjected to discriminatory taxation abroad. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, tax conventions allow for sharing of tax information between the CRA and the Foreign Entities Similar Agency to prevent tax fraud and tax evasion. Finally, Mr. Speaker, tax conventions give jurisdictions a mechanism for the resolution of tax disputes. All of these objectives are important, and we can achieve them with this legislation.
Aiding our tax relationship with Madagascar, we can strengthen trade and investment between our two countries. And by doing so, we are showing the world that Canada is an outstanding place to invest and to do business in. And more importantly, we are creating stability for Canadians to invest and do business outside of our country. And we do this, Mr. Speaker, because we know that Canada's economic success rests on the hard work of Canadians, but also on the strong relationships and foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, you were kind enough to give me the 3-minute warning. And, Mr. Speaker, before I'd like to do that, if you'd give me this opportunity, j'aimerais porter votre...
I would like to bring your attention to the question that is important here and why we have these types of tax conventions. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about all tax conventions that we have throughout the world, all 93 of these treaties that we have with countries worldwide, these treaties and conventions are part of our government's efforts to ensure the economic well-being of our country. And since the 2016 budget, our government has increased financing to the Canada Revenue Agency to strengthen its capacity to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance. And now the CRA's compliance programs can better target people who are at the highest risk of tax evasion and tax fraud. These efforts are yielding concrete results for Canadians. Thanks to the new system, our government is able to review international electronic transfers of more than $10,000 that enter or exit the country. And this represents more than 1 million transactions per month. And reviewing these transfers allow us to better evaluate the risk of unfair tax avoidance for individuals and companies. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, by increasing the number of our tax conventions, the Canadian government is continuing to create conditions that spur economic growth in the long term, and they will strengthen Canada's middle class and people who are reaching hard to join it. The legislation that we're presenting today is an important step in achieving this objective, and I would encourage all my honourable colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is the end of my speech, and thank you for your attention, and I hope that I will have unanimous support for this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleagues' remarks very carefully, and in the NDP, I can tell you we will be supporting this bill. Unfortunately, though, there are no legislative measures in it to fight tax evasion. The bill is misleading because it's a convention to avoid double taxation, but not to take action on evasion. Why, then, does my colleague and his government continue to mislead Canadians with a bill of this nature, and why don't they, in fact, put in place measures to deal with tax evasion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague opposite for her question. But I'd like it to correct something. The bill that is before us today is Bill X6. The title of the act is very clear. It's an act to implement the convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. It's part of the same type of bill, Mr. Speaker, that we have implemented in 93 other countries. The measures are the same. So yes, there are measures to avoid double taxation. And secondly, there are measures to ensure and provide clarity around transactions. So there is a link between the two agencies, the Canada Revenue Agency and the counterpart in Madagascar, to prevent evasion, tax evasion, for Canadians working in Madagascar or people from Madagascar working here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member. The advantage of a bilateral agreement like the one my colleague has just mentioned includes the obligation for the parties to agree on tax parameters. So this agreement leads to agreements of the parties, an exchange of information, which is designed to reduce tax evasion. And this provides tax equity. A bilateral agreement also provides access to money quickly, for investments, instead of putting it into the public treasury, and also establishes a confidence between two countries, because Canada is showing Madagascar it's a desire to have relations based on confidence, etc. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the good faith involved by the Government of Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Montarville. He's a man who has a great amount of experience in the field when it comes to tax issues. And this bill is designed to ensure that Canadians follow the rules, honor their obligations. And he's right, in fact. This type of convention, of tax treaty, Mr. Speaker, represents an obligation for both countries. We are confident, very confident of our system here in Canada when it comes to the quality of information, equity, and fairness for taxpayers. To sign an agreement like this one, with Madagascar, for example, Madagascar accepts the obligation to follow the same rules or standards as Canada to ensure that people from Madagascar and Canada can rest assured that the same information, the tax filings, will be accepted in both jurisdictions. And he is right that it's another way of extending the capacity to ensure tax fairness across the world.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't think my colleague opposite understood the question by the member from Jonquière when she said that this agreement between Canada and Madagascar was a convention, a bilateral convention, which addresses the avoidance of double taxation, which is what we've been calling for many years in the NDP, and which but what hasn't been done is a review of these tax conventions, these bilateral conventions, so that we can put in place legislative rules that will require countries to share tax information to prevent tax avoidance. Now, there are 96 bilateral agreements, as the member said. But there are tax havens that continue to exist, and there are billions of dollars that leave the country and are placed there, and that money could be reinvested in education in other areas. So we don't have the legislative measures in place to remove the cloak of secrecy surrounding these issues. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. It's an excellent question. And my answer is that the agreement will implement the OECD standard for the exchange of information, of tax information, upon request. So what we're doing now with Madagascar, in signing this agreement with Madagascar, is to ensure that these standards established by the OECD, which is an internationally renowned organization known across the world for the quality of its agreements, to ensure that Madagascar follows the same rules when it comes to the sharing of information. Taxation. Because it's just signed this agreement with Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, the international standards put forth by the OECD have been adopted, and I think that addresses the question put by my two NDP colleagues.
I'm just for one more question and response, so 1 minute each. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. One of the when I talk to businesses in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest, I often hear concerns about certainty and predictability, and also in terms of investment, where and when should they invest. And I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to the opportunities and maybe the confidence of maybe a fairer playing field for our domestic Canadian businesses to invest when they know that there is a new tax convention in place for Madagascar. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate this question from my colleague from New Brunswick, who knows very closely in the work that she has done, and certainly in the industries which exist in and around her riding. It's so important for us to establish these kind of international standards and certainty that exists. It's that level playing field that we need to have that gives confidence to investors to take part in activities that will not only profit Canadians, but certainly will be able to profit and share our know-how with people from around the world. In this case, in Madagascar, and given the profile of the country and the industries that Canada really works in, whether it's in resources industry, which my honourable friend also knows very well, and she works very hard for her constituents on that front, this type of tax treaty, Mr. Speaker, gives us this opportunity for us to set the standard, the international accepted standard. It gives confidence to investors that they know that they are not going to be held up on less than reputable tax treatment. And it makes sure that we set those proper standards so that Canadians know what they're getting into and they can take their know-how and share it with the world.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Bellechasse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse, Lisette-Lévis. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for starters, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise in this House to speak to government business. And today, that is what we're doing. We're nearing the end of the parliamentary session. We've only got a few weeks left here in Ottawa before the summer break. After that, we know that in the fall there will be a general election. So it's in that context, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to throw my support behind Bill S6, which is a tax convention, as my colleague opposite reported, between Canada and Madagascar. that aims to or focuses on the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion. There are over 90 agreements of this nature, many signed by our government prior to 2015, which aim to prevent fiscal evasion. Tax evasion is a plague that prevents the government from collecting monies it is entitled to collect to use to provide services to Canadians. We are supporting this bill, and this is in a context where what's important is confidence between countries, and in some cases, this confidence has been shaken. Now, we're seeing here that we're signing an agreement with Madagascar, but here in Canada, there are some significant challenges when it comes to tax evasion. I'm thinking, for example, about an article that was published by Guillaume Saint-Pierre in the Journal de Montréal, where he talks about the Treasury in Canada losing some $3 billion per year in unpaid taxes because of wealthy Canadians hiding their fortunes in tax havens. This is a study that was produced by the Canada Revenue Agency that shows that Canada is losing significant revenues because people are practicing a tax evasion. And thanks to complex schemes, they are able to shelter money abroad, money that wealthy Canadians should be paying taxes on. This $3 billion might just be the tip of the iceberg. It may well, in fact, be up to $17 billion because of tax evasion and tax avoidance involving individuals and corporations. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some shortcomings in our system, flaws, and it's important for Canadians to pay their fair share of taxes. Just this week, in British Columbia, we saw the challenges surrounding money laundering that are affecting the housing markets there. So there are Canadians who pay their taxes, for example, and need to turn to the housing market. But these sources of funding, of money, are causing problems when it comes to people being able to buy homes. Now, under Bill S6, we can see that there is a link of confidence, if you will, that has been broken between the government and Canadians. And I'd like to remind people watching this debate that the Liberal government, when it comes to taxation and the tax system, had looked us in the eyes and, back in 2015, of course, told us they would not be running a deficit, that they would be rebalancing the budget. And why is it important to balance the budget? Mr. Speaker, because during times of economic prosperity, it's time to set money aside to bring the deficit down so that when an economic crisis occurs, we can turn the valves back on and stimulate the economy, which is what our Conservative government did. So the difference between the current situation that we're experiencing and the one we experienced is that we went through an economic crisis. The Conservative government did three things. We paid down the debt, stimulated the economy during an economic crisis, and we restored budget balance. At the end of that four-year period, this four-year period of Liberal government, we haven't seen any measures or steps put in place What they've done, however, is plunge us into a huge deficit. And Michel Girard in the newspaper said, when the budget was brought down in 2019, that $71 billion was the deficit, and that it was an elections budget that was brought down. And he said, as it always does, the Liberal government hasn't hesitated to keep spending. And that's why, for the fourth time in a row, in as many years, it has ended the year with a significant budget deficit. Now, remember, I talked about confidence, and the Liberals had promised they would ballot the budget. They had promised to run small deficits. But what we're seeing here is that it's almost $20 billion. Now, if we look at the situation since they took power, the Prime Minister and the Liberals have accumulated a debt of $71 billion with 4 huge budget deficits. During a time of relative economic prosperity, the Liberals have increased the net federal debt by $100 billion, and that's since they took power.
And where's that $100 billion going? Is it going to families, to infrastructure, to investments to fight climate change? Well, the lion's share of this Liberal spending is actually taken out of program charges, which are linked to Crown corporations and federal departments. So what is there here for taxpayers? Well, most of that money is going, in the end, to departments. So unfortunately, it's just going to bureaucracy, if I can sum it up that way. So this is increased by $30 billion. And who's paying for it? Well, ordinary people. Because since 2015, since they came to power, Canada's revenue has increased by $43 billion. Now, money doesn't grow on trees, so they went to get that money from taxpayers, the very taxpayers who more recently have had a carbon tax imposed on them. And we don't even know what the consequences of that will be yet. So, Mr. Speaker, that's really this government's record. It's breaking trust. So yes, having partnerships with Madagascar, for example, is good, but we don't like the fact that they're breaking their promises. Now, the Conservatives balanced the budget. We invested during a period of economic crisis, and we paid down the debt. But the Liberals just spend without thinking, and it's not producing concrete results. And as we can see, that money, in the end, really went to the bureaucracy, and it was the taxpayers who had to pay $45 billion more. Unfortunately, that's not all, because in the deficit, there are measures that don't affect taxpayers but still have to be paid for. For example, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has told us that the government paid $4.5 billion for a pipeline, Mr. Speaker. So taxpayers' money is going to an expenditure that won't even allow us to ensure that Canadian energy products are being sold at a fair price. And Mr. Speaker, I say I don't have a lot of time left, but I simply want to say that trust between countries is important, like trust between Canada and Madagascar, but the trust between the government and Canadians has been broken. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to come to this point of money laundering. I've been studying the issue since 1995, and I think that it's important to understand that these files often involve a number of different jurisdictions and often concern periods of many years. If you look at Vancouver, for example, the situation there is not a recent phenomenon. It's a problem that has been growing over the period of many years. Now, my colleague is a former minister, and he was responsible for the RCMP, among other things. So he should know, how is it that this problem is still there? He must certainly understand that this is a long problem. It's a work in progress. Or does he think that this is simply the result of the cuts that they made to the RCMP? The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague. Now, if this were 2015 or early 2016, I might understand the question. But this government has been in office for 4 years. And often they say, well, if there's a problem, it's not our fault. But I would invite my colleague to look at, the lack of action over the last 4 years. There hasn't been an attempt to tackle money laundering and tax evasion in a proper way. So clearly, I mean, there are even economists who say that if you didn't factor in the money laundering and its effect on the economy, we might even be in a recession. So it's important that we tackle the issue responsibly, working with provincial governments and international partners. For example, we should strengthen the regulatory system for real estate agents, as I mentioned earlier in my speech.
Parlementaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually found my colleague's presentation very good. It was very interesting. I do have a couple of questions, though. When I think about my riding of New Brunswick Southwest and the amount of investment that's been there, I think it was responsible investment. You know, in rural communities, it takes a lot to get those applications in. So I do differ on that sentiment there. But I do want to ask the question. I recall very vividly the night of the all-night voting, Mr. Speaker, and I would wonder if my honourable colleague could answer the question why that night the opposition voted against any increases to the RCMP when during his speech today he talked about the importance of the RCMP being able to investigate. Thank you.
The
honourable member. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I had the opportunity to meet her early on in this parliamentary session. Now, in the last budget, as a Conservative government, we increased investments in the RCMP to fight against terrorism. And of course, it's important to remember that to ensure that the RCMP has the resources it needs to protect Canadians. Now, as for investments in infrastructure, I would refer her to the PBO's report, which says that, you know, in this case, we can't see the money. For example, in Lévis, the city of Lévis had to invest in projects with only the provincial subsidy. The federal money didn't come through. So where is that federal money going? We don't know. We can't see it actually being invested in infrastructure, at least in my writing. It appears that the interpretation is not working. Is the interpretation working? It is working now? It's okay? Okay. Thank you. We just have another minute and a half remaining for questions and comments. None? Well, then resuming debate.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak about Bill S6 and an act to create a tax convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the purpose of avoiding double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to income tax. There seems to be good measures found in this bill, especially on double taxation. This bill contains provisions for tax in both Madagascar and Canada. In the case of Madagascar, double taxation will be avoided as follows. Where a resident of Madagascar has income which may be taxed in Canada, Madagascar will allow a deduction from that person's income tax equal to the income tax paid in Canada. The deduction will not, however, exceed that part of the income tax before the deduction is given, which is attributable to the income which may be taxed in Canada. And so it's great to see this government is making a move that might actually keep some more of people's money in their own pocket instead of going towards paying for this government's reckless spending. It's also good to see the government concerned about double taxation. It's just a shame that they're only concerned about it when it's happening in the Republic of Madagascar and not here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be great if this government made such an effort to avoid double taxing Canadians? But the government's doing exactly that with their carbon tax on everything. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is charging GST on top of that carbon tax. I would say that's a tax on a tax. And that's just it. This government doesn't particularly care about the average Canadian, and especially rural Canadians like those in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. When the carbon tax took effect, it immediately raised the price of everything, from gas to home heating and groceries. Canadians are being taxed twice for living the life of luxury by heating their home and driving to work or their children to soccer or dance, even going to the doctor. Mr. Speaker, if the carbon tax were actually an environmental plan, wouldn't it be logical that the great emitters of pollution in this country would pay most of this tax? But they're not. And Canada's biggest emitters are exempt from the carbon tax, while small business owners, commuters, hockey moms and dads, and farmers are expected to take public transit. Guess what? That's not possible for many rural Canadians. And the Prime Minister expects rural Canadians to just hop onto public transit or to, just, you know what, go and buy a new Tesla. Well, that doesn't jive across Canada, and certainly not in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. But it does show how disconnected the Prime Minister really is with average Canadians. Because average Canadians, at least half of them, are $200 away from insolvency. But they better rush out and buy that new Tesla. Mr. Speaker, we have amazing farmers in my riding, and it would be great if this bill protected them from double tax. But it doesn't, because they're hit by the carbon tax and the GST on top of that. The farmers in my riding are some of the greatest stewards of the land that we have in this country. They've long been at the forefront of sustainability and innovation. The way that farmers have incorporated new technology like biofuel and robotics in their operations is very interesting. The prevalence of the use of biogas and biofuel on today's farms is particularly noteworthy. Biogas is methane that's produced with the use of anaerobic digesters on the farm. Usually manure and leftover waste like corn stalks and husks are introduced to the anaerobic digester to create methane for use on the farm. Then the solid byproduct of the methane production can be used as fertilizer. Now, Mr. Speaker, Cavendish Farms, a large potato processing operation with plants in Alberta and Ontario and the Maritimes, has reduced their emissions by 50% over the last decade through the use of biogas. Not because they were forced to by a nonsense carbon tax on everything, but because it made good business sense and because it was the right thing to do. In addition to that, biodiesel can be created on the farm through high energy waste like vegetable oil. We know that most of the machinery on the farm will run off diesel. If a farmer can create some 20% of their diesel needs through biodiesel, then they are reducing emissions and helping their bottom line at the same time. These investments made in sustainability and innovation have come because it makes good sense for the farmers and their families and their business, and not because they were threatened with taxes. Now that the Prime Minister's carbon tax is raising the price of getting crops to market and buying fertilizer and grain drying, it of course causes margins to shrink, and they can't afford the new investments in innovation when they are now worried about that bottom line. But the question still stands as to why the government is concerned with helping people abroad keep more money in their pockets while they neglect them at home? The answer is clear. The Prime Minister simply needs the revenue to pay for his reckless spending, and he's going to pay for it on the backs of everyday Canadians. This reckless spending has come with massive deficit after massive deficit, the latest of which came in the form of the 2019 cover-up budget. And in the midst of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Prime Minister must have sat down with the Minister of Finance to make a plan to distract Canadians from the corruption and contempt that these Liberals have showed for the judicial system, that these Liberals continue to demonstrate. They announced a budget with a $20 billion deficit with $41 billion in new distraction spending. Mr. Speaker, we saw a large corporation with the clock ticking launch a full-court press lobbying campaign where they got the Prime Minister's top advisors and top government officials on board. An Attorney General who respects the rule of law and who won't cave to pressure from this PMO. Then a convenient cabinet shuffle that saw an Attorney General fired, replaced with a Montreal MP from right next door to SNC-Lavalin that's willing to support the government's disregard for the rule of law. And knowing that the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman was soon to be in court, they released this cover-up budget. It's clear the Prime Minister was trying to cover his tracks with this budget, and there's overwhelming evidence that they politically interfered in this case, and they tried to destroy a decorated military officer, the Vice Chief of Defense Staff, Vice Admiral Mark Norman. The prosecution made clear that the documents the Prime Minister and these Liberals were fighting to keep secret were the very documents that caused the charges to be dropped. This fact strongly suggests that the government was deliberately withholding and suppressing documents to prolong the politically motivated attack on the Vice Admiral. So from withholding documents that would have exonerated the Vice Admiral, to using code names and emails, to having government lawyers coach witnesses, it's very clear the interference and the lengths they were willing to go to. It's no wonder they needed to rack up record spending and deficits to distract Canadians. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, 2019 was supposed to be the year that the budget would balance itself, like so many babies on the Prime Minister's campaign tour that he's now on. In 2015, the Prime Minister said, quote, "I am looking straight at Canadians and being honest, the way I always have. We said we are committed to balanced budgets, and we are. We will balance that budget in 2019, end quote. But now that couldn't be farther from the truth. This free spending Prime Minister and Finance Minister, their own Finance Department documents show that the budget won't be balanced until 2040. What they're engaged in is nothing short of intergenerational theft, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. But $50 million to impress a celebrity on Twitter, $10.5 million to a convicted terrorist, a terrorist who murdered U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Chris Spear. And this Prime Minister is willing to raise taxes on everyday Canadians for them to pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, while Bill S6 and Act 2 create a tax convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the purpose of avoiding double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to income tax, it's a solid measure. The real issue lies with the government's neglect for the same measures taken on double taxation here at home. Canadians shouldn't have to pay for the Prime Minister's reckless spending by raised taxes and double taxation for generations to come. The Prime Minister advertised that he would balance the budget in 2019, but as Canadians have learned over the last 3.5 years, this Prime Minister is just not as advertised.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member across the way is so wrong in so many ways. You know, when you want to talk about advertise, you know, the most significant thing we've done, you can take a look at trade treaties and tax agreements. These are all important to Canada and our economy. It's one of the reasons why We have a record in 3.5 years, over 1 million Canadian new jobs here in Canada as a direct result of the types of policies that we have. But that's not my question, Mr. Speaker. My question is because, the Tories are in Wonderland. They have no idea in terms of what they're going to do about Canada's environment. They know they want to criticize the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, but they have absolutely no idea in terms of what the environment should look like into the future. For them, there is no plan, as my colleague says.
No plan party.
I'm getting lots of assistance here. No plan party. There's all sorts of things, Mr. Speaker. My question that I believe that many of our Canadians in all regions, even the member opposite's own constituents, when can we anticipate that the Conservative Party will share their plan with respect to the environment with the rest of Canada?
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Now, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. There's just so much there to talk about. But as the leader of the opposition has said, we will release our environmental plan before the end of June as part of our leader's announcements on his vision and our vision for Canada. And I can tell you that our environmental plan will be just that, a plan to help the environment. Unlike these tax and spend Liberals, we will not dress up a tax and call it a plan. It is shameful what they're doing to Canadians, trying to balance the books on the back of hardworking Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for his speech and certainly for his passion since he's entered this House of Commons. I really appreciate his enthusiasm. One thing I was really grateful for in his speech is he talked about ways to tackle climate change in his own riding. Businesses in his community that are taking action, and I really appreciate it because we've had over 2,100 interventions from the Conservative Party in raising concerns against the carbon tax, over 762 questions in the House of Commons against the carbon tax. So it's refreshing, Mr. Speaker, to hear him talk about solutions. And I would say that's a lost opportunity, that 2,100 interventions, 762 questions could have been pressing the government with solutions. And I really am excited about their plan. But back to the legislation S6 that we're talking about, which I think we all agree on in this House. A bigger problem is the tax avoidance in this country. We know billions of dollars are leaving this country where hardworking people are paying their fair share and large corporations and the elite aren't, and those at the top. Does he agree that we should be making legislative and regulatory changes so that that's not happening?
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for his question. It's important that everyone pays their fair share, and while we have a government that campaigned on a promise to do things differently, they turn around and they cut millions of dollars in checks to billionaires, and it's not the right thing to do. We know that they haven't done the heavy lifting when it comes to enforcement on tax evasion, and it's important that they signal that they're serious about that. Certainly, we are serious about making sure that people pay their fair share, but what's most important is that Canadians who are within $200 of insolvency are not getting hammered by regressive taxes on the consumption of everything by this Liberal government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to say that I'm splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak about Bill S6. This bill proposes measures that will make the tax system fairer by addressing aggressive international tax avoidance. To have an economy that works for everyone, Mr. Speaker, we need a tax system that is fair, and we need all Canadians to pay their fair share. A fair tax system instills confidence and helps create opportunities for everyone. That is why, as one of our first measures upon coming into office, we introduced a middle tax cut. Single individuals who benefit from this middle class tax cut are saving on average of $330 per year. Couples are saving on average $540 per year. We're providing a simpler, more generous, and better targeted support for Canadian families who need it the most, the Canada Child Benefit, or the CCB. As a result of the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children are better off than they were under the previous system of child benefits. On average, families benefiting from the Canada Child Benefit are getting $6,800 this year to help pay for things like healthy food, back-to-school clothes, or new winter boots for growing kids. Since its introduction, Mr. Speaker, the CCB has lifted approximately 300,000 children out of poverty. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from representing Newfoundland and Labrador, and say it should be said again, that 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. That's an incredible accomplishment, Mr. Speaker. The government cut the small business tax rate from 10.5% to 10%. Effective this past January. As of January 2019, though, this rate was further reduced to 9%. For the average small business, this will leave an additional $1,600 per year to reinvest in their business and create better, well-paying jobs.
I think the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard the member speak for a few minutes now, and he hasn't spoken anything that's relevant in terms of relevance to this bill. So I'm asking Mr. Speaker if maybe you could get back to the bill that's at hand here.
I thank the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni for his intervention and his point of order. He's right that relevance, of course, is one of those limits on speech in the House. I think the member for Courtenay Alberni already indicated that we are just a few minutes in. I must say that I was preoccupied here momentarily just with a brief conversation with one of the clerks, and so I will endeavour to pay close attention to what the honourable member for St. Catharines has to say, and I'm certain that he will bring the speech right back on the subject that's before the House. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And then the thrust of my speech, as I mentioned in the introduction, was about tax fairness, and that S6 is about tax fairness and talking about the other issues that we're discussing, other measures the government has taken with tax fairness, and I'm happy to continue, and we'll bring it back again. But next year, Mr. Speaker, the combined federal, provincial, territorial average tax rate for small businesses will be lowered to 12.2%, by far the lowest in the G7 and the fourth lowest among OECD countries. But, Mr. Speaker, tax fairness requires action on multiple fronts, not just S6. For example, in each of our budgets, we have taken steps to strengthen the Canada Revenue Agency's ability to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance. I know those are issues that have been discussed by the opposition and questions that they have brought up. The government has also taken action to close loopholes that result in unfair tax advantages for some at the expense of others. Actions like these help ensure the government's ongoing ability to support the programs and services on which Canadians rely. Today's legislation, Bill S6, targets strategies used by businesses and wealthy individuals to exploit gaps and mismatches in tax rules to inappropriately reduce or avoid tax. Bill S6 greatly enhances our ability to counter tax avoidance strategies that would otherwise abuse Canada's tax treaties or reduce or avoid Canadian tax. While we have made significant investments in the CRA, we know that fighting tax avoidance is not something that we can do alone. It's not easy work. Bill S6 implements a multilateral convention that contains a number of treaty-related measures to combat base erosion and profit sharing, or BEPS. BEPS refers to tax avoidance strategies in which businesses and wealthy individuals can use gaps and mismatches in tax rules to avoid tax or shift profits to low-tax or non-tax locations. In other words, these strategies enable businesses and wealthy individuals to avoid paying their full or fair share of taxes. To implement all these measures in a timely and effective manner, a new approach was required. This new approach was multilateral conventions contained in this bill, ultimately known as the Multilateral Instrument, or MLI. The MLI is a product of a global initiative working with more than 100 countries and jurisdictions, including Canada. The purpose of the MLI is to allow participating jurisdictions to adopt measures to combat BEPS without having individually renegotiate their existing tax treaties. The MLI will also improve the functioning of international tax systems by including measures designed to better facilitate the timely and effective resolution of disputes under tax treaties. We have listened to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They wanted the government to take action to address tax avoidance, and we are committed to that. We are making significant progress. This bill builds on the government's ongoing work to ensure that we have a tax system that's fair for everyone. Starting with Budget 2016, the government has been giving additional funds to the Canada Revenue Agency that can more effectively crack down on tax evasion and combat aggressively tax avoidance. These additional investments continued in 2017 and again in 2018, and they're already paying dividends. At the close of 2017-2018, CRA had 50 ongoing criminal investigations related to the transfer of money that rightfully belongs in Canadian coffers to low or no tax jurisdictions. The government is also targeting those who promote tax avoidance schemes and has imposed more than $44 million in fines on those third parties. We are joining this international collaboration and making these investments in CRA because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want their money back and want loopholes closed, which these tax dollars flow out of Canada. If our economy doesn't work for everyone, if everyone doesn't pay their fair share, Mr. Speaker, Canadians grow concerned and they want action. And we talked about this, Mr. Speaker, that we have invested in the CRA after years of cuts under the Harper government. Of course, it limited the CRA's ability to prosecute tax offenses. We need to fund those who are on the ground. They're essentially police officers, Mr. Speaker, and we saw today in Ontario, during Ontario Police Week, the provincial government cutting $46 million to frontline policing in the OPP, but we're doing the opposite. When we see that there's criminal activity or illegal activity in this case, which is tax avoidance, we need to take action. We need to step up, and that's why we've invested in the CRA. That's why we're putting more officials on the ground, because this isn't easy work, Mr. Speaker. I know from my legal practice that dealing with cases of fraud, dealing with cases of white-collar crime is a very difficult burden for investigative agencies such as the CRA. It's not a matter of seeing something on camera or one eyewitness. It takes a great deal of work to bring forward cases for enforcement and prosecution. And in the absence of investment, there is going to be a decline. There is going to be an ease for Canadians to avoid taxation, to put their money overseas without fear of getting caught. Again, this is something that needs to be emphasized, Mr. Speaker. The tax system needs to be seen to be fair. Justice should not only be done, it should be seen to be done, Mr. Speaker. And that has been an important part of our investments in the CRA and ensuring that, again, that we have a tax system working for every man, woman, and child in this country, because that's money that needs to go to work on and work for Canadians, including some of the tax programs that I talked about. And it's about making an entire tax system fair. We talked about the CCB, making that system fair. Had a wonderful conversation with a constituent who's no longer receiving the CCB, but she was able to use the CCB to start up her small business. And more money in her pockets, tax-free. Opposition voted against it, but she received the benefit of that, was able to start up her business, and now is making enough money that she no longer receives the CCB. She's employing Canadians. She was able to take that step and help her and better off our community, and that's significant. Again, Mr. Speaker, coming back to a middle-class tax cut, one of the first things we did as a government, Mr. Speaker, was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. Again, a tax system that works for everyone. And we were shocked that the opposition voted against that this was a measure that Canadians wanted, that they wanted to ensure that the wealthiest in our society they paid a little bit more so those who were making a little bit less could get a bit of a break. And that's what we did. And I heard the previous speaker, the honourable member, he's from Eastern Ontario, I'm sorry, I forget his riding, Mr. Speaker, discuss about the fact that families aren't better off under our government. And nothing could be further from the truth. We look at your average family is $2,000 better off.
The Honourable
Member
for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou on a point of order.
I believe that you made a ruling about relevance a little earlier, and I know that we've always allowed great discretion, but I would like to sort of point out that we really are not debating the topic at hand. I mean, a laundry list of what he considers to be the government's domestic accomplishments has nothing to do with the debate that we have here in the House. So I'm hoping that, as I know you've been very given a lot of latitude, but I wonder if that latitude has been stretched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou for her intervention and her reminder. Indeed, the honourable member made an indication that he was arranging his remarks around a comparison, and this is through that comparison that he was able to venture into the subject area that he was. We are almost out of time. I'm going to give the honourable member just 30 seconds to finish up on his remarks, and then we'll need to go to questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the Conservatives rose on a point of order on relevancy because I was directly addressing what their previous speaker was talking about. So maybe what he was talking about was completely out of order, and maybe we were both in the wrong, Mr. Speaker. But again, the average family, as going back to my earlier remarks, is $2,000 better off. Now, the Conservatives will cite the Fraser Institute and ignore the Canada Child Benefit, and that's their right to do. They can go on misleading Canadians. But what the average Canadian is seeing is more money in their pockets for a tax system that's fair, a tax system that's better, and a tax system that works for everyone.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for not talking about Madagascar, which is the point of this whole debate. It's very ironic that the government would be bringing a bill to talk about our relationship with Madagascar. Where does that fit in the priority compared to the relationships that this government has ruined with China, Japan, India, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, the U.S.? Could the member comment?
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did address the bill on multiple occasions. Perhaps the member was chatting with her neighbour, and which is fine. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, the government again is committed to a tax system that is fair. This is part of this, Mr. Speaker, and working within our international obligations. This is an important step forward. We hope at the end of the day the opposition agrees and looks to move forward on this particular tax treaty to support it and see it become law.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you heard my concern earlier that the speech was talking about the Liberal platform basically moving forward and not really germane to this bill that we're talking about, which is really a bill that is about tax fairness. We agree. People in Madagascar have a similar tax system that Canadians do. But this was an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, that the government could have taken advantage of and put forward legislative and regulatory changes that could have closed tax loopholes that are costing Canadians billions and billions of dollars. And instead, the government comes forward with a bill like this here at the end of a session where we're learning in British Columbia that over $5 billion is being washed. We learned from the Solicitor General there, and they're looking at considering doing an inquiry into this, a public inquiry. So I have to ask you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, if the province of British Columbia decides to move forward with a public inquiry into the tax evasion and the amount of money that's being used as shelters for housing and various different things, will the government of Canada follow suit? Because there's billions of dollars here at stake.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the irony of the honourable member questioning the relevancy of my speech by asking a question for something not directly related to this topic either. That being said, I'm more than happy to discuss the fact. We're always happy to discuss issues with our provincial and territorial counterparts. The issue of money laundering, it is already illegal. It is a concern. It's something that we've heard across the country. It's something that's been going on for a very long time. And if there's opportunities for discussion, if there's opportunities for working together on that, I think Canadians would want us to work together on that between the federal government and the province. But again, on something, looking at differences between governments, when we look at enforcement and we look at the RCMP and the CRA, who would be called upon to enforce those measures, previous government cut. We invested in those agencies. We invested in the RCMP. We've invested in the CRA so that we can better address the problems and, again, make the tax system seem fair and work for everyone.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
And, you know, one of the things that we have seen over the last 3.5 years is a government that's really looked outside of Canada's boundaries, dealing with tax treaties and trade agreements. In both situations, what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is we're allowing and fostering more trade, more opportunities for Canada's middle class, and those that are aspiring to be a part of it. Because, in good part, it's the trade file that is one of the reasons why we've been able to achieve hitting 1 million new jobs in Canada in the last 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if my colleague could provide his thoughts on just how important that fact is.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and his comments. 1 million new jobs is something to brag about. It's something significant. Canadians have worked very hard, and it's clear that our policies have worked and helped fuel that innovation, help fuel that entrepreneurship. And part of that is our trade strategy, whether it's with Europe or with Asia or standing up to the United States and standing firm on our commitments and standing firm with our industries in Canada. Canada has unprecedented access to global markets. That speaks well to the economy. Bill S6 is a small part of that and will move us forward in that, and always looking forward to create new jobs and help Canadians and their entrepreneurship and help Canadians invest.
Bravo. Bravo. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, on February 26, 2018, a 14-year-old died after drinking an alcohol energy drink. The government seems not to have understood that something concrete needs to be done to avoid a recurrence. An organization has not been able to meet with the health minister, and over 100 exchanges of correspondence between the Goloso group, a lobby group, and senior officials have occurred since then. The death of a young girl should have been a warning, should have been an alarm bell. These alcoholic drinks should not be available to young people. But unfortunately, this government appears to prefer listening to the makers of this beverage rather than other public interest groups.
Jean Vanier, born to privilege, this erudite intellectual, social visionary pursued a simple idea, that we are all made in the image of God, that we have unique value, especially those among us who've been discarded by society. He lived what he believed. The origins of the worldwide large community movement were a modest home with 2 intellectually challenged adults. Now there are 147 communities around the world, 31 of which are in Canada. Tens of thousands of Canadians have spent time in a large community, sometimes called a university for the heart, among those whose society have treated as discards and have learned lessons that have influenced their life paths in profound ways. Jean Vanier used his formidable gifts to follow the teachings of Jesus. It was a road less traveled, his influence both temporal and eternal. It was a life well lived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, in front of a roaring sellout crowd at the Art Hauser Centre, Dante Hanoun scored the overtime winning goal in Game 7 last night as the Prince Albert Raiders defeated the Vancouver Giants to become the WHL League champions. Mr. Speaker, this is the first WHL title for the Raiders in 34 years. Wow. Raider goalie Ian Scott was named the WHL MVP. His playoff run included 16 wins, 5 shutouts, and a 1.96 goals against average. But now, Mr. Speaker, the focus is on Halifax and the Memorial Cup. A very big thank you to the Prince Albert Raiders and the Vancouver Giants hockey clubs for our very exciting WHL final. And on behalf of my constituents, I want the players and coaches to know that we'll be loudly cheering them on and wishing them the best of luck as they begin the Memorial Cup tournament in Halifax on Friday. Go, Raiders, go!
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of every hockey season in rinks across the country, Junior A hockey players lace up their skates and compete for a chance to win the RBC Cup. Over 130 teams who began the season, over only 5 remain. One of those teams is my Oakville Blades. Fans of the Blades know that this year has been a special one. The season started off with a streak that saw the Blades win 18 of 19, catapulting them to first place. Backstopped by league-leading goaltender Will Barber and led on the offensive end by Spencer Kirsten, the Blades made quick work of their regional competition, sweeping the Buckland Cup and then capturing the Dudley Hewitt Cup. The Blades now find themselves in Brooks, Alberta, competing for the national championship. As the tournament heats up, there's only one thing left to say. Go Blades, go.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to highlight an initiative that began more than 50 years ago and has now become a well-known agritourism hub in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. I'm talking about the farm of Michel Rivard and daughter in Saint-Ambroise, which stands out among regional farms for its original and, above all, exceptionally high-quality products. It's not the volume, it's the quality of the products that makes this farm famous. For example, blueberries are picked by hand to allow you to taste the most delicious flavors of the land. Their excellence and efforts were recently recognized with their nomination at the Gala du Mérite Économique in the tourist business category, as well as with the contribution to the Regional Tourism Supply Award at the Gala des Grands Prix Agroalimentaires. I invite all my colleagues in the House of Commons and the public to enjoy a unique experience by tasting their famous blueberry poutine. Come and explore the countryside, have a unique experience, and meet the owners, Nathalie and Pascal, who will be delighted to show you around their farm. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, we recently were fortunate enough to have the Minister of Defence in Laval. He came not just to see the damage caused by the floods, but also to thank the reserve soldiers of the 4th Battalion, Royal 22nd Regiment, Canadian Armed Forces. We can never say it too often. Reservists are true citizen soldiers from all walks of life, and I'd like to personally acknowledge their service and tireless efforts over the past few weeks. Thank you for contributing to the success of the efforts to limit the damage caused by these historic floods that affected several Laval families. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to acknowledge the passing of a former member of Parliament for the riding of Calgary West, Mr. Jim HoC. Now, Mr. HoC, or Jim as he preferred to be called, was a member of this chamber from 1979 to 1993, winning, I believe, 6 elections. He served in a variety of capacities, including chair of the Standing Committee on Employment and Immigration, parliamentary secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, Don Mazankowski, and chief government whip from 1988 to 1993. I was a current member for Calgary Signal Hill, which will revert to Calgary West in October. I can attest to, even after 25 years of leaving office, Mr. Speaker, Jim was recognized, well known throughout the community, was respected by the people he served. Here, here. He was an honest, decent, fair man, and he worked tirelessly for the constituents of Calgary West. Mr. Speaker, Jim Hawks was a true gentleman, and he'll be sorely missed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Pascal Cloutier, the Mayor of Dolbeau-Mistassini, received last week the Forest Community Champion Award of the Forest Products Association of Canada at their annual dinner in Vancouver. This award goes to a leader who supports the forestry sector and its contributions to Canada's environmental and economic priorities. He began as a millwright at the local pulp and paper plant, then became president of the local union, and then mayor and president of the Boreal Forest Alliance. Pascal has stood out for his commitment to finding solutions in the interest of the community and the region. His commitment to sustainable forestry and defending forestry communities is outstanding. It's a privilege to work on a daily basis with him in the interests of residents of Lac-Saint-Jean and all Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, our Liberal government promised to reduce poverty, and since 2015, 825,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty, reducing the rate by over 20%. But until we fully eradicate poverty, we appreciate and support the hard work done by grassroots organizations to support Canadians in need. One such organization is the Muslim Welfare Center, which brings local communities together to build baskets of food to be delivered to families. Project Ramadan not only feeds over 6,000 families for a month, but it also reinforces the spirit of the holy month of Ramadan, generosity, empathy, and community. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Muslim Welfare Center and the hundreds of volunteers that dedicate their time to spread goodwill amongst Canadians. We look forward to meeting the Project Ramadan team on the Hill on June 18th and reinforcing our commitment to reducing poverty in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Promises, promises, promises. The Prime Minister was elected based on a host of empty promises. Tiny deficits, balanced budgets. Remember that? All promises made and quickly broken. And the biggest whopper of all, a promise to fight climate change by reducing greenhouse gases under the Paris Agreement. And how's that working out? While the Environment Minister claims that Canada is on track to meet its Paris targets, there's overwhelming evidence that we're going to miss those targets by a country mile. The Environment Commissioner, the Auditor General, the UN, and even David Suzuki all say that Canada will not meet its targets. Even the government's own documents show that Canada's emissions gap is growing every single year. These Liberals don't have an environment plan, they have a tax plan. And as for the promise to fight climate change, not as advertised.
Deputy. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it's with confidence, passion, determination, and stick-to-itiveness that I can tell you today that the Highway 19 project has received historic support from our government. This week, we have granted almost half of the overall investment required to finally complete this long-awaited highway. $260 million is a huge contribution. In 2015, I made a commitment to you that would greatly improve the quality of life of my constituents, and today I can proudly say we've done it. We have surpassed expectations thanks to the hard work of all the key players on this file. People of Thérèse de Blainville, Laval, and the Lower Laurentians, let's celebrate. Your government is with you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
I believe that whether a child is born of a rich family or one that struggles, they deserve every opportunity to build their life. And that is precisely what the Canada Child Benefit is accomplishing. The CCB has made significant impacts on lives across this country. In Calgary, there are over 100,000 families that are receiving this benefit. I recently spoke with Melanie. Melanie has 3 children. The Canada Child Benefit has helped her find stable housing, purchase groceries, and school supplies. The CCB is making a real difference in her life. There are many more Melanies in my constituency. The good news is, since 2015, we have cut child poverty in Alberta by 50%, but more needs to be done. That's why we're increasing the CCB this summer and helping more families find more success.
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
In 2015, this Prime Minister promised to run 3 small deficits. 4 years later, he is tens of billions of dollars deeper into the red ink. Promise made, promise broken. This Prime Minister promised to do politics differently, but his government has proven itself to be corrupt and unethical, with its cash for access scandal, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, and now the Mark Norman affair. Promise made, promise broken. This Prime Minister promised to restore Canada's image on the world stage. 4 years later, after embarrassing Canadians over and over again, our credibility and trade reputation are in shambles. Promise made, promise broken. Canada needs a real leader. On October 21st, Canadians will have the chance to show this Prime Minister the cost of his broken promises, because Canadians know this Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, suicide is a sad reality in our society. Fortunately, there are people who work tirelessly to prevent and support these people and their loved ones. I'd like to highlight the tremendous dedication of the members of the Suicide Prevention Centre in Haute-Yamaska, which will be celebrating 35 years of existence this year. This organization cares about providing suicide prevention services and interventions. The centre helps over 800 people in distress and does over 5,000 interventions every year. Since 2015, the suicide rate has dropped in our region thanks to the presence of this organization in our community and the whole community network. Thank you and congratulations to the team at the center. Your engagement and support is key in restoring hope to people going through hard times.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, Penticton lost a pillar of the community last Wednesday when David Campy passed away. Mr. Campy owned one of the largest construction firms in the Okanagan Valley and was a community builder in that sense for over 35 years. But it was his quiet philanthropy that really had an impact. He donated millions of dollars to help create a new hospital tower in Penticton, a beautiful facility that opened just weeks before his passing. He and his company were one of the main supporters of the Penticton Peach Festival, the largest free family community festival in Canada. But Mr. Campy really built a solid foundation for the future of his community through his generous giving to the Penticton Secondary School's Bursary and Scholarship Foundation. Last year, he donated almost $200,000 to that cause, essentially doubling the foundation's ability to support students in their quest for post-secondary education. So thank you, David Campy. Lim Limt, your legacy will always be remembered.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is currently in conflict with Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, New Brunswick, British Columbia, and Quebec over a number of files. This government is encroaching on provincial jurisdictions. They are disrespectful of our valued provincial partners. Yesterday's federal provincial infrastructure announcement, in the absence of the Quebec government, is a perfect example. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are tired of the bickering, the conflict, and the Liberal government's condescending attitude, and the Prime Minister's. Canadians and Quebecers deserve better. They deserve to be treated with respect. Only a Conservative government, which has always respected its partners, can give them the means to achieve their ambitions. Mr. Speaker, in 5 months, on October 21st, we will offer Canadians and Quebecers a real government that works for them.
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, everywhere Canadians look, things are growing, but not just spring flowers. Canada's workforce grew by a record-smashing 106,000 jobs in April, bringing the number of jobs created since we formed government to over 1 million. This didn't happen by accident. Our government put forward a plan in 2015, and we are seeing the rewards for Canadians. First, we cut taxes. Middle-class Canadians now pay less income tax than they did under Stephen Harper. And Canadian small businesses now enjoy the lowest tax rate in the G7. We chose to invest in infrastructure, in innovation, in science, in R&D, and our primary industries. The fall economic statement gave business a competitive advantage. The Canadian Child Benefit helps families raising children and distributes that money to the community. Mr. Speaker, we are on the wrong track. Commitments our government made in 2015 is bearing fruit as advertised.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has finally decided to answer some questions on the Mark Norman affair. So he's had plenty of time to rehearse the script and memorize the lines, and I have no doubt that he's going to talk about the specific decision to stay the charges against Mark Norman being free from political interference. But what I'd like to know is about all the evidence of other interference in this case, including his government going to great lengths to block documents from being presented to court. Why did the government go to such efforts to prevent the truth from coming out?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's important to remember where this file started. On the eve of the 2015 elections, Conservatives decided to rush through a $500 million sole-sourced project. We wanted to ensure that we did our own due diligence on this decision with the new federal cabinet. That's exactly what we did. In regards to documents, the government met all of its obligations with respect to the third-party records applications. The PMO provided all documents that responded to the subpoenas directly to the Privy Council office, who determined the relevancy and suggested redactions. This was all subject to approval.
Order. The Honourable Leader.
This government went to great lengths to block those documents from coming to court. There are many occasions where this government proved that they were going to great lengths to prevent the truth from coming out, including coaching witnesses and departmental officials using code words to avoid access to information laws. Does the Prime Minister believe that this is normal behavior for a government when a decorated Vice Admiral is fighting for his career, his reputation, and his personal freedom?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As everyone knows, the decision to suspend Vice Admiral Norman was taken independently by the Chief of Defence staff. Any accusations otherwise are simply absurd. We fully respect the independence of the processes in place. But again, on the documents, Mr. Speaker, the government met all of its obligations with respect to third-party records applications. The PMO provided all documents that responded to the subpoenas directly to the Privy Council office, who determined relevancy and suggested redactions subject to approval by the judge.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in his efforts to block the Davie shipyard contract, the Prime Minister deliberately tarnished Vice Admiral Norman's reputation. Even though 73 individuals were aware of the matter, he sent only Mark Norman's name to the RCMP. The Prime Minister also stated that there would be a trial before the decision was even made. Will the Prime Minister now make the only possible appropriate decision and finally apologize to Vice Admiral Norman? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's recall where this all started. Just on the eve of the 2015 elections, the Conservatives rushed through a sole source contract worth $500 million. We wanted to show diligence and transparency with our new cabinet, which is what any government should do. The decision to suspend the prosecution was made independently. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Once again, the Prime Minister is acting like the justice system is there to reward his friends and punish his enemies. They spent years trying to fight the release of those documents in court. There are serious allegations that need to be investigated about coaching witnesses, using code names to get around access to information laws. So will the Prime Minister allow the Defence Committee to investigate these serious allegations, or will he pull a page right out of the SNC Lavalin playbook and use his power to shut it down?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand that committees operate independently and make their own decisions about how to proceed. This is yet again another example of the Conservatives wanting to talk about anything other than the economy, anything other than our budget, anything other than what we've been doing to help create jobs for Canadians, to lift 825,000 Canadians out of poverty, bring the lowest unemployment in 40 years, keep doing the things for the middle class that the Canadians elected us to do.
Order. I'm afraid I have to remind the member for Calgary, Signal Hill not to yell throughout when someone else is speaking. We speak one at a time, and now it's the Honourable Leader of the Opposition who has the turn.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister gave $10.5 million to Omar Khadr, a convicted terrorist, so that he wouldn't have to fight him in court. But when it comes to a decorated naval officer who has put his career making Canadians safe, this Prime Minister spared no expense fighting him in court. Why the double standard?
Right. Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we respect the judiciary, we respect our independent judicial process, and we will not stoop to the kinds of petty and, quite frankly, distasteful political games that the members opposite are engaged in right now. They are so desperate to not talk about the economic numbers, the job growth, the impact on Canadians.
Order. No, it's not time. There's far too much noise. Members ought to have respect for the notion that one member at a time should be speaking, the member who has the floor, the member who is recognized. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives stuck not being able to do anything but sling mud because Canadians, 1 million of them, have new jobs because the economy is going well. We lowered unemployment to record levels. We're continuing to work for the middle class.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the country, people are counting on their government to bring forward a climate strategy that puts the priority on reconciliation, sets ambitious goals, takes concrete steps to lower emissions, and invests in clean energy. We need to have the courage to act while creating good jobs and making life more affordable for people. Will the Prime Minister adopt the NDP's plan to truly combat climate change? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what plan exactly are they talking about? The plan that changes on a daily basis? We have said we will protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time. But yesterday, the leader of the NDP shifted his position on the LNG. Now he's opposed to the biggest project in the history of Canada, a project that is supported by the British Columbia and by Indigenous groups. Well, this about turn is at the expense of 10,000 good jobs for people in British Columbia. But we know that we have to act and grow the economy. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Have the same emissions targets as Conservatives. Both of them love pipelines, and both of them would exempt the biggest polluters from paying.
Exactly.
Declaring climate emergency must mean more than just words. That's why our motion calls for ending fossil fuel subsidies. It calls for canceling Trans Mountain Pipeline, which puts our coastline at risk, which puts Indigenous communities into disrespect. I'm inviting the government to join in our vision for a climate change plan which leaves no worker or community behind. Will the Prime Minister support our motion?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but the leader of the NDP can't talk about leaving no worker behind when yesterday he just decided to stand against 10,000 good jobs for British Columbians by opposing the largest private sector investment in Canada's history with LNG Canada, a project that his own colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, highlighted worked extraordinarily well with Indigenous communities to get the right project built in a way that is forward-thinking and responsible. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is completely inconsistent in their approach, not just on the economy, but on the environment now, too.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. Order.
Once again, Liberals put their billionaire buddies inside of doing the right thing. 100%. Like the case of Mark Norman. Let's review. A multi-billion-dollar contract was in trouble, and their rich friends again needed help. So they made Mark Norman the fall guy. Liberals withheld key documents even from the prosecution, and then the Prime Minister called for charges well before they were laid. Liberals again caught wasting millions of public dollars on helping their rich friends for political gain. Will the Prime Minister now apologize to Mark Norman and to taxpayers for this travesty?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the NDP jumping on the Conservative bandwagon because their approach on climate change, their approach on the economy has simply fallen flat. We continue to respect the independence of the judiciary. We always will. The charges, the measures were brought forward against the Vice Admiral at the decision and at the direction of the Chief of Defence Staff. That is known by everyone, but they are stuck, so they're slinging mud too, like the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that Liberals continue to put the priority on rich companies rather than on the interests of people. And throughout, they have dragged the reputation of a man through the mud. Once again, Liberals find themselves smack in the middle of a political interference case. And once again, it's about being re-elected. Furthermore, they have wasted millions of taxpayers' dollars. People deserve transparency in the Vice Admiral Norman matter. Why do Liberals refuse to tell the truth? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP says they want to be there for people, but they've just announced they're against a project that was going to create 10,000 jobs for people in British Columbia, a project that is supported by the NDP in British Columbia. His own colleague, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, supported that project. But now the NDP has decided they're against it. And yet this is the biggest private sector investment in the history of the country. We know that investing in the economy while protecting the environment has to be done at the same time. But unfortunately, the NDP has no plan. Order.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister ordered documents to be withheld that could have cleared Vice Admiral Mark Norman's name months ago. We're now learning that these documents may have been withheld from both the RCMP and the public prosecutor. How can the Liberals claim they didn't interfere in this process when they refused to hand over the evidence?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I remind the honourable member that the government met all of its obligations with respect to the third-party records applications. All documents in this case for priority individuals identified in February, Mr. Speaker, by the defence were provided to the court. Over 8,000 documents from 7 different departments, Mr. Speaker. And as the Prime Minister has just said, the decision to redact information was made by public servants in this case and overseen by the court. We met all our obligations, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
But it's still absurd that the defence is still waiting for documents from this government. The Liberals claim they did nothing wrong, yet the Defence Minister regrets the process Vice Admiral Norman went through. What does he regret? Was it that the Liberals withheld documents from the RCMP? Was it that they withheld documents from the public prosecutor? Was it that they withheld documents from Norman's defence team? When will the Prime Minister finally set the truth free, and will he testify at the National Defence Committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, once again, as my colleague knows, committees work independently of government. We are awaiting the outcome of their deliberations. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Vice Admiral Norman matter, the PPSC suspended the prosecution. There were no other factors taken into account, and there was no outside contact or influence on the PPSC. No political interference in laying charges or suspending the charges. And any statement to the contrary is absurd. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals deliberately held back Asterix file documents. These documents provided a complete picture to the RCMP and the prosecutor for their investigation. The Liberals knew that the defence needed those documents to defend Mark Norman, but they chose to never hand them over. Why did the Prime Minister not hand over the documents to all those who needed them to assist Admiral Norman in his defence? Justice. The Honourable Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, the government met all its obligations with respect to third-party record applications. All documents to priority individuals identified by the defence in February were provided to the court as required. In total, throughout the process, more than 8,000 pages were provided from various government departments. They were submitted to the court, and the decision to redact any information in those documents was made by public servants and was reviewed by the court. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're blaming other people. The Prime Minister should be ashamed of having tarnished Vice Admiral Norman's reputation. But instead of any remorse, they want to cover up the plot against Norman by staying the charges against him. If the Prime Minister had allowed documents to be distributed as requested, the RCMP and the prosecutor would never have had to lay charges. True or false? The Prime Minister has betrayed one of our best soldiers. Will the Prime Minister allow all light to be shed and allow the Defence Committee to investigate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, committees operate independently of government. My colleague knows that. Now, I know it's difficult to understand when they were trying to control the committees under Harper's government. In terms of Vice Admiral Norman, the PPSC stated that no outside factors were taken into consideration and there was no outside influence or contact with the PPST in taking the decision to lay and stay the charges. Any other accusation is absurd. People can trust our judicial system.
Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has stood here in the House and indicated that the government handed over all the documents that they were asked for. That is patently untrue, and I have proof. The counsel for Vice Admiral Norman said the following: 6 months to get documents as we sit here today. And as we walked out of that courtroom, we still not have all of them. They said thousands of documents we have not received. She said further on, I want to make very clear, we, the defense, had to bring this motion to a great expense to get at those records. The people that were standing in the way of that full disclosure is obviously the government who had access.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, my department's only involvement was to provide government records to respond to a request from the defense to help support the defense from Vice Admiral Norman. The Department of Justice processed these 52 requests on behalf of 7 departments. The process of determining whether documents were relevant and whether any redactions were necessary were made and conducted by civil servants, Mr. Speaker, and then verified by the court. It was up to the court, Mr. Speaker, to make the final decision whether or not information would be redacted, not the government.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, all that minister does is bring up even more questions and answers we simply do not have. Perhaps we should go back to what the counsel for Vice Admiral Norman said in her press conference again. No person in this country should ever walk into a courtroom and feel like they are fighting their elected government. There are lots of questions that need to be answered in this whole process, and I think some people who have been involved in this need to reflect on what happened and why it happened and their role in that. Mr. Speaker, what does that Minister of Justice think about his role in this cover-up?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in our judicial and parliamentary institutions. The process was designed to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the defendant had every opportunity to access the information relevant to his case, and to challenge any decision not to disclose part or indeed all of some document. Canadians can rest assured that this process, Mr. Speaker, worked and the justice system is intact. As Vice Admiral Norman's own counsel said, our justice system is truly unassailable.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few months, this Prime Minister has lost the confidence of his former Attorney General and the President of the Treasury Board over the government's unethical conduct and interference in judicial independence. And last week, the case against Admiral Norman fell apart just as we learned that a former Star General, the MP, the Liberal MP for Orleans, was about to testify against his own government. So this is to the Prime Minister, and it's about his credibility. Doesn't he understand that if he can't hold the trust of respected Liberals, how is he going to hold the trust of the Canadian people?
The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the case to which the honourable member referred was handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which is independent from the government and is independent from the Department of Justice. My office, Mr. Speaker, had no role whatsoever in the handling of this prosecution. That includes the decision to lay charges, that includes the decision to stay charges, as well as the prosecution in between.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I can see why the Prime Minister doesn't want to answer. He's becoming the political equivalent of Monty Python's Black Knight. I mean, independent. It was the Prime Minister who stated that there would be a court case against Admiral Norman, and look how that ended up. And then last week he was defending his decision to vet judges through a Liberal donor base. And the week before that, he was shrugging off a political leak on a Supreme Court nominee. And the week before that, well, I'm going to give him a pass today on SNC. Simple question to the Prime Minister. When is he going to apologize to Admiral Norman and the taxpayers of Canada? Please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Deputy Minister examined the policy in effect with respect to Vice Admiral Norman's legal fees being paid. We agreed with the advice and we will proceed. General Vance will be sitting down and having a discussion with Vice Admiral Norman at an appropriate time to speak about next steps. Once again, Mr. Speaker, no other factors or outside influence happened, whether it be political or any other type of interference. We will always respect our judicial process.
Athabasca.
Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, how disrespectful and condescending of the Liberals for having completely ignored Quebec yesterday during a provincial federal announcement. And yet Minister Bonardel, the Minister of Transport of Quebec, had spoken with the Liberal government to attempt to work in partnership with them. What was the response of the Liberal government to Quebec's request? No. Why is this Liberal Prime Minister, this Liberal government, so intent on disregarding provincial partnerships? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, you really have to be a conservative to be against a mobility project in Montreal, a project that people have been waiting for since the 1970s. We are proud to have invested $350 million to reduce congestion in the north of Montreal, and we are proud to invest in the extension of highways. We are proud to have invested in the P9 bridge, and we are proud to invest in faster buses and electric vehicles. We will continue to invest in all communities throughout Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, all this without inviting Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Family said he was angered by the Premier of Quebec's statements, and the Prime Minister himself, imagine, accused Quebec of playing petty politics. This Prime Minister accusing the Premier of Quebec of engaging in petty politics? These kinds of comments are disrespectful, paternalistic, and condescending. These are Liberal comments. What are they waiting to work in partnership with the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take from the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, respect is moving forward on files that the provinces send us. In the case of Highway 19, the government of Quebec submitted their file in September 2018. Mr. Legault's government made it a priority in October 2018, and we approved it in March 2019, and I made the announcement in May. Mr. Speaker, respect is advancing projects that the provinces send us in time for the construction season. Order.
Order. Order. Shh. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised a, quote, collaborative relationship with provinces and territories, but 8 provinces and 3 territories oppose his No More Pipelines Bill C-69. 5 provinces are fighting his carbon tax, and the majority of Canadians and Indigenous communities all along the route support the Trans Mountain expansion and want it built, but they spent billions, delayed their decision, and haven't built an inch. So instead of fighting the provinces and pitting Canadians against each other, will the Prime Minister do what he said he would do and release a plan to approve and to build the Trans Mountain expansion?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, ever since the Federal Court of Appeal decision of August 2018, we have been working hard to fix a process that was put in place by the previous government that led to a number of projects being challenged in the court. We are engaged in a meaningful conversation, meaningful dialogue to offer accommodations to Indigenous peoples to ensure that we move forward on this project in the right way. We are scheduled to make a decision on this project as long as we are fulfilling our duty to consult with Indigenous communities by June 18th.
Right on. For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, well, I think maybe this government should actually listen to the premiers of the provinces. Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick are all fighting the Liberal carbon tax. They understand that meaningful action to safeguard the environment does not mean that life has to be unaffordable for Canadians. In fact, the carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. Instead of forcing provinces to fight him in court, when will the Prime Minister start working with them?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservative Party listen to the science on climate change? We have a motion to debate the emerging climate emergency in Canada. Let's talk about the science. We had scientists that showed that Canada is warming at twice the global average, 3 times or more than our north. In the National Capital Region, people are still suffering on flooding. This is a flood that was supposed to happen once every 100 years. It's now happened once every 2 years. We need to take action on climate change. Why doesn't the Conservative Party join us in taking serious action on climate change and also growing in our economy? Very proud that we created 1 million jobs with Canadians.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Talking about climate change, Mr. Speaker, most people know that climate change is serious. In the brief submitted in the context of the government's youth policy, they were calling for subsidies to the oil industry to stop. When will the government recognize how urgent it is to act in the fight against climate change? We want ambitious targets to reduce GHG emissions and an end to the Trans Mountain project. When will they support the NDP's motion? Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there is a climate emergency. There's the Conservative Party, no plan for climate change, no plan for the economy. And they don't want a price on pollution. Then we have the NDP who has flip-flopped on one of the greatest investments in history. Now, we have to do both. We have to attack climate change. We have to support our economy. We can do both.
Canadians across this country are asking for urgent action to fight climate change. Action that leaves no workers or communities behind.
Other countries have done it, and Canada can too. This government bought a pipeline and is subsidizing the fossil fuel industry. That's not climate action. And the Conservatives, they don't have a plan. Canadians want their government to act courageously on climate change. The NDP tabled a motion with concrete steps to address the climate emergency. So when is this government going to finally get serious about it?
The Minister of Environment.
Speaker, I'm happy to outline in great detail our plan to tackle climate change. We negotiated it for a whole year with provinces and territories, Indigenous people, with input from Canadians. We're phasing out coal, we're investing in renewables, and we're ensuring a just transition for communities and workers. We're investing in energy efficiency so we can save people, businesses, schools, hospitals money. We're investing in clean solutions, innovators, entrepreneurs who are providing the solutions we desperately need. At the same time, we're making sure life is affordable and we're creating good jobs. It's unfortunately the NDP doesn't understand that the environment and the economy have to go together. They're cancelling a project supported by
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, young people in my great riding of St. John Rothsay are worried about finding well-paying jobs after they graduate. Thanks to our government's investment in the youth employment strategy, more young people in St. John Rothsay are getting the training and skills they need to reach their full potential. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment please update this House what our government is doing to help young people in my riding get ahead? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my colleague from St. John Rothsay, and his preamble is absolutely spot on. After 10 years of Conservative rule, where we saw the highest youth unemployment records in the history of the country, after 3.5 years of Liberal rule, what we see now is the lowest records in the history of youth unemployment in this country. Because we said we would invest in innovation, we would invest in skills training. That's what we promised we would do. That's what we did, even better than advertised.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, now, we'll see if they've done what they said they would do. The finance minister left Bay Street and said he would manage the state's money well. And they said just a few little deficits for a few years. In 2019, no deficit. Here are the facts. 3 big deficits and $20 billion in deficit in 2019. Can the minister stand and tell Canadians, I apologize, I didn't keep my promises? Or Canadians, I apologize, I lied. I would ask the honourable member to be careful with what he says. I know this is a question that gives rise to passion, but I think that for that reason, caution should be exercised. The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a great opportunity to say just what we've been doing over the past 4 years. We have been helping Canadians across the country with the millions of jobs we've been creating, where we have the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years. 4 years ago, we inherited a situation with unemployment, with a growth that was too low, and we are improving that situation with our policies. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, all this was done while the entire planet, boosted by the American economy, was doing far better. Mr. Speaker, Canadians invest far less in Canada than we invest in the United States. Now, can the finance minister tell us, when he was on Bay Street, how often did he have deficits in his business? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, happily, when I was in the private sector, I made investments to grow the business. and I did so very successfully. Now here, we decided that the system before was the wrong approach, which led us to a situation with too much unemployment, too little growth. Now we're acting in a way that we have raised the growth rate, and there are far fewer unemployed. That's our approach.
When Conservatives warned that the carbon tax would be a cash grab, the Prime Minister said, no, look at the BC Liberals who brought in a revenue-neutral carbon tax where taxpayers get back as much as they pay in. But not as advertised, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it has cost $1 billion more to British Columbia taxpayers than they have gotten back, and gas prices are now $1.80 a litre. Something the Prime Minister celebrates as exactly what we want. Aren't we headed to $1.80 a litre gas prices if he's re-elected?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
We're headed to taking serious action on climate change while growing our economy. Let's look at the facts. That we have had to put a price on pollution because we have provinces led by Conservative premiers who don't seem to think that climate change is a problem and don't seem to understand the economic opportunity of clean growth. But we're giving the money back. That is in the legislation. 80% of families will be better off. A family in Ontario who got $307. What I want to know is the member opposite, did he cash his climate action incentive rebate?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal check bounced, as always, as we said it would. Just like in British Columbia, where they said that taxpayers would be better off by paying higher gas prices, but it turned out they were ripped off by $1 billion in overtaxation. In that province, gas has reached $1.80 a litre, the highest in the history of North America, which is exactly what the Prime Minister says he wants. Again, aren't we headed to $1.80 a litre for gas if this Prime Minister is re-elected?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Good to get the facts on the table. There has been a 1 cent increase in price, the price of gas in BC is related to the price on pollution. But let's be clear what we're doing. Putting a price on pollution, we're giving the money back. We're taking serious action. But the party opposite, what are they doing? They're having secret meetings with oil lobbyists to develop their yet-to-be-seen climate plan. We need to take action on climate change. We need it. We owe it to our kids, and we have a huge economic opportunity. And I'm very proud that we're taking action, and we created 1 million jobs with Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing that the NDP has asked the Prime Minister to declare a climate emergency. We're still waiting for the Liberal government to act. It seems to prefer buying old pipelines. The citizens in my riding, as is the case all over Quebec, have been sorely tried by recent floods. With climate change, these catastrophes, which used to be exceptional, are becoming common. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister confirm that military personnel will remain to help residents with cleanup, especially taking away sandbags? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can tell all Canadians affected by these floods that we're working hard to ensure people's security. And, Mr. Speaker, the government is doing all it can to help these people. We call on citizens to be very prudent, to follow the guidelines and advice of their municipalities and other interveners. The Canadian Armed Forces will support the provincial, municipal governments in helping these fellow citizens. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about climate change anymore. We're talking about climate emergency. With the ridiculously low targets, the purchase of a pipeline, the creation of marine protected areas where you can still explore for oil, with 41% of emissions produced by the transport sector, the announcement of a high-speed train would be an element of some response to this climate emergency. When will we have concrete action? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, I thank my colleague for his weekly call for a high-speed train. We are continuing to work on this very complex file. It's a very significant file. And when we have something to say, we'll let him know.
Ferd.
The Environment Minister claims that Canada is on track to meet the Paris targets, but we know that's not true. The evidence is overwhelming that the Liberals will miss those targets by a country mile. Canadians are worried about carbon taxes and the skyrocketing price of gas at the pump. It's become very clear that the Liberals do not have a climate plan. They have a tax plan. Will the minister now admit that her plan does absolutely nothing for the environment and is not as advertised?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I guess what's advertised is that the Conservatives don't have a plan for the environment. They don't have a plan for climate, for the economy. They don't understand that climate change is a serious problem and that you can do both. That you can tackle climate change and you can grow the economy. We have a plan that eliminates coal, that invests in renewables, that invests in clean technologies, that invests in energy efficiency. I could go on, but unfortunately the Conservative Party doesn't want to come together, doesn't want to join Canadians and take serious action to tackle climate change and also grow our economy. We can do both. We need to do both.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, part of my riding is rural. There is no public transit. The sky-high gas prices are forcing them to make very difficult decisions about essentials. We have single moms who can't afford to fill their tanks. We have seniors who are having difficulties making ends meet. We have small businesses who have no choice but to cut jobs or cut wages. The Prime Minister says this is exactly what he wants. Can the Minister explain exactly what he wants? Why is that sky-high gas prices for rural communities?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Talked about under our climate plan that we're putting a price on pollution and giving the money back, but let's talk about all the other measures that are helping single moms in the member opposite's riding. Canada Child Benefit raised 300,000 children out of poverty. We've lowered taxes on the middle class, asking the 1% to pay a little bit more. We've created 1 million jobs so that single moms can have good jobs. We've lowered taxes on small businesses from 11 to 9%. Created 1 million jobs of Canadians. We're going to continue taking action on climate change. We're going to continue growing the economy. We're going to do it in a way that is affordable and gets people ahead.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices are skyrocketing throughout Canada, but in British Columbia, we have the highest prices in North America. Now, the Prime Minister has made it very clear that gas prices is exactly what he wants. Everyone knows that the approval and construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline would help drop the price of gas. When will the Prime Minister get serious about giving Canadians a break and get the pipeline built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member on the opposition side and his party was really serious on moving forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way, they would not have voted to shut down the consultation process and kill this project and the process that we have put in place. We are working hard on this project, and we're moving forward with meaningful consultation with the Indigenous communities, and we're scheduled to make a decision on this project by June 18th.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. Order.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Almost every issue we talk about in the Standing Committee on Health has a mental health component, whether it's post-traumatic stress or methamphetamine addiction or LGBTQ issues or Indigenous health. There's always a mental health common denominator. So can the Minister of Health tell us what she's doing in her department to help Canadians with mental health issues right across the board?
Good question.
Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Cumberland Colchester for his important question and also his hard work on the Health Committee as chair. As someone whose first job was a mental health counsellor, I can tell you I'm proud to be of a government that has made historic investments in the area of mental health and addiction services. $5 billion, Mr. Speaker. We're also targeting our efforts to support the mental health of young Canadians, Indigenous people, the LGBTQ community, Black Canadians, veterans, and so much more. I'm proud of these efforts, and we won't stop until every Canadian gets the help and assistance that they need when it comes to mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
The murderer of Tory Stafford is seeking compensation from this government for her, quote, unfair treatment.
Canadians will remember that the Liberals moved Tory's killer from a maximum security prison to a healing lodge until outraged Canadians forced them to reverse their decision. Will the government commit to fight her attempts at getting any taxpayer dollars and put her back behind bars where she belongs?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's not at all clear what the status of any alleged court proceeding might be. Indeed, the media coverage with respect to the judge's comments would indicate that he's not clear what the status is. You can be assured that the Government of Canada will very strongly defend its position.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
As co-founder and co-chair of the Parliamentary Cycling Caucus, I am pleased to share that today is Bike Day on the Hill. Approximately 200,000 Canadians cycle to work, which is good for their health and our environment. But sadly, on average, 75,000 Canadians are seriously injured while cycling each year, and 74 are killed. Many tragedies can be prevented with improved cycling infrastructure and side guards on heavy trucks. We must do better to keep Canadians safe. The NDP is calling for a national cycling strategy. Will the government get on board and help make Canada a cycling nation?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I realize that the point that is brought up by my colleague is a very important one. That is why last year we published a report which was the product of 10 provinces, 3 territories, and the federal government putting together, in fact, 57 measures that could be used to improve safety for vulnerable road users, not only cyclists but also pedestrians as well. We realize how important this is, and within federal jurisdiction we are already undertaking pilot projects to improve the visibility of large commercial trucks so that they can see the cyclists.
The member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of the Canadian minerals and mining sector to our economy and to the communities across the country. Our government believes developing Canada's natural resources in cleaner, more sustainable ways will create good middle-class jobs, enhance competitiveness, and reduce pollution as we move to a clean energy future. We have made significant investments to achieve these goals. In celebration of National Mining Week, can the Minister update this House on steps our government has taken to ensure Canada's mining sector continues on a path to prosperous, sustainable development for years to come?
Great question. Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question and for his hard work. The mining sector supports over 600,000 good middle-class jobs across the country. It is the second largest private sector employer of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Our government stands behind this sector. That is why we extended the mineral exploration tax credit for full 5 years and launched the Minerals and Metals Plan. Workers in the sector are helping power our clean economy. We wish them a very happy National Mining Week.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Récy-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, why does Canada need the Astérix and the Obélix? Because other ships are out of service. So this is an urgent for our Navy. The Prime Minister has tried to drag Vice Admiral Norman's name in the mud. There were all kinds of workers who lost their jobs because of his action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, our government is determined to make sure our Navy has what it needs. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the excellent work of the workers at Davie Shipyards, and our government is going to follow the advice of people in national defense to respond to the needs of the Navy. There was a statement that they are satisfied with what we are doing. We respect the advice of the Navy, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Quebec builds our infrastructure, not Ottawa. The Canada-Quebec Agreement is clear on this. Infrastructure is within the jurisdiction of Quebec and municipalities. But the tramway project in Quebec has been completely blocked. It's not going forward because Ottawa prefers to bicker. Will the minister stop creating conflicts and transfer completely and unconditionally the money Quebec needs? The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we are working in close collaboration with Quebec. Mr. Speaker, with respect to Highway 19, this was a project tabled by the Quebec government. It is a priority for Premier Legault, and here in Ottawa, we're working on it. We are working with complete respect for provincial jurisdiction in close cooperation with our colleagues, but one thing is certain, we will continue to invest in the economy countrywide. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, instead of making these fine-sounding statements, I would like them to reread the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Infrastructure. I quote, "The role of Canada in any project is limited to its financial contribution. It will not participate in stages of implementation, and it is also stated that Canada neither decides nor administers." The minister's election announcement yesterday concerning Highway 19 is hot air. They won't construct 1 centimetre of the road. Rather than being in conflict with the Quebec government, they should get this money to them. Mr. Speaker, we're not in election mode, we're in construction mode. What the Quebec government expects from us, what people expect from us, is to look at these projects that have been submitted to us by all provincial governments and to approve them according to their merit and according to agreements. We are going forward.
Regina Louvain. Order.
Mr. Speaker, on the Mark Norman case, it's been refreshing to hear the federal NDP leader speak up for due process.
Regina Louvain has the floor. Order.
And the SNC Lavalin controversy have raised questions about interference in our justice system. They have also underscored the need for independent review of decisions made by the Director of Public Prosecutions. Will the government commit to separate the office of Attorney General from the Minister of Justice if re-elected?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Our government firmly believes in the institutions of government and respects them deeply, Mr. Speaker. On this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, we have asked...
Order. The honourable member for Windsor West will come to order. Order. The honourable member for Justice, for the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we have asked a former Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada, the Honourable Anne McClellan, to look into this matter and give us her recommendations. Her track record is impressive, Mr. Speaker, and she understands the various pressures that come along with this position. I look forward to working closely with her, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our government continues to set higher standards for governance.
Order. The honourable member from Milton is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, there have been consultations amongst parties, and I believe you will find a unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House recognize Vice Admiral Mark Norman for his decades of loyal service to Canada, express regret for the personal and professional hardships he endured as a result of his failed prosecution, and apologize to him and his family for what they experienced during their legal conflict with the government.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. The Senate resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill S6, Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention Implementation Act 2018.
8. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow MPs, Parliament staff, I rise today to say goodbye. I got to know many of you over the last 19 years here. We spent many long days and late nights right here working together for Canadians right across from our wonderful country. Over 338 of us have the honour to sit in this chamber representing and working for our constituents back at home. Today I'd like to recognize the ones who helped me get to this special place. First, I'd like to recognize my parents, John and Jean Eiking, who I'm so fortunate that they emigrated from their homeland, the Netherlands, not only to come to Canada, but started a new life on the beautiful island of Cape Breton. They raised 10 of us. While being successful in business, they contributed to major projects in Cape Breton and helping many in need. And they will be recognized next week in the Cape Breton Business Hall of Fame.
Wow.
My parents cherished democracy and told us voting is very important. But it was our close friends of our family, George and Sharon Onsworth, who encouraged me to enter politics. I'll never forget the day George came looking for me in the broccoli field and asked me to run. I felt so fortunate that I became part of the Liberal team. Prime Ministers Chrétien, Martin, and our Prime Minister today not only helped me achieve so much for Cape Breton Island, but also gave me the opportunity to work with all Canadians, whether here in Canada or internationally. And I look forward to more great work done by our Prime Minister after October. I'd like to thank so many back in Cape Breton who helped me get here. And I cannot name them all because we would be ending up sitting here to midnight. But I recognize the teams that worked on the ground to get me elected 6 times. Thank you, Muriel Buchanan and the Victoria County team, Bob Jardine and the Northsiders, Vince and Gerard McNamara from the Sydney team, Chief Leroy from the Eskilstone team, and the dynamic duo Dave Wilton and Mary Woodman and their New Waterford team. And of course, folks, we can never forget our sign guys, Stan and Charlie. Thank you, team, for not only getting me re-elected, but putting on fundraisers every year to pay the bills. Of course, I especially like to thank everyone from my riding of Sydney Victoria who had faith in me and checked off my name on the ballot box. Through my years of representing you, I had the opportunity to meet you in your kitchens, community centers, places of worship, and of course your workplaces. I was fortunate to represent such a diverse group of people with so much compassion and a resilience. When I got elected, my mom said, work hard for Cape Breton and behave while you're up there. Well, Mr. Speaker, one might say that is a bit challenging when you're sharing Cape Breton and living with Roger. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not supposed to call him Roger. I'm supposed to call him the member from Cape Breton Canso, but we're too close for that. We not only pulled off a lot for people back home, we had a lot of fun doing it. I stand here today to recognize him along with all my fellow MPs through the years who supported me every step of the way. All of us in this chamber get a lot of credit when we succeed in doing important work for our ridings. But we all know our staff is one of the keys to our successes. They must respond at all times, not only to us, of course, but to our constituents when a challenge arises. My staff, John Patrick, Elizabeth, Ann, Megan, Ryan, and Sean, not only take care of things back home, but also keep things running smoothly up here on the Hill. And I also like to thank my previous staff who helped me, Darlene, John Cody, Diane, and you, Kirby. Every day our officers are faced with new challenges. Some days it's helping a constituent. Other days it's assisting communities with projects, dealing with emergencies. We had the tar ponds and we had the major floods during Thanksgiving. We have our workload up here also in Ottawa, whether it's our work in this chamber or on committees. In our caucuses, it's crucial for bringing this country forward, and it all comes from our staff. There are so many on the Hill who also deserve recognition, whether they worked in departments or helped me get to the Hill by a cab or get me on the airplane. They all helped me get the job done, and I thank them all very much. Over my 19 years, one of my biggest focuses has been an extension of the EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks for those who need it the most. And I'd like to thank my staff for the important research and all the organizations that have done in supporting me in this pursuit. And I'd like to thank all the members in this chamber for unanimously passing my motion last week, M201. It was very good, and we know that an extension to EI sick benefits is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. Mr. Speaker, some people ask how I got through so many challenging situations over the last 19 years. It's because my team helps me get the job done. And as I said, you don't get through politics alone. There's many sacrifices in politics and many proud moments. And I encourage all Canadians to get involved, whether by putting your name on the ballot or by encouraging and supporting someone who wants to put their name forward. You are so important. We live in the most beautiful country in the world, whether it's our landscape or our cultural diversity. But without a solid democratic foundation, it is all for naught. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm now going to thank the person who made my life complete. 40 years ago, my wife Pam and I met. It started after a dance. And she came back to the farm with me that evening because we just received 10,000 new baby chickens. And she helped me feed them. Her being from Dartmouth and I being from Cape Breton made for a lot of travel back and forth. But we're still doing that today to see each other. Pam and I started a vegetable farm, and we were very successful, receiving many awards. We had wonderful, hard-working employees who helped us achieve success, like Joe King, Eldridge, Sissy, and of course our special witty mom. I was not the only one, to be successful getting elected. Pam was elected MLA for Victoria Lakes. And again, we worked hard together to accomplish many projects in our region. Especially the one we're most proud of is doing a makeover of the world-famous Cabot Trail. We were blessed with 4 wonderful children, Mika, Josh, Bethany, and Jonah, and along with their spouses, Christian, Natalie, and Wade. We now have 6 beautiful grandchildren and 1 on the way, and this is one of the main reasons that I'm leaving this wonderful place. I'm so happy that 2 of my grandchildren have joined me on the Hill today, Lucy Ann and Davy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say goodbye with my personal definition of how to be fulfilled in one's life. May you live in a place that you love. May you do the things that you enjoy. And most importantly, may you be surrounded by those who share those goals with you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was truly blessed. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Sydney Victoria for staying within his time, because I suspect that I might have some difficulty getting the questions and comments period to remain within the 5-minute period, and I suspect the House would not permit me to cut members off too quickly in the next few minutes as they respond. The honourable member for Prince Albert. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise you I have a very, very important question for this member, and I'll get to it here rather shortly. When I was asked to speak here today, they said, you got to say some nice things about Mark. Well, I went, okay. And then I asked Roger, and he went, I don't know. So then I said, well, he was a farmer, so he's got to be a good guy.
Yeah, there you go.
No, seriously, the member from Sydney, Victoria, I first met him in the Ag Committee. He was in opposition, we were in government, and a member from Malpeque and the member from also joined him in the Ag Committee, and we had some great battles, but respectful battles. And one thing that you always knew from this member is when he fought a battle, it was for the right reason. It was for that farmer, it was for that issue, a very important issue to him and his constituents. And he fought hard, and he fought well. And I respected him for that. You know, it's very funny because, you know, I think it was the second year I was elected, I decided I was going to take some Spanish lessons in a little place called Bocas del Toro. And Bocas del Toro is hard to get to. It's in Panama on a little island on the Caribbean side. So I'm in Bocas del Toro, taking these Spanish lessons, staying at a hotel. And one morning I get up, go on my balcony, look over. That's the member from Victoria, Sydney, standing there in the middle of Panama. And I'm saying to myself, well, what in the heck? So it was actually a couple good days. We got to know him and Pam, and he explained to me how he'd done some work in Panama when he was younger with greenhouses, helping them develop their greenhouse industry, be more self-sufficient, actually earn a living. And he came back just to kind of check up on that. He just thought that'd be something to do. And I think it's something he has planned in the future, which I encourage him to continue doing that because he has a gift in doing that type of work. And then I got to know the member, of course, in the Trade Committee, as him being the chair of the Trade Committee. And I will say this, he ran a good committee. It was a civil committee. It was a committee that actually functioned. It functioned. And I have to say, we've got some good memories on that committee as we traveled around the U.S. on USMCA. Even last week, we were down in Washington and working together. I think a lot of Canadians would be proud of that committee and how we put our partisan differences aside and left them here in Ottawa and actually went down there and did what we had to do for Canadian businesses and Canadian voters. And I think, Mr. Eiking, you can take pride in knowing that you were part of that and you helped move the yardsticks to make it better. So again, definitely want to highlight that factor too, and definitely hope you'll remember those types of trips because we had some really good times together. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Pam and her family. You shared a great guy with Ottawa. You allowed him to serve. You allowed him to do what was honorable, and you gave up a lot of time so he could be here with Roger. No, but seriously, every member here, when you travel here on the Sunday, you're gone till Thursday or Friday, and then you're traveling home for the weekend and doing 2 or 3 events in the weekend, and then you're doing it again. It's a huge sacrifice, and we always tend to forget that it's not just the member making the sacrifice, it's their families. And we thank the families for allowing him to do that, because by allowing him to do that, he was able to do some great things here in Ottawa. Mark, I want to thank you for your service. You served well. You had integrity, you served with honor, and you showed respect to everyone. And I can honestly say that your constituents were proud of you, and people around you were very proud of you because of the way you conducted yourself here in Ottawa. And Mr. Speaker, I will get to the last question here at this point in time. The chair of the International Trade Committee did promise the members of the Trade Committee one last lobster dinner. So can the member please inform this House when that dinner will take place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria has agreed that that we can have the various questions and comments, and then he'll wind up at the end. And that will give him time, perhaps, to contact some lobster fishermen in his riding and arrange a shipment or something. The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Thanks so much. A lot of love down in that corner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a great opportunity for me to thank my the member from Sydney, Victoria, and I. We served together for 19 years. We lived together for 13 years, and I've taken lessons from him out of both experiences. The greatest lesson, probably in perseverance, would be the energy, the effort, just the perseverance and tenacity that he showed on the project that was the Sydney Tar Ponds. North America's toughest and biggest environmental tragedy was the Sydney tar ponds. And when he came to this place, he was seized with making sure that the people in our community were able to deal with that. And it was not easy. I was one of the he was like Diana Ross, and I was like one of the Supremes with Senator Al Graham. And but he pushed that rope, man, through Nova Scotia Caucus, Atlantic Caucus, through Ontario and National Caucus to the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister's office. $280 million to clean up North America's worst toxic site, and the people in Cape Breton, the people in Nova Scotia should always be very helpful. Very proud of the job that he did on that particular file. Of course, like I said, I lived with him for 13 years, so as far as cleaning up, he was much better as an MP than he was as a roommate. I had the great opportunity to spend a bunch of time with his great family, and Pam and Mika and Josh and Jonah. Josh and Jonah moved in with us for a little bit, and the Ikings, they were like earwigs. They were everywhere. I said, I got to get out of this place. But it was beautiful because his boys were older than mine. Mark, when we first started, he had sort of a curly afro, and then Josh hit his teens, and that soon disappeared. And he always used to say, listen, Bulldog, he said, don't worry, your time will come, as my boys got older. And they did. So he was able to sort of mentor me on how to deal with problem children. Who's turned out to be a loving husband and a great father. We did have a whack of fun. We did have a great deal of fun. But we had, one of the first things we did as rookie members of Parliament, we had to get on a flight to Cape Breton and go down and deliver the message that the federal government was getting out of the coal mining business. And that was a tough one. That was, friends, family, our whole community was, there was a nervousness and a fear coming out of that, and that was a tough one to deliver for us. But I was very proud. Our current Minister of Public Safety was Natural Resources at the time, and what we were able to put in place, what we were able to work with at that time, and with the Prime Minister Chrétien, and Finance Minister Paul Martin, we were able to put the supports and transition measures in place that our community has sort of shouldered the impact of that tough decision. But we went through a lot of stuff together. The closure, and it was great. The Harper Conservatives gave us a lot of stuff to work with. It was a sort of a veritable buffet when they closed the Veterans Affairs office or cuts the CBC, and we were able to stand together with our community and take those things on. So, Mr. Speaker, through all this, because I see you're getting nervous up there, know this: there is no finer family man. There's no more of a gentleman in this chamber, no greater guy in this place. And there have been all kinds of good people that have come through here, and it provides you with the opportunity to meet so many wonderful people. But the member from Sydney, Victoria, he shouldn't. Retirement it'd just be retiring from this. I know that he'll lead an active life, but I know he'll enjoy it, and he deserves it, and it's been fabulous getting to know him, and I consider him a friend, and all the best.
I wish to express my apologies to the member for Timmins, James Bay. Normally I would have gone to him second, and I should have done so. Of course, I don't know if the honourable member for Cape Breton Council could have contained himself any longer, but the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not going to take it personally, but I know there's a Nova Scotia mafia in this house, and so I'm not going to. Today, since we're speaking to some of the dons of it, I'm not going to challenge the speaker on that. But I did want to rise to pay a special tribute to the member for Sydney, Victoria. When I was first elected in this House, I was on the Ag Committee, and there was a very contentious bill on Ag. The Liberal government was trying to get through, and there were a lot of problems with it, as there are with a lot of legislation. but it was a minority government, so every vote counted. So we came one round of voting on some of the clauses, and Mark voted with the opposition. And the next day the whip came down and he was out of that committee and had someone there who was more than willing to do whatever the PMO told him. And that, I was just elected then, and it really impressed me. Because we are here at the end of the day, as much as we're here for partisan reasons, but we're here to represent the people who sent us. And farm and rural people sent him here, and he knew the files really well. And the fact that they then let him become a committee chair afterwards is a tribute to the credibility he has in this House. Many people come here, and some swallow the Kool-Aid, and some just become bitter. I've never seen Mark lose that incredible sense of humor and warmth. Maybe he just treated me nice because my aunts were nuns in the convent down on Whitney Pier. That could have been it. And, you know, my family were in the first waves of Cape Breton coal mine closures. That's why we ended up in Northern Ontario. But through it all, I think he's been a really good presence in the House. And to some degree, his partner in crime, the other Cape Bretoners, certainly bringing a sense of decency, a sense of community. And to the family, I want to pay a special tribute, because you read all this stuff in the newspaper about how we're going to make Parliament more family-friendly. It ain't. Yeah. You know, it's a terrible life for families. And I'll just, as I'm moving towards my closure, Mr. Speaker, you know, like I'm interested in his work with greenhouses, because when I ran for the leadership of the NDP, I sat down with my wife and I said, you know, it's going to mean an effect on our family and we should talk. And she said, spare me. I've heard all the promises. Here's the deal. You run for the leadership, win or lose, you build me a greenhouse. And so when I lost, I wasn't going to get angry. I just came home and I built the damn best greenhouse. Now I got all these people in the north wanting a greenhouse from me. So when I retire, I'm hoping maybe we can go into business together. But I want to close on one thing, because we've talked about his great sense of humor, the fact that he's a great parliamentarian. People may not be aware that he's not only that, he's a great humanitarian and an animal rights activist, I understand. And there's been a lot of rumors over the years about that poor beaver that was out on the road that night when the honourable member from Cape Breton were coming home. Now, they couldn't have been at 2 in the morning, so they were probably at a caucus meeting. And the way I heard this story, they found the poor beaver on the road, and they managed to get it down to the river. But, you know, that's just sort of up in the ether of legends, and I would really like to ask the honourable member to confirm what did happen to the beaver, and did Roger end up in the river alongside the beaver trying to help? Because I just think for the record of Parliament, you know, for what's going to be enhanced here at 150 years now, people are going to want, I'm going to ask him to stand up and not be ashamed, stand up and tell us the truth. What happened to that beaver? So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Trimmon's statement. In a few moments, I will let the honourable member for Sydney Victoria defend himself on that. Of course, my understanding was that on that evening, it might have been a bit late, that the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester kind of, sorry, for Cape Breton Canso, excuse me, kind of directed traffic while the honourable member for Sydney Victoria, you know, did the real hard work of getting down on all fours, right, and corralling or moving getting the beaver moving, and it was kind of resistant, as I understand it, to the whole thing. So I look forward to hearing about that. But the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to convey my congratulations to the honourable member for Sydney Victoria and thank him for all his service to Cape Breton and to this great country of ours. And I couldn't help but think when he was talking about the members of his family and his grandchildren, I know that they will forever remember the service of the honourable member to this country and to Cape Breton, and it's something that they will be very, very proud of for generations to come. So I wish him all the very best, and I just have one small favor to ask him. As he would be aware, I think slightly more than half the people in Sydney, Victoria are related to me. And when he goes back and thanks them for all their support, tell them that now that the honourable member is leaving, they can consider other political parties to support as well. I wish he could do that. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my dear friend, Member of Parliament for Sydney Victoria, as a Caper myself, from Margaree, and I remember the honourable member for Sydney Victoria's first political action was very green, was fighting the Point of Coney coal-fired power plant that was going to suck the water out of the farms on Bullardry Island, which it did. But that's when we first I came across the honourable member for Sydney Victoria. As you've heard, his actions as a member of Parliament have also continued to be green. We worked on the Sydney tar ponds issue. I well remember, and some of you will remember, that in the spring of 2001, right around this time of year, it was before 9/11, so protesters were allowed to sit right by the members' entrance, and I was there on a hunger strike. I thought 2 or 3 days and Alan Rock would crack. I never thought I'd have to be on a hunger strike for 17 days to get the commitment to clean up the Sydney tar ponds. But the honourable member for Sydney Victoria, I think he'd been a member of Parliament something like 6 months, and he'd come outside and talk to me and say, geez, this place, I don't know if I'm ever going to figure out how to make this place work so I can get things done. I knew how to work when I was down home on the farm. I don't know if the honourable member remembers those conversations, but he certainly did figure out how to get things done. And from that early first time of being elected, I think in the fall of 2000 till today, he's gotten a lot done. We didn't always agree on the way we should clean up the Sydney tar ponds, but we sure did make a big improvement. The honourable colleague from Cape Breton-Canso, who's a cousin to my sister-in-law, you know it's all very cozy at home. I want to just put on the record as leader of the Green Party to certify this and satisfy some of the earlier questions. It may not be unanswered, but in the annals of hinterland who's who, you will find the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso and Sydney Victoria for the daring late-night, midnight rescue of the beaver on the middle of Wellington and getting it down to the water. Well, the honourable member for Sydney Victoria first flashed across our TV screens in Cape Breton many years ago as, forgive me for saying it, this handsome young farmer speaking on behalf of chicken farmers everywhere and with a great big smile saying, "Get cracking." Well, it was a good ad, really. And here he is all these years later. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria has accomplished a great deal. But I will really miss him around here, assuming I can get re-elected, as a dear friend, a solid citizen, a wonderful family man. So in the language of Gaelic and Cape Breton, Tapalet, the language of the Mi'kmaq, Wallalan, and a good dose of Dutch. Dank u wel.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Very short, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity to get to know Mark over the last number of years, and it's safe to say, as my friend Roger would say, that he's a class act. He really and genuinely is a classy guy. And when I think of Mark, the thing I think about is agriculture and trade. And I had this wonderful story when Mark was the critic for agriculture for the Liberal Party, and he tells me he's going to come to Manitoba, and he'd like to take a tour of a chicken farm and so forth. So I had called a chicken facility, and I had asked, I would like to, the agricultural critic for the Liberal Party is going to come over. I want to impress him. Can we come and watch some chickens being slaughtered? And the response was kind of dead silence on the phone. And they say, Mr. Lamoureux, we don't slaughter chickens. We process chickens. And it was something in which, when the member came and visited Manitoba, we had this wonderful, beautiful tour of this facility. I learned a lot from Mark that day, but I think it's fair to say that many of his colleagues throughout the years that really have had the opportunity to get to know him, two things come to mind. They would all come to consensus that he is a classy guy. And number two, that he always had something to share. And what he shared was done in such a fashion in which it was educational and definitely information that would be sustained and retained, because he is a very wise man also. We're going to miss you very much, Mark. You have always been a fabulous asset to this House and to the caucus, and a good friend.
I hope the House will indulge me for a minute. Will I reminisce for a second or two about the times we had together, Mark? We got to be friends after we were came in 2000. Of course, I was coming back after my involuntary sabbatical, and we came together, and I had the great pleasure of working with you over that time on many issues, many things. It's been wonderful to have you around. You know, I mean, we had to deal with the honorable member for Cape Breton Council. That could be a challenge, of course, but many of us were upset when after the two of you were sharing an apartment for a long time, and everyone referred to that as the Cape Breton Embassy because there were so many visitors from Cape Breton there, that you decided to divorce, or to split up and move into separate thought. But eventually that you reconciled later. So everyone was pleased to see that. I think on all sides of the House, people were pleased to see that. But we appreciate your sense of humor. I think all of us do, and your hard work. And I know that you care very deeply about the people of Sydney, Victoria, and Cape Breton, and all of Canada. And I know you care deeply about your family. I want to wish you and Pam and your magnificent family the very best in the future. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
There's so much love in this room. I think I'm going to stay. I don't want to challenge the Speaker. I never did in my 19 years, but I'm challenging him on this one. We are not divorced. We're just separated because of the kids, and we're all right. We're all right. We're all right. So I like to make a few comments, and I guess it starts off with the member for St. Gulf Islands. I got to confess, not everybody in our family votes Liberal. There's one in our family that has a crush on her, but now he's had to let that go because she's married now. And yeah, we have a green in our midst, and the member from Niagara, like, I know, good luck with Hayes McNeil and Vince McLean, your cousins. They're pretty entrenched back there, so good luck. Good luck. I mean, getting one of the McNeils and McLeans to run over there. But look, I appreciate it. So much Cape Breton connections here. It was brought up also about the tar ponds. That was a real big challenge. But it was one of the things, I think, it's one of those things you happen is where nobody in this House could disagree it didn't have to be done. But it started with a group, a community group, with Dan Fraser and the community group. They started it. And at that time, there was a good Conservative, Premier John Hamm, who stepped right up to the plate with Roger and I, and we got it done. And Mr. Speaker, or this chamber, if you ever come to Sydney, go downtown and see this beautiful park. There's a new business there now with 300-400 employees. It's just a wonderful thing. And it's because it's a project where it's not about me, it's about Canadians all doing the right thing and getting it done. Timmins James Bay, okay, the beaver story comes up, and I have to, for the record, I have to straighten this out about what meeting Roger and I were coming from. It was a meeting at Darcy McGee's, and it was one of those meetings Roger and I have where I said, Roger, it's time to go home now. And so it was April 1st, Mr. Speaker, because God loved the poor lady that was on the 911 on the other end. But it was April 1st, and so we've seen the beaver, and Roger calls 911 right off the bat. Now, you call 911 and you say you're two members of Parliament on April Fool's Day, and you're on Spark Street, and you got a beaver. So anyway, she told him it was kind of, he's tying up the line and all that stuff. So anyway, I said, how's that working, Roger? Well, it's not doing very good. But anyway, we did get the beaver. Like, he has some qualities. I don't think he was ever on a farm before, but he has some qualities. So anyway, we got the beaver across the road, and he wasn't paying attention very much. But we got the beaver in the river. But Mr. Speaker, he was following us back to the Cape Breton Embassy again. And we had to go back and chase him down again, so we got the job done. Randy, you and I come up here. We're farmers, and we worked hard for our people. And there's never a day that we don't think about the fine people in this country and around the world that produce the food for us on the table. And we always agreed on that, and we worked together on that. And I thank you very much for being on agriculture and on trade with me. And yeah, maybe you and I can go down there. You know your Spanish better than I do, so maybe you can do the translation down there and we can do more projects. But Mr. Speaker, I close. This has been such a wonderful experience for me to be in this House as a son of an immigrant, and being a business person. It's not easy if you're in business coming up here, but having so much support back home and here, I never had to worry about what was happening behind me, because I always could look ahead. So thank you very much.
Good job.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After so much praise for one of our colleagues, it's hard to follow that. But I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Sydney. He's been a wonderful colleague for all these years, so I would like, in my turn, to commend him. This bill, and that's why we're here, it's to discuss bills and deal with the various legislation which is before the House. S6 is a bill to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion. It follows a model of the OECD, and Madam Speaker, when we have bills like this, it's to hit two objectives: to avoid double taxation and to prevent tax evasion. And once this is implemented, it will deal with that. It will. So on this side of the House, we intend to support this bill, which leads me, Madam Speaker, since we're talking about international relations, I'd like to talk about the speech by the official opposition leader. He made a speech on May 7th, and the speech by our leader had to do with foreign affairs. And why I'm linking it with the bill today, it was about how important it is to have healthy relationships with other countries based on mutual respect and on rules. So we want to continue to prosper and to find our place in this changing world. The leader of the official opposition, and I'd like to talk about the government's record. After the election of the Prime Minister in 2015, Canada, he said, was back. This was following the years where Canada had such a great reputation, but since 2015, Canada has been going nowhere, really. The leader of the official opposition talked about the Prime Minister's actions, and he said it was really a question of style over substance. And many times this is due to the Prime Minister's lack of judgment. Observers at a meeting with the Japanese said that there was a last-minute betrayal by the Prime Minister of Canada. And then there was the India fiasco. We only need to think of the images we got from that trip. But what we may know less is just how grave the consequences of this trip were. The trip to India will not help Canadians have increased exports. And so behind the images of a trip, you have to look at the consequences. The Member of Parliament, Ujjal Desange, also was critical. Madam Speaker, there are also the defeatism that this government is showing vis-à-vis China. China has taken absolutely unfair measures against our producers, and it seems that this crisis is only growing day to day. The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food came back recently from a visit to Japan for the G20, where they discussed the Canadian position vis-à-vis the Chinese regarding the canola crisis. Madam Speaker, this meeting, where the subject was the importance of trade, of rules-based trade, well, it sort of fizzled out because the communique issued by the minister was, there were conversations sort of on the periphery of the G20, and we talked about how profoundly disappointed we were in the suspension of certain imports. It's been a month that the Minister of Agriculture has been asking China to be able to send a technical team to look into the assertions of the Chinese government. She had, the Agriculture Minister of China. They could have discussed things, but there is no mention of anything like this. No mention of anything to do with the Chinese Minister of Agriculture. And, Madam Speaker, there was no talk of sending a technical team to China because they didn't want to offend the Chinese. But we're losing billions of dollars in trade. We asked for significant support for Canadian agriculture in order to come up with a strategy, a trade strategy, in a world that was increasingly unpredictable. And this strategy says that Canada's actions vis-à-vis the Chinese are politically motivated. And we saw this last week. Politicians are hesitating to commit. Ministers refuse to really be strong with China, and we've witnessed the consequences. So between the trade war between the U.S. and China, this will have repercussions for our agriculture, and then the suspension of imports from Canada. And I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, that soya prices are down, levels not seen for a decade. The representative of the government said that the Chinese were hesitant to sign contracts for other Canadian products. And what the Mr. Jeff Hinson has asked and said, it's time for the Canadian government to vigorously defend the agriculture sector in China and in the world. Another quote, this time from, again, Green Growers Canada. They say, we can't say that the problems we see with our trade with China has to do with one particular product, but I've seen the price of soybeans fall. Madam Speaker, they also say, besides the disruption caused by the Chinese, there is a whole list of risks that have to be managed. Madam Speaker, this has been going on for months, and over 2 months they have been saying in this House that the government has to stand up to China because they haven't been doing it. They didn't do it with India when India wanted to impose tariffs. They didn't do it with Vietnam. Their inaction and their wait-and-see attitude is costing the Canadian economy billions of dollars. They have to think about the producers in each of the provinces. For them, $20,000, $50,000 in losses since the beginning of the year in terms of the value of their production. So we've asked for 2 things.
Changes to the anticipated payments program, the early payment program. The Leader of the Opposition put pressure on the government on canola. There was also a complaint to the World Trade Organization. We also asked for an ambassador to be appointed to China. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that it's obvious that if you want to settle a crisis, point of order, the member for New Westminster Burnaby. Madam Speaker, there are no government members in the House right now, so I think we are lacking quorum.
Je vais vérifier.
I'll check, just a minute.
Faut qu'il y en ait 20. Il n'y en a pas 20. Il y en a 4.
Alors, on peut dire ça. On va
Alors,
We do lack quorum currently, so we'll ring the bells to bring the members in.
OK, alors la Chambre peut recommencer.
The House can resume. We've stopped the bells. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable may continue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have left, though? You're 8.5 minutes into your 10-minute slot. Well, that's not much time left, Madam Speaker, so I'm happy to have this opportunity to have spoken. And indeed, Madam Speaker, since the India trip, and in light of the way the Liberals have managed all of our trade relations internationally, there was the wheat crisis with Italy, the pulses crisis with India, and now the crisis with China. This government is doing nothing, and Canadians and Canadian farmers are suffering because of it. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, they will continue to suffer for a long time yet because this government shows no interest, no desire to solve these problems, to step up, to stand up, and defend Canadians when it comes to our international trade relations. Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up with a quote from the Canada Council at a meeting this week. They sent me a document that calls on the government quite simply to take all necessary steps to restore canola shipments. They don't want preliminary meetings or introductory meetings. They want Canada to stand up firmly and take a position, take a stand. And Madam Speaker, I would say that stable relationships are essential. They're essential if you want to avoid tax evasion, if you want to have good relations with other countries. Unfortunately, this government doesn't appear to have any intention of heading in that direction. Madam Speaker, it's time they took action for Canadian canola producers. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? L'honorable député Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coming back to Madagascar for a second here, since that is the purpose of this debate. Does my colleague think that once the committee studied this bill, the finding was that this was basically a one-way street? Most of our trade with Madagascar is Canadian companies setting up shop in Madagascar, mining companies. The other way around, there aren't really very many companies from Madagascar doing business here in Canada. So it's a one-way street, really. Canadian companies setting up operations in Madagascar. They're the ones who are going to benefit from this. So is he concerned that this is really a one-way street? This is an agreement that is only going to benefit the Madagascar economy, not the Canadian one? The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. That is why we need healthy relations with other countries like Madagascar. We need to encourage people and companies in Madagascar to come and set up operations here in Canada. We need to have clear and specific rules so that relations between our two countries, between investors and tax relations are all clearer, and that can only benefit trade between the two countries. And that's what we should take from this, Madam Speaker. We've seen when a government can't maintain healthy relationships with its partners, the whole trade relationship suffers. It's almost impossible currently to do business with China because China doesn't follow the rules. And that's why it's important when you're establishing relations, you have to stand up, you have to be firm, you have to hold other countries to account. You have to discuss and negotiate and insist that they follow the rules. That's what we should be doing with China right now, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, this government doesn't want to stand up to China. So hopefully there will be something can be done to make this not just a one-way street, to make this more mutually beneficial.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's no doubt, tax treaties and trade agreements, these are all very important things at the international scene that the federal government needs to be proactive on. By doing that, we're enhancing Canada's economy, supporting our middle class, and in fact, all Canadians in all regions of the country when we do that. I want to go specifically to the issue of the canola, because the canola is an important industry for our prairie provinces, important for all Canadians. And I believe that at the end of the day, the best thing that we can do as a Canadian government is not only just to lobby China, but bring science to the table. We know we have the best product in the world in canola that's produced in Western Canada. My home province of Manitoba is an excellent example of that. And what we need to be able to do is, beyond a shadow of the doubt, as we have done time and time before, demonstrated very clearly to the Chinese government that the science is there and that this is a world-class product, and anything to make accusations of anything otherwise is just not true. My question to the member is, would he not acknowledge that this isn't the first time where we've had issues related to China? Issues related to trade in China even occurred during Stephen Harper's time. And you have to allow our professional civil servants, the scientists, to be able to be at the forefront. And that is something in which it doesn't happen overnight at the snap of a fingers. It takes time, and we have to ensure that we have the science, as we do, to support our claims. That's the way in which we can support our farmers, and also by being ensuring farmers that we have their back.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed. Nobody's questioning the canola farmers and their desire to ship the best possible Canadian product to China. The problem is that it's been a month now since the Agriculture Minister asked if a technical delegation could be sent to China, and the answer was no, absolutely not. We're pretty sure, Madam Speaker, that there is no technical problem with our canola. And yet they refuse to step up politically. They refuse to make a complaint to the World Trade Organization. They refuse to appoint an ambassador who could undertake discussions with China to settle this dispute. We used to have an ambassador in China who could have helped solve this problem, but the Liberals can't even appoint someone to solve this problem. That's the problem. That's what canola farmers and their associations are asking for. They're asking for the government to take further steps to fight this all the way. There have to be scientific, technical, but also political solutions to this problem. We need this problem solved because, meanwhile, Canadian producers are paying a hefty price for this Liberal slack reply. Questions and comments? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say to my colleague that we agree when it comes to Madagascar, but the Liberal government has also arranged things with the Cook Islands, Antigua and Barbuda, and Grenada. That's 3 places that are well-known tax havens where the tax rates are virtually nil. Does my colleague feel comfortable with all these agreements being signed with tax havens? And when you look at all the agreements that the former Harper government signed with tax havens, that represents millions of dollars that's lost every year that could have been used to contribute to our quality of living and the welfare of all Canadians, and that basically is all being lost because our tax system is so unfair. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think first and foremost, in order to have good relationships with other countries, you have to have agreements. You need agreements in order to be able to prosecute tax evaders. Without agreements in place, there's no way of going after people who are tax cheats overseas. So you need agreements in order to take this any further. Once agreements have been signed, then if there are things that need to be improved, then that can be done when necessary. But you can't get money back from places where there are tax evaders if there's no agreement. That's the very basis. You have to have an agreement first and foremost, and only then can you start going after people and setting standards. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, agreements with Madagascar and the people of that country are important for our economy, but since canola came up, I think that's an issue that we've worked on together. Maybe we don't have the same vision of how that can be solved, but internationally, we know that the leader of the official opposition is pro-Brexit. The leader of the official opposition also doesn't want any free trade agreement with China, so what a great message to send China when you're talking about trade relations. Then there's also the issue of Huawei. The Conservatives took a position without knowing the ins and outs of the situation. So what kind of a message does that send China if the Conservatives have already taken a stand against China? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, we have a strategy. At least we have a position. They don't have one, Madam Speaker. They have no position. Let's talk about the Liberal international relations strategy. The India trip. That was quite a strategy. That's a classic example of what to do if you're bent on destroying Canada's image internationally. If you want to lose any sense of seriousness in your international trade dealings, nobody takes us seriously anymore after that. China's walking all over us, Vietnam, Italy, everybody's walking all over us, Madam Speaker, because for the Liberals, international relations are all about image, not substance. There's no content. There's no position. They don't want to make anyone unhappy. And who pays for that? Canadian canola producers. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved that Bill S6, an act to implement the convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, be now read a third time and do pass. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor? Yes?
This bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I declare the motion carried. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Yes. 5:30, and so be it. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming debate on M203 concerning fraud activities against seniors, standing in the name of Mrs. Wong.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I have a definite interest in this motion M203, which has to do with fraud against seniors. And my interest stems from the fact that Trois-Rivières is one of the few ridings, if not the only riding in Quebec and in Canada, where people live longer than the average, and they live a young lifestyle, if you will. If you look at Quebec averages for people age 65 and over, you'll see that Trois-Rivières is definitely above that average by 6 to 7 points. And those people, my constituents over 65, are people whom I care a lot about, because this motion affects them directly, and I'll have an opportunity to explain myself. But without betraying my own age, let me just say that in a time before there was email, let me just say that things were in many respects better back then. My parents were subscribers to Reader's Digest, which you could find in virtually any waiting room, doctor's or dentist's waiting room. And I remember at the time there was a business, there was a list, a subscribers list. We often received these sweepstakes in the mail that promised that you could win huge amounts of money if you subscribed to if you participated, but which we never fell for. But now, with internet, if I was to believe all the offers that I get by email, promising huge jackpots, cruises, trips abroad, you could win a computer, all kinds of products. Well, obviously, this is doubtful marketing practices, and at times it's outright fraud, and we have to take steps against that type of fraud. Just to give you a sense of what that internet fraud involving seniors, targeting seniors, what it amounts to, it's $10 billion a year. $10 billion a year. That's an astronomical figure. If you calculate that, it's about $300 per Canadian on average. On average, each Canadian is defrauded of $300 a year. And obviously, that's not how it works. The fraudsters target the most vulnerable. So $300 per Canadian is not realistic. It's a lot more than that for those who are the actual victims of this highly organized form of fraud. When you look at the statistics, 44% of Canadians were directly defrauded or know someone who was. This means that this is a problem that almost all of us are either directly or indirectly touched by. And when you look at those statistics, well, they can be misleading because for each individual person who realizes at some point that they've been swindled and that they may have been a bit too trusting, gullible, or naive, well, if you take a closer look, you'll see that fraudsters are using increasingly sophisticated methods to trick people. It's harder and harder to realize that you've been swindled, and nobody's very proud to admit that they've fallen for it, that they perhaps weren't skeptical enough, that they didn't pay enough attention to the signs that suggested that this was fraud. And so perhaps that 44% figure is actually an underestimation of the scope of the problem. So we're talking about people age 65 and over, but that's going to be over 25% of the population within a decade. And if you look at this from another angle, low-income seniors, because earlier I said that often it's the most vulnerable who are targeted by these fraudsters. So often, lower-income individuals, for all kinds of reasons, which I'll get into later, those lower-income people are the most directly targeted, the most directly affected by this problem. So coming back to the $300 per Canadian, which is a bit of an artificial figure, because obviously not all Canadians are targeted. But just think about those who fall for it the most often, the most vulnerable. They're often those who have the lowest incomes, and the results are catastrophic for those individuals. So in 95, 3.5, let's say 4% of the population were low income. In the year 2000, 7.6%, almost 8%. In 2013, according to the latest statistics we have, we're up to 11%. So there's nothing that suggests that in 2019, the situation will have improved. So given the wealth that's being created in this country, it's extremely poorly distributed. The rich get richer, and those who are struggling keep getting poorer because they don't manage to benefit from the dreams that our consumer society has created. And every time this aging population, which is growing older and older, living longer and longer, that population is often the target, and they're often targeted for multiple factors, for multiple reasons, and that makes them increasingly vulnerable. And we're talking about the social determinants of health. And what does that mean?
So there's the economic situation, and then health problems. We all know that people live longer and longer now, but they're not necessarily in good health to the end of their days. We've seen, for example, problems like dementia, Alzheimer's. They're diseases now, illnesses that affect seniors more and more, and it makes them more and more fragile, more vulnerable. and also more vulnerable to any kind of internet scams that may exist. There's also the problem of illiteracy. Oftentimes, people have gone to school, perhaps up to the end of grade school, up to the end of high school. Perhaps they may even have a college diploma. But in terms of their daily skills, they're not necessarily always able to understand the subtleties of a text. And fraudsters, scammers, will often set up sites, internet sites, that look credible to those who do not have the skills necessarily to go beyond the image, beyond appearances. And so they can't necessarily compare these websites to the legitimate ones. You know, oftentimes we say, oh, well, 95% of the Canadian population is connected, and so therefore we can deal with people over the internet. And the Conservative and Liberal governments both have emphasized this, have said that now that government is online, then every citizen can find the answers to the questions they're asking on government websites. Well, Madam Speaker, perhaps you, like myself, have tried to navigate government websites. It's not because there's a website, and it's not because there's even an answer to your question, that you're going to be able to navigate that website and find the answer. So you have to be much more than just connected to internet to be able to avoid fraud. You know, the CRA has set up all kinds of things on the internet, but oftentimes scammers set up something that seniors may not be able to see as being a scam. Now, for a long time in the NDP, we have wanted a national seniors strategy, and we've wanted that strategy to go above and beyond protecting seniors against fraud. Anyway, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up in saying that I will support this bill and that we want it to go further, or this motion rather. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time are as follows.
Member for Saanishkoff Islands, the environment, et l'honorable député de Saint.
And the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bergotte, seniors.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first, allow me to congratulate my colleague from Richmond Centre for bringing forward this motion. The timing is very appropriate. Seniors should know that their representatives here care about them and want to do something for them. I think that kind of message will be very well received on their part. And I'm going to repeat the text of the motion so that those who are listening to us are fully aware of what it is we're talking about today. And so my colleague from Richmond Centre moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should, A, recognize the disproportionate effect of fraud activities against the seniors community across Canada, B, coordinate a national response to fraud activities to ensure that seniors and other vulnerable groups have the resources they need to understand the signs of fraud, C, establish tangible recourses for victims of fraud, and D, work with local law enforcement agencies and the Canada Revenue Agency to introduce legislation to combat fraudulent attacks targeting vulnerable seniors. Madam Speaker, this kind of motion is absolutely critical. Not a week goes by without there being an issue of fraud against vulnerable individuals, whether it be via the internet, whether it be via other means of communication that are more and more accessible. At the same time, it has made it more and more easier for people to mislead and defraud seniors. I read recently in a report that there is fraud against seniors, but overall fraud is increasing. And there's one kind of fraud that I'm sure many people have heard. and that is fraudulent emails. For example, fraudulent emails from the CRA, where it's announced that if you send your account number, then $200 will be deposited. Madam Speaker, seniors are vulnerable, but these messages are so well done, so well presented, that over 5 years, the amounts have gone from $300,000 to more than $6.4 million per year. That's money collected by fraudsters. And this is from vulnerable people. From 2014 to 2018, 10 times more Canadians were scammed. And if those trends continue, then this year there will be another increase. Madam Speaker, just imagine if Canadians are being scammed by these messages, just imagine how much more difficult it is for seniors to be able to benefit from these new communication tools. Imagine how difficult it must be for them to be able to distinguish between what is real and what is a fraud. There are so many internet frauds now, but not only on the internet. I think it's also important to point out that there are people who also use their proximity to elders to take advantage of them. There was an 89-year-old Montrealer, and this was in La Presse, and this person found out that all their savings, over $300,000, had disappeared from their bank account. And this was a relative. This was someone who knew that senior and who took that money. Now, the case is before the courts, but, Madam Speaker, it takes a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of courage to report these kinds of crimes and then go before the courts. That's not something what seniors want to have to do. They want to be able to benefit from their retirement, from what they have saved over the years. And then from one day to the next, they have nothing because someone somewhere took advantage of them. Madam Speaker, these people often realize that they've been scammed at the very last minute, when it's too late, when there's almost nothing left in their account. Unfortunately, the people who are responsible for administering their funds can at times turn out to be those people who are taking advantage of them. They are the ones who are defrauding them. So, Madam Speaker, they're taking advantage of vulnerable seniors and doing something behind their backs because they're vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I have several examples of cases. I don't necessarily want to start listing them all because I think everyone at one point in time has been witness to these kinds of incidents. Sometimes they're very small. Sometimes it's not $360,000. Sometimes it's $5,000. Sometimes it's $2,000. Sometimes there's simply inappropriate pressure being put on a senior to help someone else, for example. Or there may be grandchildren, or maybe people posing as grandchildren, again, over the internet. Oftentimes someone will call a senior and they're pretending to be someone else. They may be pretending to be a relative or a grandchild. You know, a grandmother. Grandmothers used to have lots of children who in turn would have children, and they may have, something like 70 grandchildren. And when an older person, a senior, receives a call from someone called Thomas, let's say, who's stuck in Mexico, they're desperate, they absolutely need $2,000 so they can get back to Canada, and somehow through Facebook, for example, they have found out that there's a grandmother. They found out enough about that person that they're able to pretend they're that grandchild. And the grandmother doesn't want to leave their grandchild alone in Mexico, desperate, or leaving them because they've been the victim of a crime. That grandmother wants to help their grandchild. And that's why we love our grandmothers so much. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there are people who have made a fortune pretending that they're those beloved grandchildren, because these people are old, they're alone, because there's nobody taking care of them and protecting them and informing them when they need to know better. And these people are unscrupulous. They simply spend their time trying to figure out how to hook these people and scam them. There are people who live in seniors' homes, for example, and they may steal credit card numbers. They have access to information about seniors. It's very easy for them to call the credit card company and to just simply ask for a new PIN because they have access to all the information that the bank is going to be asking for when you want to renew a card. So they're able to give that information and then steal the number. There are so many ways to take advantage of people who are trusting. It's scary. Do you know, I mentioned an article from La Presse earlier. Well, in the same article, they said something else. The Montreal Police Service, in giving advice to seniors, said this, to reduce their risk of being defrauded. The advice, well, never disclose personal information to the support people in your environment. So never to give them personal information. Only go through a relative. Only give that information to people you can trust. Once again, that can be risky. They also said don't disclose confidential information like your bank account number or your social insurance number, whether it's through a text or through email, even over the phone. They also said shred any information containing personal information because that's also how people can steal information from you. They also said learn by heart your personal information. Don't write it down. Oftentimes, people write their numbers down, but the advice is not to. They said don't disclose your personal bank account or PIN numbers to anyone because in that case you're giving them access to your entire bank account. And they also said keep your checkbook somewhere safe, in the same place where you keep your private ID cards. So this is advice that Montreal Police Services have been handing out to try and raise awareness amongst people. But I think we need to go even further, and that's why, Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful to my colleague from Richmond Centre for having brought forward this motion in the hopes that we'll go further than that and that the CRA will take any necessary steps to decrease the amount of fraud amongst seniors.
Member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my great pleasure to take part in this debate on motion M203. In fact, this motion tabled by the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre is directly in line with our government's current priorities relating to seniors. Like all Canadians, the federal government is committed to ensuring that the health and well-being of Canadian seniors. The very fact that the Prime Minister appointed a Minister for Seniors last year is a very good example of this. I would even add that it is our duty as parliamentarians and as citizens to support seniors. Rest assured that we are committed to ensuring that Canadian seniors and future retirees have greater security and a better quality of life. In fact, the government has implemented several measures over the last 3 years to ensure their financial security. First, we restored the age of eligibility for the old age security pension and the guaranteed income supplement from 67 years to 65. This measure alone prevented approximately 100,000 seniors from falling into poverty. And what about the fact that we increased the guaranteed income supplement by $947 per year for low-income seniors who live alone? Of course, for some people, $947 per year doesn't seem like a lot, but for seniors who are living at or below the poverty line, this money can make all the difference, from covering the cost of their rent, their groceries, or any other basic needs. This increase in the guaranteed income supplement helped nearly 900,000 low-income seniors improve their financial situation. We have also worked closely with the provinces to improve the Canada Pension Plan and also to ensure that seniors have financially comfortable retirement we have diversified and simplified our methods, particularly online, to give seniors several ways to access their benefits. For example, seniors will soon be able to submit one application to have access to their old age security benefits and the guaranteed income supplement. Budget 2019 proposes to support low-income Canadian seniors who choose to stay in the labour market and to support seniors' participation and inclusion in their communities. In fact, in Budget 2019, the government is proposing a series of measures that aim to improve the quality of life for Canadian seniors. For example, the budget suggests passing new legislation that considerably improve the guaranteed income supplement earnings exemption as of July 2020. This legislation would extend eligibility for the earnings exemptions to income from self-employed work and would give a total or partial exemption to annual employment and self-employment income up to $15,000. Budget 2019 also proposes legislative changes that aim to proactively register contributors to the Canada Pension Plan who will be 70 years of age or older in 2020, but who have not yet applied to receive their retirement benefits. Another interesting proposal in this budget, Madam Speaker, is the increase in the funding for the New Horizons for Seniors program that addresses issues such as elder abuse, including financial abuse. The result of this would be an additional $100 million over 5 years and $20 million per year ongoing to support projects that improve the quality of life for seniors and promote their full participation in society. What's more, the government is committed to protecting Canadians' pensions. As a result, Budget 2019 proposes legislative changes to the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Canada Business Corporations Act, and the Pensions Benefits Standards Act, 1985. These changes will help better protect pension plans offered by employers and in the event that a company becomes insolvent. We are also proposing to provide $12.5 million over 10 years to the Global Risk Institute so they can continue their work on developing new approaches in financial risk management. The budget also proposes to provide $150,000 over 3 years to the National Pension Hub to support pension research. Research based on improving retirement savings results for Canadians and the development of solutions to challenges related to pensions. What's more, Budget 2019 proposed to invest $35 million in 2019 and 2020 so that the assisted living program continues to meet the needs of seniors and people with disabilities living on a reserve. In addition, the recent budget proposes to develop new legislation that would require the federal government to maintain a national housing strategy that prioritizes housing for the most vulnerable people, including, of course, our seniors. And finally, in this budget, we are confirming our commitment to moving forward with a bill to reduce poverty. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the government supports Motion M203, which firmly condemns fraudulent activity against seniors. Let me be clear, any type of violence towards seniors must be denounced and fought wherever it exists. Not only physical or psychological violence, but also the insidious violence that is financial abuse of seniors. Of course, scammers have victims in every segment of the population without discrimination. However, when they target seniors, especially the most vulnerable seniors, this becomes particularly despicable and completely inexcusable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me a great pleasure to rise today on M203, a motion to protect seniors from fraud. And I'm pleased to see that my colleague, the honourable member from Richmond Centre, take bold leadership in her role as the Shadow Minister for Seniors. Canada's seniors built this country to what it is today and continue to contribute through acts of volunteerism and giving of their time for the betterment of their communities every day. You'll certainly find those that fall in the senior demographic among the many volunteers at food banks, in coaching roles, or organizing fundraisers for nonprofits. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, some seniors continue to work to stay above water so that they can make it to the end of the month. And although I'm pleased to speak on M203, I'm also disheartened at the necessity of this motion. And too often, Canadian seniors are the target of fraud. According to the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre, Canadians aged 60 to 69 are most likely to fall victim to scam artists. Scam artists can be a neighbor, a so-called friend, or even a family. Madam Speaker, we're living in a digital age. It's not a rare sight to see a baby being entertained with an iPad or to see grandparents Skyping their grandchildren across the country. We all use technology. Therefore, it's not surprising to see that in this digital age that 51% of those who fall victim to things like mass marketing fraud are targeted online. As legislators, we must take leadership to protect our most vulnerable, and I'm proud to be a member of this caucus that stands up for our seniors and our most vulnerable. All of us, I'm sure, would not want to see our loved ones fall for something like this, but it can happen to anyone. It's also commonplace that my constituency office is visited by a senior who has unfortunately fallen to the trap of giving away personal information and oftentimes giving away money. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that they're embarrassed by that. I'm also happy to note that the citizens of Barrie Innisfil can expect an information pamphlet on CRA tax scams. It'll land at their door either this week or next. I've sent it to every household in the riding, and this will outline measures to recognize and prevent fraud. It's important to know, Madam Speaker, that there are many myths surrounding those who are targeted and fall victim to fraud. It's a common myth that mass market fraud targets those with lower levels of education. This is simply not the case. According to a report for Innovation, Science and Economic Development, fraud affects victims regardless of their level of education. It's also wrong to assume that the wealthy are more likely to be victims of fraud. Nobody is immune, Madam Speaker. And besides actions against fraudsters, it's also important that the public, especially our seniors, be aware and know the signs of fraud. I'd also like to highlight and applaud the work of the Barrie Police Service, as well as the South Simcoe Police Service, on their work and initiatives to educate our seniors about the different types of fraud. Sandy Cove Acres holds a seniors academy where the South Simcoe police come in and talk to them about those residents in that particular Sandy Cove Acres about how to prevent themselves from falling victim to fraud. And 3 weeks ago, I visited seniors' homes to talk with seniors and to listen to their concerns. I also highlighted the importance of recognizing and preventing fraud and how our office can help. Madam Speaker, I must give credit, though, because we can't undermine just how smart these fraudsters are. As technology evolves and new methods of combating fraud are put into force, fraudsters will always find new methods and new lines of attack. In my capacity as the Member of Parliament, I'm fortunate to speak with law enforcement officers who always highlight the importance of the evolution of combating fraud. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I hear the same thing over and over again, that legislation has not changed or evolved. If we look at combating fraud through a legislative lens, Canada is surely behind. I've spoken to numerous officers who say they struggle to find the tools needed to prevent and combat fraud, not only against seniors, but also in terms of protecting children and other vulnerable citizens online. And I'd like to highlight the improvements the previous Conservative government has made in the lives of our seniors. And it's astonishing to know that abuse happens between an estimated 4 and 10% of older adults in Canada. This includes frauds against seniors. Even more alarming, that 1 in 5 instances of elder abuse is reported. In January of 2013, the Protecting Canada Seniors Act was put into force. This amended the Criminal Code of Canada, which took age into consideration for criminal sentencing purposes. In the 2014 budget, we also stood for victims, especially our seniors, by passing the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights. Madam Speaker, Conservatives have always stood behind our seniors, and the work of the honourable member from Richmond Centre has done on their behalf is immeasurable. Under her guidance and the work of many in the previous government, Conservatives have not only made strides in terms of protecting our seniors, but leaving more money in their pockets. The previous Conservative government introduced measures like the age credit, the pension income tax credit, pension income splitting, as well as raising awareness and increasing digital and financial literacy. Since seniors are our fastest growing demographic right now, it's also important that we build on the previous government's commitments to seniors, especially in terms of protecting elder abuse and fraud. Once again, I'm thankful for the South Simcoe Police Service and the Barrie Police Service, who day after day ensure that our seniors are protected against the evils that lurk behind those screens, and also who work so hard to bring justice to those who choose to harm our elderly. I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, to this motion being passed by this House and working with all honourable colleagues to protect those who mean the most to us, our seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with pleasure I rise to talk on what is a very important issue to many of the constituents of mine. And you don't even have to be a senior in order to appreciate just the context of the type of debate and issue that we're talking about this afternoon. I think that what we have recognized very clearly in many different types of debates is that senior abuse is very real, and it happens every day in all of our communities. And there is a role and responsibility for legislators and other organizations, whether they're nonprofits or stakeholders, individuals, to play very much an educational, supportive, advocacy type of roles, Madam Speaker. And that's why I thought I'd take the opportunity just to share some of the concerns that I have, and recognize that as a government, we have actually done some fairly significant things in recent years that I believe will actually make a difference. But before I go into a couple specific examples of that, I just wanted to acknowledge the age and opportunity in the province of Manitoba as an organization that has been in Manitoba and serving 55 plus or seniors for literally decades, Madam Speaker. And the fine work that organizations like that and the New Horizons programs that they actually have incorporated into their groups as regular ongoing activities that really highlight many of the different types of abuses that are there, and really a call for action in many different ways, whether it's for governments or individuals or, as I say, other stakeholders, things that they can do to assist in education. The previous speaker made reference to using mailings to kind of give a heads up or a bit of awareness or an educational component in terms of abuse. And I applaud those type of mailers. I had on occasion inserted things that I believe were important. And, with these new general mailing formats, the member across the way got me thinking in terms of how it is maybe we can incorporate within a booklet the types of things in which we can be cautioning seniors about. Far too often, they are a victim of some form of a scam, and that is something in which I think we need to do more in terms of trying to prevent. And it's not just the government here in Ottawa. I think there's a responsibility for the different levels of government to work together in regards to coming up with solutions that are going to have a real tangible impact for our seniors. I was very glad and quite happy with the decision decision of the Prime Minister to establish a ministry for seniors, indicating very clearly that this is a very important issue for us, Madam Speaker. And the current minister has just done, and our first minister on this portfolio has just done an outstanding job in terms of reaching into the many different communities in Canada. The diversity within our seniors is truly amazing. And as a minister, she's reached out and listened in terms of what are the issues that we really need to stand up for related to seniors. And the issue of abuse is very real and tangible. We talk of mental abuse, physical abuse, and financial abuse. Those are the big three that I think that are there on a daily basis taking place. And it's really quite sad. I've had opportunities to provide help wherever I can and provide support wherever I can for victims, but there are far too many victims, Madam Speaker. And the ones that often get me are the individual seniors that still live in their homes, and you will get individuals that will approach, they'll maybe take a look at a roof or a window, and they'll knock on a door, and it's very much a high sales pitch that is given to a senior, where repairs to homes are in fact being made. Some of those repairs are very much questionable. Some of the invoicing that we see is very much questionable. And we have many companies in our communities with fantastic reputations. And this is one of the reasons why I think it's really important for us to recognize that we're not painting a brush against any specific company or industry per se, as there is a great deal of economic activities between seniors and the private sector, but there is always going to be some individuals that are out there that have no issues, no problems in terms of financially taking advantage of a senior. And when you talk about things such as home repairs, that is only one element of it. Others would include often a child of an elderly person, which will borrow or take money from an aging parent. Sadly, those types of things also exist, Madam Speaker. We have elder abuse in terms of physical abuse. And when I think of physical abuse, unfortunately, within society, we have often seniors that are literally become shut in because into a room or a home, and very rarely ever leave that house or often even that room. And this is something which is hard to imagine given the contributions that they have actually provided. That sort of abuse is one aspect of physical. The more obvious one is one of some form of a result of physical force. There are still seniors that are picked on in terms of physical force. And this is, again, hard to imagine, but it does take place, Madam Speaker. For all of those reasons and more, I would suggest to you that when you take a look at the resolution, that I think it would receive significant support from all sides of the House, because we're highlighting something in which I think that Canadians as a whole can really relate to, and ultimately believe that something does need to be done. But I would caution members that it's not as simple as the House of Commons passing a motion or a resolution or even a piece of legislation. It's not only appointing a minister responsible for seniors, that we need to do a lot more than those types of, in some cases, gestures, other cases, tangible actions. We need to really work with communities. Look in terms of first responders. You know, our mail service, and we often underestimate some of the fine work that our letter carriers perform. You know, they're the ones that are often go into the different communities. You know, one of the sad things about some of the disappearance of door-to-door delivery was the fact that many of these letter carriers have actual relationships with the individuals that they're delivering mail to. Providing a sense of comfort and care. So whether it's those civil servants, or it's first responders, or it's those individuals that work in our hospitals, our social services, our home care services, these are all frontline people. And they have a fairly good understanding of what is right and what is wrong, and we very much rely on them to make sure that we marginalize or minimize the amount of abuse that takes place in our society against seniors. So when I say that, you know, it's great when the House of Commons takes action, as I believe it is often warranted, Madam Speaker, I also believe that it's so critically important that we recognize that it goes far beyond just Ottawa. It involves the stakeholders. It involves other levels of government. It involves people educating, protecting, being there for our seniors in a very real way. I appreciate the motion and look forward to the ongoing debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Richmond Centre. Oh, sorry, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a great honor to be here today to give me the opportunity to rise in the House to take part in this debate on M203, private member's motion tabled last fall by our honourable colleague, the member for Richmond Centre. I would like to thank her for the excellent work that she has done over the past few years on behalf of seniors, and there's no denying the sincerity and the efficacy of her commitment to this cause. Madam Speaker, I think it's important to mention and to give a thank you at this time to the Edmontonians in my riding of Edmonton Centre and those in Edmonton, Strathcona and around the city who came together and over a year and a half ago put a policy resolution together that went to the provincial policy roundtable, went all the way to the national conference, and became a priority resolution for our government to create a Minister for Seniors and a Ministry for Seniors. And here we are, Madam Speaker, thanks to the hard work of Canadians, Edmontonians, we have a Minister and a Ministry of Seniors. And I would like to let her know, and I would like to let my residents know, the residents of Edmonton Centre and all Edmontonians, know that our government is working on several fronts to raise public awareness about the fraud activities targeting all Canadians, including seniors. Because we're deeply concerned about the financial security of Canadian seniors. And Madam Speaker, allow me a moment to say that those of us who are lucky enough to have grown up with and learned from our elders know how much that contact, that learning, that intergenerational learning enriches our lives. And so we owe a debt of gratitude to elders, to seniors, to make sure that they can live their lives in dignity. And so I think of my great-grandmother, full-blooded Cree woman, Lucy Brenneis, who said when she was peeling apples one day, she said, "Randy, these hands used to skin hides. Now they skin apples, and someday the lands will return to us." I think of my great-grandmother, Mary de Rutter, of Belgian heritage, who raised many children, my aunts and uncles, great-aunts and uncles on my mom's side. And I think of grandparents, my grandparents Adele and Andy Brenneis. Et je pense sincèrement mes grands.
And I think about my grandparents on the Francophone side, who instilled in me the desire to work hard.
Me back to the House and request, first of all, that our government recognize, quote, the disproportionate effect of fraud activities against the seniors community in Canada. C'est très important que nous.
It's very important for us to underscore the fact that we want to recognize the impact, the disproportionate impact of fraud on seniors in Canada.
The government of Canada recognize the existence and scope of this scourge, but we are actually taking concrete steps to fight it. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that I'm personally touched by this issue because last year, my mom called me in a fit of panic. She had people on the phone threatening the RCMP to come after her, threatening to come to her house. They demanded a $5,000 check immediately. It was something to do with taxes. It seemed very credible. And she's like, I don't owe this money. What do I have to do? I don't want the RCMP coming to my house. I said, Mom, it's fraud. You did the right thing. You reached out. You verified. Don't pay any attention to that. But what happens to the seniors who don't have anybody to turn to, Madam Speaker? What happens to the seniors who get caught in the nefarious nets of the fraudsters and the people who simply want to make a quick buck off of Canadian seniors? So today I would like to share an overview of key initiatives that the government has already implemented to prevent and fight fraud activities against seniors. Motion M203 also stipulates that the government should, quote, coordinate a national response to fraud activities to ensure that seniors and other vulnerable groups have the resources they need to understand the signs of fraud. I'm proud to be able to affirm that the federal government is working tirelessly to develop programs, services, and initiatives that enable seniors to better protect themselves against fraud. Here are just but a few examples. The Fraud Prevention Forum, which comprises close to 100 public and private sector organizations and is chaired by the Competition Bureau, is actively combating all forms of fraud activity against seniors. At the same time, the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada has developed a strategy entitled Strengthening Seniors' Financial Literacy. Now, the main objective of that strategy is to increase seniors' knowledge, skills, and confidence so that they can make responsible financial decisions. To do this, the strategy aims to provide tools to combat the financial abuse of seniors. In addition, this agency keeps Canadians informed by alerting consumers to fraud, scams, and suspicious sales practices. Madam Speaker, a great organization in my riding of Edmonton Centre, the Seniors Association of Greater Edmonton, takes these issues and protecting seniors very seriously, and anything that this House and our government can do to provide organizations like SAGE with more tools to keep seniors safe is exactly the kind of work that I want to be engaged in. Our government has also intervened through legislation with Budget Implementation Act 2018 number 2, which received royal assent December 13, 2018, and made amendments to the Bank Act and to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act. And what these amendments will do is they will better promote the rights and interests of bank clients, including seniors, and to ensure that rigorous standards are in place to protect consumers in the banking sector. The government also asked the National Seniors Council, which advises the Minister of Seniors and the Minister of Health, to address the issue. And the Council recently held a roundtable of experts and a general meeting in Winnipeg to identify promising practices and to discuss new measures to reduce crime and financial abuse against seniors. Using the information gathered and an analysis of federal initiatives that have already been implemented, the Council is currently developing advice for the ministers on action that the Government of Canada could take to fight financial abuse against seniors. Now, in terms of recourse for seniors, M203 requests that the government establish tangible recourses for victims of fraud. Fraud and theft are infractions under the Criminal Code and could be subject to prosecution. Canadians are invited to report any type of fraud when they fall victim to it or when they witness it. The Competition Bureau also produces a brochure, The Little Black Book of Scams, that provides an overview of the steps for victims to take based on that type of scam. And anybody who's listening, if you haven't seen the Little Black Book of Scams, go to the Competition Bureau website and look it up because it's a helpful reference. In that regard, the Government of Canada is deeply concerned by the fact that every year, thousands of Canadians fall victim to telephone scams and are targeted by unscrupulous scammers like was my mom. Too many Canadians lose thousands of dollars through such rackets, which are carried out through the mail, door-to-door, email, and other tricks. These fraud activities have many victims in every segment of the population, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately, as we know, many of these victims are seniors. So that's why we are taking concrete steps to prevent fraud. The motion by the member for Richmond Centre indicates that the government should work with local law enforcement agencies and the Canada Revenue Agency to introduce legislation to combat fraudulent attacks targeting vulnerable seniors. Fraudsters are very good at fooling people by offering miracle drugs, fake lotteries, get-rich schemes, or by turning to emotional harassment. They sometimes pass themselves off as banking institutions, insurance companies, or, as I mentioned earlier, even the Canada Revenue Agency to swindle money from honest, hardworking seniors and other Canadians. That is why the Government of Canada introduced a series of measures aimed at increasing awareness among Canadians among this ever-growing scourge. One example is an ad campaign launched late last year and running into this spring aimed at informing seniors about services and programs for them, including anti-fraud measures and how to prevent and report fraud. Madam Speaker, the government is tackling the problem. The Canadian Revenue Agency is taking action. This is what we promised and what we're debating here in M103. The agency's regional offices are also working closely with community organizations, police forces, and local seniors associations on organizing awareness-raising activities in this regard. As part of their work, law enforcement is on their side, and we can all do more. Madam Speaker, we are all committed to ensuring the well-being of Canadian seniors, which of course includes their financial security. They are the people who built our country, who shaped our values, who determined how we would come to one of the best countries in the world. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, it's our responsibility to protect seniors from fraud, to do everything we can to help them.
Protect seniors, that's what this motion and this House are all about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brampton South. The honourable member for Brampton South only has maybe about 2 minutes to weigh into the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to rise today and speak on M203. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre for tabling this motion. She has done great work for seniors over the past few years, and we can deny her commitment to improving their lives. This is a topic which I know is close to the heart of many Canadians. The mistreatment and abuse of seniors is an offence which is absolutely unacceptable. And now, taking actions to protect our seniors and giving them tools to protect themselves against this abuse would be unacceptable as well. Our government recognizes the significant contributions which our nation's seniors have made to our communities. Our families and our workplaces, we are working thoroughly to ensure seniors are protected from such practices and scams. In my riding of Brampton South, I have some wonderful organizations which do some wonderful work to improve lives for all seniors in Brampton. These organizations also do a lot to raise awareness about the problems faced by seniors, which is why I'm well aware of the harm which fraud does to them. Coming back to the motion, as I said, M23 falls in line with our government's priorities for seniors, and we're happy to support it. Some part of this motion are reflected in the mandate commitment of the Minister of Seniors, Minister of Finance, Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and the Minister of Public Safety. Our government has been committed to giving seniors respectable and secure retirement. We have also worked on several initiatives to prevent elder fraud from occurring and to raise awareness about this quite and terrible trend. For example, we strongly support the New Horizons for Seniors program, which supports projects that improve the equality of life for Canada's vulnerable seniors and create more opportunities for seniors to be active in their communities. The program also has the goal of tackling elder abuse and elder fraud. Through Budget 2019, we will be adding an additional $100 million over 5 years with $20 million per year for this program. Fraud, especially in the digital world, affects all groups, but seniors are particularly a lot.
Thank you. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Madam Speaker, I'm very excited to once again rise in this place to speak to M203, a motion to combat seniors fraud. But before I start, I would like to acknowledge once again the contribution of my dear colleague, the member from Langley Aldergrove. Here I would like to seek your special permission to mention his name. He is Mark Warwa. His passion for helping seniors and their families cannot be understated. I'm thankful to be able to say that this is a passion we share. especially when it comes to the needs for palliative care and the very serious issue of frauds against seniors. To illustrate how prevalent seniors fraud has become across Canada, I want to highlight an example that has occurred since the last time I rose to speak in this place 2 months ago. In my home province of British Columbia, Cranbrook RCMP issued a warning to seniors about a scammer targeting local seniors over the phone, pretending to be a bank employee. These fraudsters fake a conversation, trick the victim into thinking the phone is hung up by playing a fake dial tone, and then wait for the senior to immediately call back. The senior, who believes he is now dealing with a bank directly, is then persuaded to provide his personal banking information to the scammers. The authorities in Vancouver are also investigating the same scam, as it is thought over $3 million has been stolen in this way from a number of separate individuals. Far too often, we see seniors that are taken advantage of either refuse to contact authorities out of a sense of bruised pride or out of a sense of not wanting to be a burden to others. Madam Speaker, I cannot stress this enough. If seniors are targets of attempted or actual fraud, they should go to the authorities. Not only are these seniors helping themselves, but they are helping dozens of future potential victims as well. A recent case in Hamilton highlights the benefits of going to the police. When a senior was targeted by an international fraudster running a fake lottery scam, she had the forethought to take meticulous notes during the entire process as a precaution. After she became aware that the fraud had taken place, she contacted the authorities, which in return has led to a relatively rare instance of a transnational fraud investigation. In this recent example, Jamaican authorities came to Canada as part of their own internal investigation. Madam Speaker, we can talk about lofty, high-level policy changes and amendments to legislation, but we have to fully appreciate the human element as well. I could go on for hours listing specific cases of seniors fraud in Canada, from ridings in all provinces and members from all parties. This is why it is absolutely critical for us to stand in this place to acknowledge the growing number of fraud cases against the seniors community. It is important that we don't only acknowledge that, we coordinate national response to this threat, establish tangible resources for these victims, and work with law enforcement agencies and other interested groups to bring in actual legislative changes. On this point, I would like to thank my Conservative colleague from Yellowhead for introducing his private member's bill, C-203, it happens to be the same number, titled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Abuse of Vulnerable Persons. While the bill is greater in scope than just seniors, it is a perfect example of one of the steps we as members need to take to address this abuse against seniors. The seniors of this nation have spent their entire life.
I hate to interrupt. Unfortunately, the time is up.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the support of M203 colleagues on both sides.
The question is as follows. Ms. Wong, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the disproportionate effect of fraud activities against the seniors community across Canada, B, coordinate a national response to fraud activities to ensure that seniors and other vulnerable groups have the resources they need to understand the signs of fraud, C, instaurer
C, establish tangible recourses for victims of fraud, and D, work with local law enforcement agencies and the Canada Revenue Agency to introduce legislation to combat fraudulent attacks targeting vulnerable seniors.
Vulnerable. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Everybody's in agreement? Ah, OK. Il y avait un petit non, là. OK. Conformément, je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant...
Alors, à ce moment...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and adopted. Accordingly, the question is the following, that this House do now adjourn.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, veterans and their families deserve better. Since the Liberal Party stole power in the 2015 election, there have been 4.5 Veterans Affairs ministers, including the time the portfolio was reduced to a part-time position. Even the Toronto Star calls the portfolio a revolving door, though it seems more like a trapdoor for government MPs who've fallen in disfavor with the ruling clique, like the former Justice Minister. The Liberal Party has traditionally used the Veterans portfolio as a dumping ground. Canadians remember all too well when the hapless John McCallum, who sent soldiers to Afghanistan lacking the proper equipment, was dumped out of the defense portfolio and into Veterans Affairs. His mistreatment of veterans landed him with a final reward as ambassador to China. Canadians across the country are paying the price for his failures there. We know how the current Liberal Party leader feels about veterans. After he told a veteran in Edmonton that veterans are asking for just too much. That comment is kind of rich coming from the Liberal Party that gave $10.5 million to convicted terrorist Omar Khadr. All veterans are asking is what was promised to them. Now, I know that some Liberal Party MPs, particularly those with prior military service, are in denial when it comes to their government's mistreatment of veterans. I'm now reading into Hansard a letter I just received from a veteran, a retired Sergeant Major, which sums up the feelings of veterans who are contacting my office on a daily basis. Quote, we're pretty much using the same failing strategy as we did in the mid-1800s. Boots are still an issue, and our Navy just isn't. We have some good equipment for the Army because they needed it so desperately when they didn't have it to fight a war we sent our troops to. The RCAF has just purchased museum-quality jets from Australia, and the Canadian government tried to railroad a vice admiral for doing his job. We don't contribute our share to NATO and try our best to annoy the strongest democratic country on the planet and our closest neighbor, just for good measure. The legacy of the injured from Afghanistan and the unit designed to transition them, the Joint Personnel Support Unit, JPSU, has been the cause of incredible stress among injured and transitioning military families, only getting to its functional point in a year or so, 6 years after the conclusion of hostilities. The current government and Canadian Armed Forces leadership is acting like all the adults left Parliament Hill for the weekend, and they have taken it upon themselves to run the levers of government in their absence. Not knowing what they're doing, they're making an incredible mess of things while having a jolly great time of it. But this is one particular mess with our country's defenses, which must be corrected now. Too many people have given their futures for this beautiful country and its people. It's time to respect their sacrifice, by not allowing another circumstance to swallow another generation in the absence of adults. End of quotes. On behalf of Canadians, Sergeant Major, thank you for your service to our country. The question I asked in question period, the leader of the Liberal Party was too ashamed to answer, was how many taxpayers' dollars were wasted wrongly prosecuting an innocent man, Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
How many?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to participate in today's adjournment proceedings. As we have said many times, and based on last week's decision, as my colleague knows, the prosecution was stayed against Vice Admiral Norman. As the Public Prosecution Service of Canada confirmed, every decision was made independently. No other factors were considered in this decision, nor was there any contact or influence from outside the PPSC, including political influence, in either the initial decision to prosecute Mr. Norman or in the decision to stay the charge. Any accusations otherwise are absurd on the part of the opposition. And the last thing I would add on this matter, Madam Speaker, is that based on last week's decision, the Deputy Minister has reviewed the policy in place regarding Vice Admiral Norman's request to have his legal fees paid for as it relates to this case, and we agree with her advice. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Vice Admiral Norman has spoken about, General Vance will be speaking about next steps. Our government is committed to taking care of our women and men in uniform. After a decade of cuts under the Harper Conservatives, we are delivering results for our women and men in uniform and their families, including tax-free income for members deployed on international operations, $155 million to safeguard the digital privacy and security of Canadians, $198 million to improve access to health care and implement a joint suicide prevention strategy, and $6 million per year in new funding to military family resource centres, which means more child care hours. And Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit one of those centres in my province of New Brunswick, and I congratulate them on the work they're doing. Our government is re-engaging on the world stage and getting our women and men in uniform the equipment they need. That is why Budget 2019 is supporting important measures for our Canadian Armed Forces, namely close to $19 million in support of Canadian Armed Forces members transitioning over to civilian life. Unlike the previous Conservative government who cut defence funding, we are returning Canada to a leadership role internationally. We're achieving this through our defence policy, strong, secure, engaged. We're increasing defence spending by more than 70% over the next 10 years, which contrasts with the previous government. Unlike the Conservatives, who repeatedly cut funding to the military, and unlike the Leader of the Opposition's most recent vision that is without specifics as usual, our new defence policy has been rigorously costed, and our spending will reach up to $32 billion. What is disappointing is how the Conservatives have repeatedly voted against making the funding available to implement our policy and provide our Canadian Armed Forces with the resources they need. The Conservatives have spent dozens of hours voting against funding the very operations we send our members of the Canadian Armed Forces on, and we are extending by 3 years our mission. The Conservatives also opposed funding for the Communications Security Establishment. And despite Conservative voting against funding its protection, Canadians can continue to rely on our strong electoral process. And I would like to thank the members of the Canadian Armed Forces for the extraordinary work they do on a daily basis for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, how many taxpayers' dollars were wasted wrongly prosecuting an innocent man, Vice Admiral Mark Norman? Considering the fact that Vice Admiral Norman was forced to rack up nearly $500,000 in legal fees to defend himself, I have no doubt that millions were wasted on the Liberal Party's witch hunt of an honourable gentleman. The money wasted should have been used to meet the government's obligation to veteran retired warrant officer Roger Perot for the critical injury benefit he deserves for injuries sustained serving his country in Afghanistan. Veterans and their families, Madam Speaker, deserve better.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, I've said many times that there was no outside contact or influence. There was no political influence. And based on last week's decision, the Deputy Minister examined the policy in effect, and we will be following his advice. Madam Speaker, it's funny when I listen to Conservatives talking about assistance to veterans, they cut veterans' offices. They cut in the Department of Defense. And we're reinvesting in our men and women in uniform. We have a defense policy that puts men and women front and center, which severely contrasts with the previous government, who cut many times and left our men in uniform in the Canadian Armed Forces in the dark.
Pylons. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to pursue a question that I asked initially in question period on March the 18th. That date was only 3 days after the quite extraordinary Friday climate strikes at schools across Canada. School children joined millions of other children around the world on March 15th for a global school strike for the climate. For those who are unfamiliar with this movement, I urge you to look up Greta Thunberg, the young Swedish student, a young woman from Stockholm who at 15 years old started climate strike just by herself, sitting outside her school in Stockholm. She is now 16 years old, and the movement has grown to such an extent that, as I put in my question to the Prime Minister on March 18th, just days before, in Montreal, 150,000 school children marched for climate action. Let me say that again. In Montreal,
150,000 students joined the demonstration to act to protect our climate.
The response was to say, we hear them. We hear the children. We are taking action. Our plan is to create a cleaner, more prosperous future for our kids and our grandkids. It's telling, Madam Speaker, that at that point, the Prime Minister wasn't speaking of the words, we're in a climate emergency. In the last 24 hours, both the Liberals and the New Democrats have put forward on the order paper 2 resolutions that I welcome, that we'll be able to debate and talk about the real extent of this emergency. I think it is telling that on May 6th, the by-election in Nanaimo, Ladysmith elected a second Green Member of Parliament. I can say his name out loud because he isn't yet a sworn Member of Parliament. Paul Manley's election appears to have had a salutary effect on the understanding of both Liberals and New Democrats of the extent of the emergency in which we find ourselves. But what I want to suggest for the emergency debate, the late show we have tonight, is that we really should find ways to support both the motions that come before us on Thursday. The NDP's motion is clearly more detailed and stronger, and I certainly will vote for it. But it's not insignificant that the Minister of Environment has for the first time put forward a motion that says that we should declare that we are in a national climate emergency. In doing this, we will join other countries around the world. I do believe the language, national climate emergency, focuses the mind on what the school children have been trying to tell us, that we are not in a status quo world. We are living in a time where the actions we take, literally in a period of months, not years, in a period of months, we will have to make the decision whether it's 40 months, but we don't have much more time than that, to change course globally, to commit in Canada, and to exert leadership globally, that we are going to stop using fossil fuels. It's clear that we have to say these words out loud. We have to find transition strategies. There are workers in the oil sands with transferable skills who can do many other things that have to do with renewable energy. And as we continue to use fossil fuels for some time further, let's use only Canadian fossil fuels and stop the imports. We can solve the question that keeps being raised of economic dislocation. But we cannot debate physics. We cannot win an argument with science. We cannot ask science to meet us halfway. To protect our children and grandchildren, we need to acknowledge this as a climate emergency and set the course to stop using fossil fuels.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her continued advocacy towards a healthier environment, and as well extend my congratulations to Mr. Manley on his recent by-election win. I look forward to seeing him take a seat in this House. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, Canada's First Ministers came together in 2016 to agree on a national climate plan for the first time. This plan is setting us on the path to a better future and enabling us to find new ways to improve our health, our environment, and our economy for our kids and grandkids. With respect to the enormous number of Canadian students who took part in the strike for climate action, I want to say thank you for your advocacy, and I'd ask you to talk to your families, because it's been demonstrated that one of the most persuasive things will encourage a person to change their views on climate change is to speak with their children about it. Mr. Speaker, our plan, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, includes over 50 concrete measures to make things better, more efficient, and more affordable for people. My own view is that we need to do as much as we can, as fast as we can, and I look forward thoroughly to the debates that will be coming up over the next 2 days in this chamber. Since we've adopted our plan, Mr. Speaker, we have worked tirelessly with our provincial and territorial partners, Indigenous people, stakeholders, and Canadians to address climate change, and we're starting to see real and meaningful progress. For example, we have new regulations to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector, reduce greenhouse gas emissions from heavy-duty vehicles, and accelerate the phase-out of coal-fired electricity. Mr. Speaker, by 2030, 90% of our electricity in Canada will be generated from non-emitting sources. This is important. We've released a Clean Fuel Standard regulatory design paper for consultation. We've invested billions of dollars in clean technology, innovation, and green infrastructure to drive growth in the new economy while we reduce pollution. We've established a low-carbon economy fund to finance emission reductions projects in provinces and territories, and we've launched a suite of programs to build Canada's resilience to a changing climate, including establishing the Canadian Centre for Climate Services to improve access to authoritative climate science and information. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member discussed the importance of relying on science, and the great thing about it is that it's right whether we believe it or not, no matter the disagreement we have in this chamber. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we've put a price on pollution across Canada, reducing our emissions by 50 to 60 million tonnes by 2022. That's also going to help drive innovation in the clean growth sector. Our most recent emissions projections indicate that emissions in 2030 will be 223 million tonnes lower than what was projected prior to the creation of our climate plan. When it's fully implemented, it will not only allow Canada to meet the target that is set for 2030, but position us to set and achieve deeper emissions reduction targets beyond 2030 that we know we need to achieve. Canadians are asking us to do even more, and that's why we've created an advisory council on climate action to provide advice on how we can further reduce emissions from transportation and buildings. That's why Budget 2019 included incentives for zero-emissions vehicles and $1 billion towards energy efficiency in buildings and $5 billion to support clean electricity. Before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I again want to thank the honourable member for her advocacy. I look forward to the debate in the chamber so we can actually outline the steps that we need to address the climate emergency that Canada is facing.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. To the list of things that Liberals have done, and there is credit that is due for the things they have done, bottom line is that those cumulative actions do not meet the existing, what's called under the Paris Agreement, nationally determined contribution, which is Canada's target. The cumulative effort described does not meet the target, but the target is not the Paris target. Our current target is the one left behind by Stephen Harper, and it is inconsistent with holding to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, which is not a political target. It's a do or die target. It's what is required to hang on to human civilization. We can't confront a climate emergency if nation states fall apart. We can't confront a climate emergency with billions of refugees. The reality is, talking about doing more after 2030 is a promise to do too little, way too late.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the target that I'm most concerned with is the 1.5 degrees Celsius target that was outlined in the Paris Agreement. With respect, we are moving forward with a plan that's going to be the most ambitious climate plan that a government of Canada has ever put forward. I outlined some of the measures, not all of which are factored into the calculation that the honourable member referred to when discussing the 2030 target. The fact is, we know that Canadians expect us to do more. In 2019, Canadians are going to have a choice as to whether they want to see a government continue to push the envelope or they're going to turn the clock back. And I hope they choose the former, not the latter. Once again, I look forward to the debates over the next 2 days in this House to address the path forward to ensure that Canada is responding in a responsible way to the climate emergency facing our nation.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I called on the Prime Minister to help families and seniors and people living alone in difficult circumstances. Recently, along with the ASEF, I held a discussion around a table with people who are having trouble facing their debt. Constituents often talk to me about how expensive housing is. There is a shortage of social housing everywhere, including in my riding. 2 months ago, Jean-Claude, who is in charge of one of the housing associations in my riding, said that approximately 300 families are on the wait list for social housing. In a riding of 100,000 constituents, this is unthinkable, and that doesn't even include all the other municipalities in my area. I met him in Saint-Hyacinthe when we were talking about the social housing crisis. I had also spoken to Geneviève Dodou, who's a director and member for HoC in housing. I want to congratulate them for their important work. And I also want to thank all those citizens who came to express their interest and concern about this crisis. There were over 50 of them, and many of them shared their concerns about seniors.
We need more social housing for seniors. We have to be courageous politically because the people need it. In the NDP, we are ready to take courageous decisions and massively invest in social housing. For some time, I have been involved in politics because I want to change people's lives, improve them so that they can be better. There can be very simple initiatives to improve people's lives. One of them would be to make the GIS, to make it automatic for seniors. I don't know why this is not already done. This situation is unacceptable, and the SADC has decried it. I also want to underscore the exceptional work of SADC, especially in my riding. I'd like to commend Fernand Beauregard, Mario Gagnon, Linda Saint-Pierre, Jean-Denis Leboeuf, Donald Chagnon, Lauriane Cusson, Gérard Beaulieu, Joanne Delage from Sainte-Christine, and Micheline Guéret as well, and all the volunteers who work with FADOC in order to help seniors. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, a lot of our fellow citizens live in very difficult situations. My solution is simple. When will this government finally help those who need their help the most?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary To the Minister for Seniors. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We appreciate the contributions of our seniors, and I am happy to have the opportunity to remind my colleague of everything the government has done for seniors.
Seniors since the day we were elected, and we are continuing to take concrete measures to improve the retirement security of Canadians and ensure seniors can enjoy the fulfilling retirements that they so very much deserve. Preventing seniors from falling into poverty is high on the government's list of priorities. This includes acting on issues like income security and housing. One of the first things we did was to restore the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement to 65, keeping 100,000 seniors out of poverty. In addition, we boosted the GIS by close to $1,000 a year for vulnerable seniors who live on their own, which is improving financial security for almost 900,000 seniors. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over 4,000 seniors in my riding of Longueuil-Chalamoine are benefiting from this increase. Now, as we all know, living a full and healthy life goes beyond financial stability. Through our health accord, we invested $6 billion into home care and palliative care because we know seniors want to remain in their homes. And we have also improved EI caregiver benefits to make it easier for Canadians to care for a family member in need. Through Budget 2019, the government is making new investments to help make retirement more financially secure for Canadians. It proposes legislative changes to the Canada Pension Plan that will ensure that Canadian retirees receive the full value of their pension. Starting in 2020, we will proactively register CPP contributors aged 70 and above who have not yet applied for their retirement benefits. And in Budget 2019, we propose to enhance the GIS earnings exemption so that seniors who wish to work can take home more of their hard-earned income. Budget 2019 also proposes to introduce new measures to safeguard the security of workplace pensions in the event of corporate insolvency. Mr. Speaker, no senior should have to choose between paying for their medication and paying for groceries. That is why in Budget 2019 we propose concrete steps towards the implementation of National Pharmacare, helping Canadians with the cost of prescription drugs by creating the Canada Drug Agency and starting development of a national formulary. As well, the National Housing Strategy will reduce the number of seniors in need of housing through the new $13 billion National Housing Co-Investment Fund. The fund is expected to create at least 7,000 new affordable housing units and will support much-needed renovations, including improved accessibility to allow seniors to age in their communities. The government's mandate for seniors aims to promote healthy aging and social inclusion. Currently, the New Horizons for Seniors program is helping to fulfill this goal. It provides funding for community-based projects up to $25,000 per year per organization or a new small grant of a maximum of $5,000. Le programme soutient également des projets pan-canadiens de plus.
The program also supports larger pan-Canadian projects with funding of up to $5 million for up to 5 years to enhance the social inclusion of seniors. In Budget 2019, we propose to invest an additional $100 million over the years. This is part of our long-term vision to strengthen the middle class, promote sustainable growth for Canadians, and lift more Canadians out of poverty, including seniors.
The quality of life of Canadian seniors, and we will continue to work hard for them. Thank you. Merci.
La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, when I go to various seniors' residences, seniors come up to me and tell me how hard things are financially. And it's hardly surprising to learn that there are people who have to take half their income just for housing. They don't have coverage for dental care, and it costs them a fortune to go to the dentist. And that also the fact that many Canadians are not eligible for EI. People need help now, not in 2020. Mr. Speaker, I go there every Saturday, and I signed a petition the last time so that the GIS would become automatic for everywhere. right now, the present situation is not adequate. The GIS should be automatic for everyone. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors. Mr. Speaker, seniors across Canada have worked hard their entire lives. They deserve to feel confident about their future and secure about where they live. They deserve dignified housing. This is why we have designed the first strategy on housing to address seniors' needs. $40 million rather.
National Housing Strategy, which will help repair and or build 12,000 units of seniors' housing. To further support low-income seniors, they will also benefit from the upcoming Canada Housing Benefit direct funding that will help them pay for their housing costs. Mr. Speaker, as I've outlined in my speech, this evening, there is no doubt that the government is committed to ensuring that our programs and services are developed to address the needs of an aging population. We're devoted to providing Canadian seniors greater security and a better quality of life, and I look forward to working with all parliamentarians in this regard. Thank you. Merci.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 81.4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of Justice in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. Order. Just before we get underway with tonight's Committee of the Whole, I just have a few instructions, some preamble to set the guidelines for this evening's Committee of the Whole. Tonight's debate is a general one on the votes under Department of Justice. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation.
Periods of 15 minutes at a time will be allowed each member. This speaking time can be used for debate or for putting questions. If members wish it, they can use this time to make a speech. But they shouldn't go beyond 10 minutes. In order to allow at least 5 minutes for questions to the Minister. When the floor is given to a member, he or she should indicate to the Speaker the manner in which the period of 15 minutes will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion will be used for questions and answers. Members should also remember that unanimous consent is required in order to share the periods of 15 minutes with other members. When the period is used for questions and observations, the response of the Minister should correspond approximately to the time taken to put the question, so that this time will be counted within the time allowed the party.
That in Committee of the Whole, comments should be addressed to the chair, I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all the established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. We'll now begin tonight's session. The House in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, consideration in Committee of the Whole of the votes under Department of Justice in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st. Debate, the Honourable Member for Milton.
Here, here. Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be using my entire 15 minutes on questions to the Minister. Minister, yes or no, have you brought a proposal to Cabinet to give a deferred prosecution agreement to SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, because the matter is under appeal, that is not a question I will answer because of litigation privilege and the sub judice rule.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, through you, has the Minister begun the process to issue a directive under the Director of Public Prosecutions Act to override the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act in this matter?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my answer is the same. Anything that I can say in this House may have an impact on the appellate court, on the proceedings before the Federal Court of Appeal.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, yes or no, have any of your staff members provided any employee of SNC-Lavalin with assurances that you ensure they received a deferred prosecution agreement prior to the election?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure what she means, what the honourable member means by that, and I would ask her for more precision.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, what I'm asking the Minister is whether or not he or a member of his staff or any members of the Prime Minister's office, now or in the future, have ever told anybody who works with or for SNC-Lavalin that they will get a deferred prosecution agreement eventually, more specifically before the election.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that it's absurd to project into the future what people might or might not say. I can say, I can't speak for myself, that I have never had such conversations or given such an assurance.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, moving on to issues from this afternoon. In question period today, the Prime Minister indicated, we continue to respect the independence of the judiciary, we always will. The charges, the measures were brought forward against the Vice Admiral at the decision and at the direction of the Chief of Defence Staff. Can the Minister let us know whether or not the Chief of Defence Staff ordered the RCMP to lay charges?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I do not know the answer to that question. I do know that the RCMP conducts its own independent investigations and that the Director of Public Prosecutions undertakes those prosecutions and then in this case ordered the stay. But I do not, it was before my time as Attorney General, I do not know the precise instigation for that.
The Honourable Member.
Further two questions regarding the RCMP. Today, two members of the RCMP indicated, quote, that they'd like to get to the totality of the information and do a proper analysis. In other words, Mr. Chair, they are asking for certain information to be passed to them from the Federal Prosecution Service. Will the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General discuss this matter with the Federal Prosecution Service?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Prosecution Service is independent of my office, and I won't speculate, Mr. Speaker, on an article that appears in the newspaper.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
More than an article that appears in the newspaper, Mr. Speaker, this is a quote from the RCMP, and in it, the RCMP is indicating that they wish to go back and take a look at the information that was leveled with respect to the charges against Admiral Mark Norman. As a result, I'm wondering if the Minister could let us know whether or not he still believes that this case is closed, given that the RCMP wants to go back and investigate further.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, I can say that the RCMP does not take instructions on whether or not to lay a charge. They work entirely independently of my office.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from the Minister whether or not he has received a Section 13 notice prior to the Director of Public Prosecution and the Public Prosecution Service of Canada staying the charges against Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, that would be privileged information. It would be solicitor-client privilege. That's the way we've normally treated Section 13 notices. What I can say, Mr. Chair, to the honourable member, as I have stated in the House, and I know that she was listening attentively, that this case was prosecuted under the Criminal Code, and the Attorney General who was responsible for the prosecution was actually the Attorney General for Ontario.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm wondering, though, if the minister can illuminate us then. Is he saying that the Attorney General of Canada and the Minister of Justice was not provided a Section 13 notice pursuant to the Director of Prosecution, Public Prosecutions Act on the staying of the charges against Mark Norman?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, under Section 13 of the Act, the Director of Public Prosecutions can, in this case her discretion, issue such a notice to the Attorney General for Canada when she feels that the case is, when a case is in the national interest.
The honourable member for Milton.
Actually, not the quote, Mr. Speaker. What the Act actually says is that when the case will attract great public interest. I can think of no case that has attracted more public interest other than SNC-Lavalin, than the case of Mark Norman. So once again, I'm going to ask the minister if he could tell me whether or not the Director of Public Prosecutions provided a Section 13 notice, and I might as well go further to tell him what I'm driving at. I'd like to know whether or not Cabinet discussed this Section 13 notice under the umbrella of the Attorney General seeking advice from his colleagues.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
What I have been trying to say to the Honourable Member, Mr. Chair, is that the Act doesn't apply in this case.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, at the end of a press conference with respect to the staying of charges with respect to Captain Admiral Mark Norman, counsel actually said the following, which I would like to read if I may. There are lots of questions that need to be asked and answered about this whole process the last number of years, and I think some people who have been involved in this need to reflect on what happened and why it happened and their role in that. Would the minister agree that it's appropriate for him to order a commission of inquiry or a commission of inquiry within his department pursuant to the Inquiries Act?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, I have received a breakdown of how the Justice Department dealt with the third-party orders for documents. I'm satisfied, Mr. Speaker. The court appeared to be satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that we met our obligations in that regard.
Honourable Member for Milton.
I'm going to argue with the minister on that point, Mr. Chair. I don't believe the court indicated they were satisfied. In fact, as the minister should know, the actual application was never determined. In fact, the withdrawal of the charge or the staying of the charge came prior to the judge weighing in on it. But there's much obiter from the judge on her concerns about the documents and how slowly they were coming forward, if they were coming forward at all. Mr. Chair, the minister indicated today that the department had turned over all documents that were needed. Will the minister say that once again in the House of Commons now?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the process that was set up allowed defense counsel, and we set it up precisely for defense counsel, in order to inquire and get documents from the government. The process that was set up allowed for the Department of Justice to take in the applications for potentially responsive records. These are all kinds of records. Over 144,000 such records were identified. 8,000 eventually documents were deemed to be potentially possible, and it was ultimately, Mr. Speaker, a court that made that decision.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Not quite, Mr. Chair. On February 22nd, the defense was in possession of 0 documents. Would the minister agree with me on that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this was an extraordinarily complex case with many documents. From beginning to end, 6 months, My understanding is that only 246 potentially responsive documents had yet to be reviewed when the stay happened, which meant we complied with virtually all of the document requests, Mr. Speaker. This is a far better time frame than many other complex cases of a similar nature.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware of the fact that the application for production of these documents commenced on October 12th, 2018?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ultimately, Mr. Chair, ultimately, it is a judge who would order both the manner in which, the final manner in which documents were redacted and the production of documents themselves. Ultimately, these were decisions that were going to be made by the judge.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, would the minister agree with me that the Crown has a duty of disclosure, specifically when it comes to making sure that the defense has everything it needs in order to exculpate itself if it does have the documents in its possession? Does he not agree that that is exactly what the duty of the Crown is in this matter?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this was an extraordinarily complex case in which documents needed to be identified and in which potential privilege could be claimed for solicitor-client privilege and for litigation privilege, as well as cabinet confidence. Those decisions are, in the normal course of events, made by a judge. We set up a process that would allow that to happen, and I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that we met our obligations to the defense in this case.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, I have to go back to what the former defense attorney for Admiral Norman indicated, and again, no person in this country should ever walk into a courtroom and feel like they are fighting their elected government or any sort of political factors. But all the facts are that we were required to bring an application in court that's dragged on 6 months to get documents. 6 months to get documents, and we sit here today. As we walked out of that courtroom, we still did not have all of them. How can the minister indicate that he is satisfied with the work of the department in this matter?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, Mr. Chair, as I've said, there was a process that was put into place that would allow the documents to be identified, selected, and then they would go through to a judge as well as through a civil servant to determine potential privileges that apply to documents. This is extraordinarily complex, and I am confident that we met our obligation for third-party documents, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, is the minister aware of the fact that on 2 occasions media had to go to court in order to lift bans that were asked for and placed on the court with respect to documents, first on April 21st, 2017, and secondly on November 23rd, 2018?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, again, this is an extraordinarily complex case. The decisions to produce documents ultimately would lie with a judge for reasons of various kinds of confidentiality and privilege. This is a normal course of events for these kinds of documents, Mr. Speaker.
Down to about 2.5 minutes. The Honourable Member for Milton.
I will point out again, Mr. Chair, that the minister is wrong in this case. In fact, it was the court who indicated in the latter case of November 23rd that it was the Crown that decided that they would not release the documents attached to the application of October 12th, and it was for no reason only. In fact, the judge says this is an open court. I'm wondering if the minister could comment on why it was decided that there would be an attempt to suppress the documents attached to a duly placed motion in the court.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't minister at the time, and I will say, as I've said before, I make no comment on these various comments by my honourable colleague, other than to say that I am confident that the Department of Justice did yeoman's work and completed its duty to furnish documents under the third-party records application process.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, on October 12th, Defense Counsel asked for a number of documents to be produced. They received no documents up until February 22nd. During testimony in December, it was brought to the attention that ATIP information was in fact misapplied, meaning that they were not searching for the terms under which the documents were being filed. And secondly, a person who was a staffer to the then Minister of National Defense did not check her personal emails or
her secondary personal phone, or her BlackBerry device for the documents that were being sought. Does the minister still believe that the departments did a good job in seeking these documents?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the process that has been described to me included an identification of documents by potentially relevant documents by the defense. These included documents on devices, and then that number was winnowed down according to relevancy, and ultimately a judge would decide.
That'll end the first speaking slot in the opening round. We'll now go to the Minister of Justice. Just before we do that, I'll just explain to honourable members, this is the only time this occurs. In the format that we have, a member who has a speaking slot at a portion that they wish, up to 10 minutes, can revert to questions to the Minister. Since the Minister himself is actually taking a speaking slot, he can't really use 5 minutes to pose questions to himself. Therefore, members of his own party will have the opportunity in the portion that he leaves, as I say, probably no more than 5 minutes, will be able to pose questions to the Minister at the point that he switches from his speech to the time for questions and comments. So I hope that's understood. The Honourable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will provide 10 minutes of remarks, and then I will welcome questions from my Parliamentary Secretary, the outstanding member from Parkdale High Park. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to recognize the Algonquin Nation on whose traditional territory we're gathering this evening.
I will briefly describe how the funds under budget, the main estimates 2019-20, will support our work at the Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the committee that the department aims to promote and maintain a transparent, fair, and accessible system of justice. The department also helps guide the modernization of the justice system. In addition, we provide legal services and support to the federal government.
The Department of Justice has a total budgetary authority of $744.52 million through 2019-20, main estimates, an increase of $46.7 million from the previous fiscal year. This additional funding is for major priorities, including, but not limited to, innovating and modernizing how regulations are drafted and implemented, enhancing the integrity of Canada's borders and asylum system, providing Canadians with better access to public legal aid education and information, and supporting renewed legal relationships with Indigenous peoples. Much of this year's authority will support the administration of justice and the Canadian legal framework by directly funding to the provinces and territories with whom we share the responsibility in this important area. The funding will also help maintain and support our bilingual and bijural national legal framework. It will also support the Department's ability to transform and modernize the justice system while protecting and promoting the rights enshrined in the Constitution and the Charter. I would like to outline some of the key funding we have received and what initiatives it will help support. D'abord, nous procédons actuellement à un examen.
First of all, we are currently going through an in-depth review of the criminal justice system to assess its effectiveness in protecting Canadians. This review, which involves extensive consultation with the public, will also contribute to ensuring that our legislation holds offenders accountable, is fair and equitable, respects the Charter, and shows compassion and support for victims.
This ongoing review has already helped inform the initiatives and reforms we have introduced. For one, the review contributed to Bill C-75. With this bill, our government is fulfilling its promise to move forward with substantive criminal justice reforms that will have a real and lasting impact on court delays. It will help increase efficiencies and reduce delays for all those involved in the criminal justice system while respecting their rights and protecting public safety. This important legislation is now before the other place, and I look forward to seeing it pass this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we are deeply committed to reconciliation and to transforming our relationship with Indigenous peoples.
In January, the Directive on Civil Litigation Involving Indigenous Peoples was released. This directive promotes our commitment toward reconciliation and recognition of rights by providing advice on approaches, positions, and decisions taken under the context of civil litigation involving Indigenous people or issues. We also recognize the importance of revitalizing Indigenous legal systems and the important role that Indigenous legal institutions play in the understanding, development, and implementation of Indigenous legislation.
19 proposes $10 million over 5 years, starting in 2019-20, in support of Indigenous law initiatives across Canada through the Justice Partnership and Innovation Program, JPIP, to improve equality for Indigenous peoples in Canada's legal system. This builds on the $9.5 million per year we already provide for the delivery of Indigenous court work services through the Indigenous Court Work Program. With their knowledge of Indigenous culture, language, and traditions, court workers provide direct support before, during, and after court proceedings.
We are also continuing to make efforts to fill vacant positions on the bench and to diversify the bench. The selection process for superior courts the new process is more transparent, inclusive, and accountable. We have appointed or promoted some 300 judges since November 2015. These exceptional jurists represent the diversity that strengthens Canada. Among those judges, over half are women, 30% are functionally bilingual, and the appointments reflect increased representation of visible minorities, Indigenous people, LGBTQ2S people, and people with disabilities.
While on the subject of diversity, it is important to highlight our continued support for protecting the rights and freedoms of the LGBTQ2S community. One example is our Bill 16, which received royal assent in June 2017. It amended the Canadian Human Rights Act to add two prohibited grounds of discrimination: gender identity and gender expression. It also amended the Criminal Code by adding gender identity or expression to the list of identifiable groups that are protected from hate propaganda. Finally, it made clear that hatred on the basis of gender identity or expression should be considered an aggravating factor in sentencing for a criminal offense.
We are also very proud of Bill C-78, which is currently under study in the other place. This bill would modernize federal legislation on family law and would put the needs of children first and foremost. Our family law legislation was significantly amended 20 years ago, and that was the last time. And they're silent on a number of thorny issues like major move and family violence. I hope this reform will be passed quickly.
Our expansion of unified family courts. In Budget 2018, our government funded the creation of 39 new judicial positions beginning April 1, 2019. 12 of these new appointments were recently made to Ontario's Unified Family Court.
We are also seeking to maintain and bolster access to justice in both official languages. Budget 2019 provides the Department of Justice $21.6 million over 5 years, starting in 2020 to 2021, to support legislative amendments in Bill C-78, which would increase access to family justice in the official language of the party's choice.
It's on our efforts in Budget 2018, which provided an additional $10 million over 5 years and $2 million per year ongoing for Justice Canada's Access to Justice in Both Official Languages Support Fund. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, another priority for our government is providing support to victims. In 2019-2020, the Victims of Crime Support Fund will provide $28.72 million in grants and contributions to support research and innovative pilot projects, as well as frontline services for victims and survivors of crime across Canada.
This is also committed to helping immigrants and refugees. Budget 2017 included funding for immigration and refugee legal aid on an ongoing basis. $62.9 million was identified over a 5-year period, with an additional $11.5 million per year thereafter. This funding helps prevent delays in immigration and refugee processes, and most importantly, helps ensure access to justice for economically disadvantaged immigrants and refugees. Budget 2019 builds on previous instruments and commits an additional $52 million over 3 years, primarily for immigration and refugee legal aid, but also to support the delivery of legal services. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to appear before it. The department's work is complex, and my brief comments merely give you a glimpse of the excellent work that staff are accomplishing. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister for his comments in terms of starting the government side of this committee of the whole this evening. I think it's important that several things were outlined in the Minister's speech. So, Minister, what I'd first like to start with is victims. I know from the work that I've been doing as Parliamentary Secretary that the committee's been doing on bills such as C-84, where there's an important amendment made to the offender to implement an offender registry for bestiality crimes. In Bill C-75, when we're looking at victims who are victims of intimate partner violence, that victims and addressing the needs of victims is at the core of what we are doing as a government. You mentioned in your remarks that under Budget 2019, there is funding for the Department of Justice's Victims Fund, and that this is targeted at giving victims and survivors of crime the respect and dignity they deserve. I was wondering, Minister, if you could elaborate on the types of projects that these funds will support in Budget 2019 to help us achieve our commitments towards addressing victims.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I thank my Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question and his hard work. The Victims Fund, Mr. Chair, provides grants and contributions to support projects and activities that encourage the development of new approaches, promote access to justice, improve the capacity of service providers, foster the establishment of referral networks, and or increase awareness of services available to victims of crime and their families. Give one example of child advocacy centers, Mr. Chair. The initiative provides funding to a limited number of victim-serving, non-governmental organizations whose programs and activities are aligned with the Victims Fund and Government of Canada priorities. In April, I was proud to announce $300,000 in support for the establishment of a new child advocacy centre in the Plateau in Montreal, the Centre d'Expertise Marie-Vincent. I visited that centre, and it gives 360-degree service to kids at a very vulnerable time in their lives, including and incorporating all the services that they would need, whether they be social, whether they be medical, whether they be support from police authorities.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair and Minister, what I'd like to address now is this issue of access to justice. You raised this very clearly in your remarks to, again, commence this debate. And what you talked about is access to justice as a general proposition. You talked about immigrant and refugee legal aid. We know what's been going on, particularly in my province of Ontario, under the new Conservative government led by Premier Ford. There have been specific cuts that are being made. There's also been specific attacks on access to justice, writ large, but specifically for the immigrant and refugee community. What I'd like to ask you about is something that you mentioned, the Justice Partnership Innovation Program. That's a program that is encouraging involvement and identification of emerging trends, issues or gaps, and possible responses with respect to the justice system. Can you provide us an example of what we're funding with this program? And I'm thinking specifically about the cuts to pro bono law Ontario that were manifested by Premier Ford.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I take my cues on access to justice from my mentor, the late Rod MacDonald. An example would be that in 2018, this program provided $250,000 to Pro Bono Ontario to help them adjust to a changing context and to ensure that they can develop a sustainable model, ensuring that they continue to be able to serve Ontario's most vulnerable people. Another example would be through Budget 2018, where $25 million was committed for projects focused on public legal education, including addressing sexual harassment in the workplace.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to now turn to the issue of youth. We know that youth is a priority for our government. Youth is a priority for the Prime Minister, who maintains responsibility as the Minister responsible for youth. That has a component of hearing youth, the voices of youth, but also responding to youth's needs. So my question for the Minister is the following. There's a funding program called the Youth Justice Fund. That's a fund that provides grants and contributions to projects that encourage a more effective youth justice system that responds to youth justice issues and also enables greater citizen and community participation in the youth justice system. Can you elaborate, Minister, on what kinds of projects this fund supports in terms of promoting youth resilience?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you again. Earlier this year, Mr. Chair, I was in Edmonton, where I had the opportunity to learn firsthand about the Youth Resiliency Project by the Duke of Edinburgh's International Awards, Alberta Northwest Territories, and Nunavut Division. Drawing from the framework of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, the Youth Resiliency Project focuses on personal empowerment through community service, physical recreation, skill development, and outdoor exploration. passion and commitment of those involved in this project will make an incredible difference in the lives of the young people they support. I'm proud, Mr. Chair, that the Youth Justice Fund is providing $849,968 over 4 years for this project.
We have time for probably one more question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Minister, you commented on the number of judges that have been appointed under our mandate as a government, and you commented on the judicial diversity that's reflected in those appointments. I'm wondering if you could just elaborate, Minister, in the brief time that remains, as to why promoting a diverse bench is a good unto itself that is being pursued so vigorously by our government.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank again my colleague from Parkdale High Park. Mr. Chair, it is critically important in order to have a just and fair system, and in order for the system to be seen to be just and fair, that we have a bench that reflects the diversity of our great country. To that effect, we have, I believe, improved greatly on the diversity of the bench. It simply will do a better job understanding and hearing the people that it absolutely has to serve in this very important area.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds left. One quick question and response.
With respect to the LGBTQ2 issue, what you'd raised, Minister, is important aspects of Bill C-16. I'm wondering if you could comment on Bill C-75, which I also understand will take an anomaly under the criminal code, which is that consensual relations, sexual relations between same-sex couples who are adults is not criminalized, but currently consensual sexual relations between youth ages 16 and 17 is criminalized. How will Bill C-75 address that point?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I don't have that answer right in front of me. So just so that you know, I get the hardest questions from my colleagues, but I will undertake to get back to them.
Okay. That will end the second part of the opening round, and we'll now go to the third installation, and that is the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be using my time entirely for questions. Does the Liberal government still intend to issue a deferred prosecution agreement for SNC-Lavalin?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the Honourable Member for a question. I welcome her to the Justice portfolio, having worked a great deal with her in trade in a previous life, and respecting her work there. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, as I answered for the previous colleague, because there's ongoing litigation, appellate litigation in the matter, I simply won't comment.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Does the minister think that he was appointed as the new Minister of Justice and Attorney General because he's a Quebec MP and arguably more receptive to a DPA with SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I resent that question in the sense that I believe that my record in this House, my record as a legal academic over many years, would put me in a position to understand laws and apply laws and interpret laws in service of the Canadian public.
Member for Essex.
How many times have you met with SNC-Lavalin since becoming Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Since becoming Minister of Justice, never.
The Honourable Member.
How many times did you meet before with SNC-Lavalin before becoming the Minister of Justice and the current Attorney General of Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
As I had stated before the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, the lobbying record shows that I met once with SNC-Lavalin in 2017. I was that year the most lobbied Member of Parliament, according to the Hill Times.
Honourable Member for Essex.
How many times have you spoken to people outside the Justice Department about a DPA for SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm a Member of Parliament and Minister of Justice. Mr. Chair, I have conversations all the time with people. People tend to give me their opinion, whether I ask for it or not.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, have you spoken to anyone, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, have you spoken to anyone in the Prime Minister's office or the Privy Council's office about a DPA with SNC-Lavalin since you became Minister of Justice and Attorney General?
The Honourable Minister.
As I had said in front of the Justice Committee, I had one informal breakfast meeting where it was one subject of amongst many at the very first Cabinet retreat with two members of PMO. And I had a usual briefing in the course of events normal course of events with Department of Justice staff, where again it was one subject amongst many.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Who were the PMO members that you met with?
The Honourable Minister.
I believe I'm on the record, and if I'm not, it was with Elder Marks and Mathieu Bouchard.
The Honourable Member.
Will the Liberal government call for an independent public inquiry into the SNC-Lavalin allegations that the PMO interfered politically in the trial, in the case? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I reiterate what the Director of Public Prosecutions has said, that she felt no interference from any any members of the government or political parties in the course of this affair. And I point to the testimony of my predecessor in front of the committee when she said that she felt that nobody broke the law.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
That didn't answer my question, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know, will the Liberal government call for an independent public inquiry into the SNC-Lavalin allegations that the PMO politically interfered? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I repeat what I said before, which was my predecessor said in front of the committee that she felt nobody broke the law, and that Director of Public Prosecutions is on the record for saying that she did not feel any political interference or pressure.
Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, still not an answer to that question. I'll try once more. Will the Liberal government now call for an independent public inquiry into the SNC-Lavalin allegations? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I remind the Honourable Member that an independent officer of Parliament, the Ethics Commissioner, is undertaking an independent inquiry in the matter.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
There must be a no, but why won't the Liberals launch a public investigation into the SNC-Lavalin affair?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've stated a number of times in the House and as others in the government have stated, we respect the institutions of Parliament and parliamentary officers, including the Ethics Commissioner, who is undertaking an inquiry in this particular matter.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Through you, Mr. Chair, does the Minister think that Canadians deserve a public inquiry? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the Commissioner for Ethics, who's an officer of Parliament, who is independent and who will produce a public report, is undertaking to do this.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians, they deserve an answer. Does the Minister think that Canadians deserve the truth and that they deserve an independent public inquiry? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, all of us on all sides of this House want Canadians to have the truth, and all of us on all sides of this House are endeavouring that Canadians have the truth. The Commissioner of Ethics is going to play a role in this matter. The Justice Committee has played a role in this matter, and other participants have made statements in this matter.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister seems to be having a difficult understanding of a yes or no answer. So I'll ask again, does the Minister think that Canadians deserve a public inquiry? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
I've pointed out a public inquiry that is being undertaken by the Commissioner for Ethics.
Honourable Member.
Public inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, there is no public inquiry that is underway. The Ethics Commissioner work is limited, and it is not an independent public inquiry. I'll ask once again, will the Liberal government call for a public independent inquiry into the SNC-Lavalin allegations that the PMO interfered politically? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've repeated a number of times, Canadians obviously deserve the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, my predecessor has stated in her testimony in front of the Justice Committee that she did not feel anybody broke the law, and the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Chair, has said that she felt no political interference.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Obviously, we're not going to get an answer from the Minister tonight on whether or not they intend to get to the truth for Canadians. So I'll switch gears. We'll talk a little bit about Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould and her testimony. In her testimony, she said, quote, I experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin. Through you, Mr. Chair, does the minister ever think it's appropriate for anyone in the PMO, the PCO, or any political actors to pressure the Attorney General about a particular case with respect to his or her prosecutorial discretion?
Just a reminder to all honourable members, the same rules of debate apply in terms of names of given or family names of other honourable members. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I have said on a number of occasions publicly, I have felt no pressure from anyone in Cabinet or in the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office to exercise my powers of directing a DPA in this particular case. And if such pressure were to happen, I would immediately react. Mr. Chair, I can't speak for what my predecessor felt. I know that there are competing narratives out there.
Well, member for Essex.
When the member for Vancouver-Granville testified at the committee, she described, quote, a barrage of people hounding her and her staff, end quote. What are your thoughts on that statement?
The Honourable Minister.
That was certainly her statement. As I said, Mr. Chair, there are competing. I wasn't privy to any of those discussions or conversations, and I do note that there were competing narratives.
Member for Essex.
I believe the member from Vancouver-Granville. Canadians believe the member from Vancouver-Granville. Do you?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I can't comment. I can't comment because I wasn't party to those conversations.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Do you think the member from Vancouver-Granville was telling the truth?
The Honourable Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, there are perfectly compatible competing interpretations of events in which everyone is telling the truth.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Once again, I'll try again. It's unfortunate I have to repeat the questions here and I'm unable to get answers. But do you think that the member for Vancouver-Granville is telling the truth, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
On a point of order.
Yes, I see the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the same rules apply when we're not in committee of the whole, when we are, and the members should know better than to ask specifically to the member as you. All questions should be put through the chair.
I thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North for bringing this, of course, to the attention of the committee of the whole this evening. He's right, of course, the normal rules of debate apply. I ask honourable members to direct their comments and speech towards the chair and use the third-person form in the usual way that they do in the House. I think we're back to the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Once again, Mr. Chair, there are a number. I wasn't privy to the conversations in question. So I have no real way to evaluate other than to say that there are a number of competing narratives which are compatible with everybody having told the truth.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Okay. Through you,
Unreal.
Mr. Chair, will the minister, launch an independent investigation into how Vice Admiral Norman's case has been handled?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, as I've said a number of times in this House, the RCMP did its job in gathering evidence and initially laying charges. The prosecution service took on the carriage of the case, if you will, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and eventually decided to stay the charges. I'm confident that our justice system, our investigative system, our prosecution system have functioned well.
Well, Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Norman and his counsel, his lawyer, are not confident in that at all. So I'll ask again, since I didn't receive an answer that time, through you, Mr. Chair, will the minister launch an independent investigation into how Vice Admiral Norman's case was handled, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the various institutions in question here operate independently of the Department of Justice. The RCMP in its investigative role, the Prosecution Service of Canada under the direction of the Director of Public Prosecutions. They have performed their functions independently of us, and I'm satisfied that the justice system in Canada functioned well to get to an appropriate result.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite curious to me that the minister doesn't seem to be able to utter the word no, although that's certainly what Canadians are hearing tonight from him. So, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, why did the Prime Minister comment publicly that the Norman case was likely to proceed to trial before it actually happened?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Chair, I wasn't Minister of Justice at the time, so I don't know the exact timing of what happened, and I have no comment on it.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, does the minister think that the Prime Minister should comment publicly on a case that it's likely to proceed before trial before that actually happens?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can say, again, the Director of Public Prosecutions has stated on at least 2 occasions that there was no political interference in the prosecution or the carriage of the case and the decision to stay the case, and the RCMP is fiercely independent in its investigative role.
We're down to about a minute and a half. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Does the minister think that the Prime Minister's comments were appropriate?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, there has been, according to the actors in the system who manage the system, the Director of Public Prosecutions and the RCMP, no political interference in this case in their view.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister believe that the Prime Minister commenting on a case that's likely to proceed to trial before it actually happens is respecting the independence of the justice system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, once again, these institutions in Canada are robust. We're very proud of them. The RCMP, the prosecution service is newer, but it was a welcome contribution from the Conservative government at the time. We think it was a good thing, and it's working well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex, last question.
Does the minister understand that Canada's international reputation was tarnished when the OECD referred to the SNC-Lavalin case to their working group on bribery?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I take note of the Honourable Member's question. I am aware that the OECD said they would follow, but that's fairly routine procedure for the OECD to look at a number of different cases in a number of different countries.
Okay, that will conclude the third part of the first and opening round. We're going to go now to the next round of speeches. Just before we do that, I want to commend all honourable members in the way in which they're observing the rules of this Committee of the Whole. So the flow has been just excellent, and so if we could just stay on that track, we're going to have a good meeting this evening. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I will take your comments to heart and continue in the same vein that I've heard Committee of the Whole proceeding to this point. I will be providing 10 minutes of remarks, Mr. Chair, followed by some questions, and I'm very proud today to take the floor to share with Canadians some of our government's accomplishments in recognizing, promoting, and protecting equality rights of LGBTQ2 communities. Je suis très fier aujourd'hui.
I'm very proud today to take the floor to recall to Canadians some of the accomplishments of our government to acknowledge, promote, and protect the equality rights of LGBTQ2 communities.
We have demonstrated our commitment to diversity and inclusion in the hope that all Canadians can participate fully in Canadian society and be recognized as deserving of the same respect, deference, and consideration. And this commitment equally extends to members of the LGBTQ community. Dès le début de notre mandat du gouvernement, nous avons fait preuve de notre engagement.
From the very beginning of our government's mandate, we showed our commitment to diversity and inclusion in the hopes that Canadians would be able to fully participate in society.
Rights. And as the Minister of Foreign Affairs once stated in this very chamber, LGBTI rights are human rights, and human rights have no borders. And it's a commitment that our government takes very seriously abroad and here at home. In Budget 2017, the Government of Canada set aside $3.6 million over 3 years for the creation of the LGBTQ2 Secretariat within the Privy Council office. The Secretariat works with LGBTQ2 stakeholders across the country. This important work keeps our government informed about the challenging situations affecting LGBTQ Canadians, as well as potential solutions. Now, the Secretariat also supports the integration of LGBTQ2 considerations into the day-to-day work of the federal government across all ministries, and these efforts really help the government to ensure that our federal policies, programs, and laws related to gender expression, gender identity, and sexual orientation are all within the same spirit and within the same view to equality, inclusion, and diversity. In November 2016, I was honored to be appointed as the Prime Minister's Special Advisor on LGBTQ2 issues. And my role is to advise the Prime Minister on how to develop and coordinate the Government of Canada's LGBTQ2 policies and laws. And this includes informing Cabinet, informing parliamentarians, committees, and engaging with LGBTQ organizations from across the country and indeed around the world to promote equality, to listen to LGBTQ people and communities, and to identify solutions to improve their lives. In addition to the excellent work of the LGBTQ Secretariat, all ministries of our government have a responsibility to improve the lives of LGBTQ Canadians, and that includes the Department of Justice.
Early in our government's mandate, we also presented and passed Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, and the Criminal Code. This bill recognized the right and accorded great protection for members of the LGBTQ2 community. As well, Bill C-16 added gender identity and gender expression to the prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. This also allowed people to benefit from equal opportunities
in the Criminal Code to protect groups who are targeted because of their gender identity or gender expression.
Unfortunately, in Canada, transgender people are confronted with a higher risk of verbal, physical violence and sexual harassment. Given the high degree of violence or threats of violence, it is a fact that our criminal law should decry specifically violence against these people.
Communities was another significant milestone in recognizing LGBTQ2 communities and protecting them as equal members of Canadian society. On November 28, 2017, the Prime Minister delivered a formal apology in this very House to individuals harmed by federal legislation, policies, and practices that led to the oppression and discrimination against two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people in Canada. The Prime Minister apologized specifically for the shameful LGBT purge, the historical unjust treatment of LGBTQ2 federal public servants, including those in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This discriminatory treatment resulted in the loss of livelihoods, dignity, and even lives. There was a time in this country, Mr. Chair, where you could be charged, prosecuted, and criminally convicted simply because of your sexual orientation. To address this grave injustice, this government introduced Bill C-66. Now, records of convictions involving consensual sexual activity between same-sex partners of legal age can be destroyed. We are hopeful that this change will provide some relief to many LGBTQ Canadians for whom the pain, trauma, and fear have all been too real for all too long a time. Such discrimination has no place in Canada today. And with Bill C-66, we took responsibility for recognizing and rectifying this historic injustice.
As was the case with the measures taken to rectify the historic discrimination, the government took measures to delete from the Criminal Code an anachronistic offence which was used to target the consensual sexual activities between men.
Can consent to engage in anal intercourse at age 18. The age of consent for any other form of non-exploitive sexual activity is 16 years old. And Section 159 makes an exception for consensual anal intercourse between married spouses if they are of the opposite sex, but not if they are of the same sex. And so this is a discriminatory policy, and several appellate courts have found that this provision violates equality rights guaranteed by Section 15 of the Charter. So repealing Section 159, as Bill C-75 proposes to do, will prevent laying charges against people who engage in non-exploitive consensual anal intercourse. The Attorney General of Canada has recently issued a directive on the prosecution of HIV non-disclosure cases for federal prosecutors, which applies in our territories. And presently, at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, we are looking at a study that deals exactly with this issue of HIV criminalization. We've heard from numerous witnesses about the negative impacts not just on their lives, but on the public health system, of criminalizing HIV non-disclosure. And so I look forward to the continued work of the Justice Committee, of a report to come to this House, and of the government responding in a robust way to this very serious issue. Now back to the directive, which is based on current scientific evidence regarding the sexual transmission of HIV and applicable criminal laws, as clarified by the Supreme Court of Canada in a case known as Mabior. The directive recognizes that non-disclosure of HIV is first and foremost a public health issue. It's also an important fact to note that public health authorities have many tools at their disposal to make sure that people are not engaging in reckless behavior, and those tools would not require such a provision to be in the criminal code. Today, le Procureur Général du Canada a également...
The Attorney General also issued a directive on prosecutions relative to cases of non-disclosure of HIV, and was also enforceable in the territories. This directive is based on scientific evidence concerning the sexual transmission of HIV and the applicable criminal law. This means there are certain jurisdictions in Canada where this directive would not be enforced. It is, as I said, based on common scientific evidence concerning this sexual transmission.
...was taken to advance the full recognition, protection, and participation of our LGBTQ2 communities. Our government will continue to demonstrate its commitment to promoting an inclusive society that works for all Canadians. And Mr. Chair, before I get to questions, I think it's important to note that when we're at committee and when we open up committee to civil society organizations, when we have witnesses from coast to coast to coast, it really lets people not from within 15 or 20 minutes or 2 hours of Ottawa to know that this government is their government, to know that this chamber, this House, and our parliamentary committees are designed to understand the issues that matter to them. And it's important that we continue to open our committees to diversity voices, Indigenous voices, voices of oppressed and marginalized people, voices of the LGBTQ2 community. At the Health Committee right now, unanimously passed by all members, is a study that's wrapping up on the health indicators of LGBTQ people, because our health indicators are only slightly that above Indigenous peoples. We have a lot of work to do, Mr. Chair. A lot of work to do in advancing our legislation, and a lot of work to do in this chamber to make lives better for all Canadians. And now I have a few questions for the Minister. Minister, can you share with us why it is important to continue to do more work on the policy directive, the prosecutorial directive, as it pertains to the Crowns and the prosecution of HIV disclosure?
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for his speech. I also thank him for giving me the answer to the previous question that I missed Section 159, my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, notre gouvernement est engagé à réduire.
Our government is committed to removing stigmatization and discrimination against persons living with HIV. And this is why International AIDS Day provided a perfect opportunity to talk about this non-disclosure. Our decision is based on the most recent scientific evidence in this field and on realistic, a realistic attitude towards the transmission. So this is helpful to people living with HIV/AIDS. Medical treatment diminishes greatly the possibility of transmitting HIV/AIDS. This can lead to people should be tested when they're not. This leads to increased risk of infection.
Very much, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say in English what I said in French, which is the importance of the directive that the Minister is talking about is important, and we've heard from witnesses that it's important because it's a step in the right direction, and it says that the government needs to follow the science, that prosecutors need to follow the science, and when somebody is undetectable, they're untransmittable, and they shouldn't be charged. They shouldn't be prosecuted for non-disclosure of HIV status. And equally importantly, is the fact that the directive applies because it's federal jurisdiction to the territories. British Columbia and Ontario have since indicated that they have or issued a similar directive to their crowns. But I think it's important that we do work at the federal, provincial, territorial level to include and encourage other jurisdictions to issue similar policies and directives. And so I think it would be important for us to look into the Justice Department. And a question for the Minister is, we have Section 159, we have vagrancy provisions, we have body house provisions in C-75. I know I'm looking forward to seeing that come back from the Senate, but could you share with this House and with the Committee of the Whole other accomplishments that the Department has achieved to making the lives of LGBTQ Canadians better?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member again for his question. Mr. Speaker, I think we're proud of Canada's diversity and inclusion. Our government believes that all Canadians should be safe to be themselves, and in that regard, I think the major accomplishment was passing legislation that adds gender identity and expression as prohibited grounds for discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act, as well as adding to the list of distinguishing characteristics of an identifiable group gender identity and expression, so that they're protected from the hate speech by the hate speech provisions of the Criminal Code. The honourable member, my colleague, has mentioned Section 159, the body house vagrancy provisions in Bill C-75. Those are also very important, Mr. Speaker. But I think we're proud to recognize these historic challenges that have been faced by the LGBTQ2 community, and we're committed to making their lives better. Indeed, equality is what we're committed to, so that people can live their lives and flourish as they wish to.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre, the last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a question that I would ask to the Minister. Sometimes the law and the criminal code, as vast as it is a blunt instrument. Sometimes it shields people, sometimes it means that they run into the law. I'm wondering if the Minister could share with him how he sees the law as a tool to protect vulnerable and minority populations in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, the law establishes baselines, Mr. Speaker, in things like the Charter and things like the Canadian Human Rights Act, but also the manner in which we interpret that law and the structures that we put in place to not just deal with transgressions, but deal with the victims and deal with society, deal with groups in society that are targeted. And so it is not simply about the written law, Mr. Speaker, but about the attitude that we take to those laws.
Okay, we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to devote most of my time for questions to the Minister and hoping a few answers in the process. And I would ask the Chair respectfully to give me some updates on my time, because I understand I have 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, it's good to see you here tonight. In your opening remarks in response to questions from my colleague, the MP from Milton, you mentioned that as Minister, you've asked your department, the Department of Justice, to do an overview to ensure you met obligations with respect to disclosure in the Admiral Mark Norman matter. Is that correct? Did I hear you properly?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The actual detail is that I was briefed on the Norman matter. I remind my colleague, and thank him for the question, that there was document disclosure as between the prosecution and the defense in this matter. My department only was involved with respect to third-party record applications. We set up a process in order to meet those obligations to the court, and I was satisfied after that briefing from my department, Mr. Speaker, that we were maintaining, we had begun and we were maintaining a rigorous procedure to try to get through these complex decisions.
Before we go to the next question, just a reminder to all members, while Committee of the Whole is a little bit less formal, we still ask members to direct their questions through the chair and use the third person in the usual fashion, but there's some informality here and we'll allow some latitude. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I understand from the Minister's comments that he feels that his department met their obligations with respect to the report. I'd ask the Minister if he could table the report they provided with respect to disclosure obligations.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was part of an oral briefing.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, oral briefing. Mr. Chair, I could ask the minister what his code name is, but I won't do that. I won't do that. I would like, Mr. Chair, for the benefit of Canadians, the committee of the whole, for them to get an understanding. As our chief legal officer, the Minister of Justice is responsible for all lawyers in the federal government. I'd ask the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, to confirm that as the chief legal officer, all of the lawyers in the federal government are under his mandate.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's true as Attorney General for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
So, Mr. Chair, as Attorney General responsible for all lawyers, I'd like to know what Privy Council lawyer Paul Shuttle meant when he used the term in communications with the prosecution in the Norman matter that he wanted to, quote, engineer the issues at stake. Could the minister, as chief legal officer, explain what the engineering of issues in the Mark Norman matter referred to?
Excellent.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, that lawyer, I believe, is part of the legal team for the Privy Council office, which serves the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like the chief legal officer of our country to now clarify that there are lawyers that he's now appearing to suggest do not work for him. Could he clarify, are all lawyers, including Privy Council advisors to the Prime Minister, lawyers in that capacity, under his purview as minister?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I believe my understanding is all lawyers in the Justice Department are, but not all lawyers in the government.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
As chief legal officer for the country, Mr. Chair, does the minister think it's appropriate that lawyers in the Privy Council were communicating with the Director of Public Prosecution with respect to trial strategy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not prepared to accept the premise of that question, and I have no comment on it.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, I quote, "So much for the independence of the public prosecution of Canada." End quote, Mr. Speaker. That's not my quote, Mr. Chair. That's the quote of Justice Perkins McVeigh, the judge in the Norman trial. Does the comment from the judge who was presiding over the trial before the charges were stayed, does that concern him as minister, and does he feel an oral report to him is sufficient to look into that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, as I've described in a previous line of questioning, the Department of Justice set up a procedure with the court in order to fulfill its third-party records obligations. That's all the Department of Justice was doing in this case, Mr. Speaker. We identified over 140,000 potentially relevant documents in a variety of different places. That number was boiled down to 8,000, Mr. Speaker. And then ultimately a judge was going to, working through a civil servant in PCO, ultimately a judge was going to determine both the relevancy of the documents and whether they would be subject to privilege of any sort, be it solicitor-client, cabinet confidence, or other.
5 minutes has lapsed, 10 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, the judge the minister's referring to, Justice Perkins McVeigh, is the one I quoted. She had concerns about independence of the public prosecutor after she had seen notes that were not fully disclosed to the defense and were claimed under litigation privilege because they dealt with trial strategy. Does he feel it's appropriate, as our chief legal officer, for the Prime Minister's legal advisors to be communicating with Crown officials with respect to trial strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, I don't accept the premise of the question. I point, Mr. Chair, the Honourable Member, to the statement by the Director of Public Prosecutions herself. On at least 2 occasions, she said that there was no political interference in the case, and the prosecutor in the case also said that.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, on the February 11th pretrial dates, Defence Counsel Mainville was raising concerns about the non-disclosure of notes that appear related to trial strategy. This is where the quote, engineer issues at stake led to the exchange. Would the minister, if he's rejecting the premise of my question when I'm quoting a judge, Mr. Speaker, would he undertake to examine the concerns the judge had with respect to independence in his role as Chief Legal Officer?
The Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously not going to comment on trial strategies of whatever party is involved in a trial. It would be absurd for me to do that. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, is the Director of the Prosecution Service has stated on at least 2 occasions that there was no political interference, including for the staying of the decision, and that the prosecutor herself stated that there was no political interference.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the outset, the minister said all lawyers in the government were under his purview. When asked about the first one I mentioned, he clarified that not all of them are. Can he say whether the lawyers under his purview, whether any Department of Justice lawyers spoke with Paul Shuttle, the PCO legal advisor, about the Norman case?
The Honourable Minister.
Within the process, documents were turned over to PCO in order to determine whether they were covered by privilege, whether it be solicitor-client or cabinet privilege. This was a normal part of this process. I point out that the Clerk of the Privy Council delegated the ultimate authority to make the decision on whether documents had to be produced or redacted to the judge, which is highly exceptional and I think evidence of our good faith in this matter.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, would the minister undertake to examine whether there were communications with any Department of Justice officials and Privy Council advisors to the Prime Minister on trial strategy in the Norman matter?
The Honourable Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I point out that the Director of Public Prosecutions has said that has been no political interference in this trial. Confident in the institutions like the RCMP and the Prosecution Service in Canada. Ultimately, very confident in our trial process, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, does the minister now consider litigation or the court case involving Admiral Norman to be complete?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the prosecution has been stayed by the Director of Public Prosecutions. I will say no more than that. The Honourable Member is an attorney and he knows what that means.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, I am indeed a lawyer and I know what that means. So since litigation has been completed, will our Chief Legal Officer today agree to waive litigation privilege protections of the notes referred to at the February 11 matter involving PCO lawyer Paul Shuttle?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is currently another case proceeding through the courts based on the same set of facts, and I will do nothing, Mr. Speaker, to interfere with that case.
We're at 5 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Chair, if the other litigation concludes, will the minister then agree to waive litigation privilege over those notes?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the Honourable Member knows that I will not answer that kind of hypothetical question.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Well, Mr. Chair, moving from the sublime to the ridiculous, I'd like to remind the minister that he was appointed on January 14th. Congratulations belatedly, Minister. On January 17th, former Ambassador John McCallum appeared at Cabinet. Did the minister speak with John McCallum about the extradition case of Meng Wanzhou?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
That kind of conversation, Mr. Speaker, would be covered by Cabinet confidence.
Honourable Member.
I'll rephrase, Mr. Chair. I don't want to know the substance of the conversation. Will he acknowledge yes or no that a conversation on the Meng Wanzhou extradition took place with Ambassador McCallum?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
That means yes.
Mr. Chair, I think people viewing would take that as a yes, as I do. Mr. McCallum, the former ambassador, I would note, is not a lawyer, but 4 or 5 days after meeting with Cabinet, he did a press conference saying Meng Wanzhou had strong legal arguments to fight against her extradition. Did the minister speak about those legal arguments with the ambassador?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the honest answer is I actually have no recollection whether I spoke to him or not. No.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
I cannot recall.
Mr. Chair, clearly the Prime Minister asked for the resignation of Ambassador McCallum after he spoke publicly a few days after the Cabinet meeting about the substance of the Meng Wanzhou extradition case, which was highly inappropriate. On February 7th, the Minister gave an interview to the Toronto Star where he said ultimately the extradition is in his hands. He said, quote, "Foreign affairs is a political matter, Mr. Speaker." Is he the final arbiter for the Meng Wanzhou extradition?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times publicly, there is a process, an extradition process that we have established in Canada, in which the process will go through the court system. Ultimately, at the end of all legal proceedings, if there is an extradition order, it is up to the Minister of Justice, in my role as Minister of Justice, according to established criteria, to order or not that extradition. What I was referring to in the Toronto Star interview, and I thank the honourable member for allowing me the time to clarify this, was that as Minister of Justice, and not as Attorney General in this particular role, it is ultimately a recognition that external affairs is of a different order of things. But there are legal criteria which I will follow, Mr. Chair, should we get to that point.
Time for two more questions. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as the final arbiter, as the Minister mentioned, after the process has run its course, he will make a final determination in his role as Minister of Justice. So I'm wondering, a few days ago, the Minister had dinner at the Orchid Ball in Montreal with the Consul General of China. Did the Meng Wanzhou case come up in his dinner with the Ambassador?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, no, it did not. We talked to each other and we said that we would not talk about the case.
Durham.
Mr. Chair, did the Minister make inquiries with respect to the legal rights of Michael Spavor, Michael Korvig, and the lack of access to justice that our own citizens have in that country?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, other parts of that, it was a social evening. It wasn't a formal meeting. I wasn't seated next to that person.
That will conclude this round. We'll now go with resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be providing 10 minutes of remarks followed by some questions. Mr. Chair, I want to begin my remarks today by firstly thanking all members on the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights from all sides of the House. Together, over these past few years, we've worked on issues related to access to justice, medical assistance in dying, mental health supports for jurors, strengthening impaired driving laws, addressing the issue of human trafficking in Canada, and so much more. Ultimately, we have worked hard to ensure that our communities that we represent are safer. There have been many pieces of legislation that have passed through our committee, and today I'd like to focus on Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that I've heard about from my community and from Canadians across Canada is the issue of delays in accessing the justice system. I've also heard from constituents about the accessibility of the justice system, issues surrounding victims' rights, and the challenges faced by victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of Bill C-75 is to address these very issues of our communities from coast to coast to coast. This legislation is a key milestone in the government's ongoing efforts to transform the criminal justice system, keeping the government's overall goals at the forefront, which are to keep communities safe, protect victims, and to hold offenders to account. Canada's justice system faces numerous major and multifaceted challenges. While the volume and severity of crimes have decreased over the years, criminal court cases are becoming more complex and trials are taking longer to complete. Delays in the criminal justice system impact the accused and their charter rights to be tried within a reasonable time. They also impact victims and all of those affected by crimes in our communities. The criminal justice system is a shared responsibility between the federal, the provincial, and the territorial governments. The federal government is responsible for the enactment of criminal law and procedure, criminal prosecutions of all federal offenses, certain offenses in the criminal code, and prosecution of all offenses in the territories, as well as the appointment of judges for superior courts. Provincial and territorial governments, on the other hand, are responsible for the administration of justice, including the prosecution of criminal offenses in the provinces, the administration of police, crown, and court personnel, and the appointment of provincial court judges. At their meeting held in April and September of 2017, federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for justice met to discuss actions taken and ways to strategically address delays in the criminal justice system. Discussions included identifying innovative and best practices as well as legislative reforms to resolve criminal cases in a just and timely manner. All agreed on the need for targeted and bold criminal law reform in the following key priority areas: bail, administration of justice offenses, preliminary inquiries, reclassification of offenses, and judicial case management. Ministers agreed on the importance of a collaborative approach with all players in the criminal justice system, and Bill C-75 is a true reflection of that collaborative approach with key criminal justice system partners. Some reforms in Bill C-75 address issues that were identified by the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs in its June 2017 report, which was entitled "Delaying Justice is Denying Justice," which included 50 recommendations, with a number of them relating to criminal law reform. The bill addresses a number of these recommendations, namely on preliminary inquiries, case management, bail, administration of justice offenses, and the use of technology, including to facilitate remote appearances. In addition, the reforms respond to the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Jordan in 2016, which established strict timelines beyond which delays will be presumptively unreasonable and result in cases being stayed. In this decision, the Supreme Court also stressed the need for efforts by all those involved in the criminal justice system to reduce delays and increase efficiencies. Bill C-75 addresses that. One of the issues highlighted through our committee work is the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in jail. 2016-2017 statistics indicate that 28 to 30% of custody admissions are Indigenous. The numbers are even higher for youth at 50% and women at 42%. Bill C-75 will help reduce the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples and vulnerable populations in the criminal justice system. Indigenous people and vulnerable populations tend to be disproportionately impacted by onerous and unnecessary bail conditions. They are also more likely to be charged with breaching minor conditions and more likely to be caught in the revolving door of the criminal justice system. This bill will help address these problems by enacting a principle of restraint in the bail regime to ensure that where there are no concerns about the accused coming to court or posing a risk to public safety, police officers and justices release detained accused at the earliest reasonable opportunity. Also by requiring that conditions imposed by police be reasonable in the circumstances and necessary to ensure the accused attendance in court or the safety and security of the victims or witnesses, and by providing that circumstances of the accused, in particular Indigenous accused and accused persons from vulnerable populations, are considered at bail and in determining how to address a breach of conditions. Bill C-75 also includes measures that will positively impact victims of crime. These include the bail reforms, which would also better protect victims of intimate partner violence by creating a reverse onus at bail, and would expand the list of conditions that can be imposed by police, including to protect victims. The preliminary inquiry reforms, which would restrict the availability of preliminary inquiries to offenses with penalties of life imprisonment, would prevent some victims from having to testify twice. And the proposed administration of justice offense changes would only apply in cases where there has been no harm caused to a victim, such as physical, emotional, or property damage. The bill will also provide reassurance to victims of intimate partner violence by imposing a reverse onus at bail for accused charged with an intimate partner violence offense if they have a prior conviction for violence against an intimate partner. by requiring courts to consider whether an accused is charged with an intimate partner violence offense when determining whether to release or detain the accused, by clarifying that strangulation, choking, and suffocation is an elevated form of assault, by defining intimate partner for all criminal code purposes and clarifying that it includes current or former spouse, common law partner, and dating partner, by clarifying that the current sentencing provisions which treat abuse against a spouse or common law partner as an aggravating factor apply to both current and former spouses, common law partners, and dating partners, and by allowing for the possibility of seeking a higher maximum penalty in cases involving a repeat IPV offender. Lastly, the proposed reforms with regards to bail administration of justice offenses and the reclassification of offenses support an approach that is expected to minimize the differential impact on marginalized populations in the criminal justice system, including Indigenous peoples, through modernizing and streamlining processes, providing flexibility, and creating appropriate tools for managing factors such as vulnerability, mental health, and addiction. It's important to note that these proposed criminal code amendments cannot address all social issues that impact those in contact with the criminal justice system. And as such, operational changes in the courts or administration of justice at the provincial or territorial level may be better to address such issues. As well, training for criminal justice system actors, such as police, crown, judges, would support the bill's goal to make the criminal justice system more fair and accessible to all Canadians. As mentioned earlier, opportunities to address delays also fall under provincial jurisdiction pursuant to their responsibility over the administration of justice. It is unfortunate that the Ontario provincial government has recently announced its decision to cut funding for the Ontario Provincial Police by $45 million. These cuts will impact the administration of justice. The people of Ontario, and indeed all Canadians, have the commitment of the federal government that we will continue to work closely with the provinces and territories to identify further measures to reduce delays and to improve our criminal justice system. With that being said, Mr. Chair, I do have some questions for the Minister, if allowed. Yes. Thank you.
Innisfil, on a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if you can confirm what time the Committee of the Whole will be ending at tonight.
I thank the honourable member. I believe the Committee of the Whole will go for 4 hours, which will conclude at approximately 9:49 p.m. this evening. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the cases that keep reoccurring within our Justice Committee, indeed when we're talking about delays and the speedy admission of justice is the Jordan decision in 2016. And in 2016, in the Jordan decision, the Supreme Court of Canada called upon all all criminal justice actors to do their part in reducing court delays. To that end, through you, Mr. Chair, I ask the Minister, what measures does the Minister feel are the most important to increase efficiencies in the criminal justice system?
Well, Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for her speech and her question and her work on the Justice Committee. Mr. Chair, the answer is fourfold. First of all, law reform, and the honourable member has spoken at length about the changes brought forward in Bill C-75, which we feel will increase the efficiency of our justice system and reduce delays. Second is various program funding. The Indigenous Court Work Program, as one example, in which working with certain overrepresented groups, we will be able to address delays in the justice system. Third point is collaboration, Mr. Chair, with provincial and territorial governments to address delays. And finally, judicial appointments, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned in my speech, we've made over 300 appointments since taking office of a very high quality, and that is helping to reduce delay in the system.
Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since this place studied Bill C-75, on December 14 of 2018, the Supreme Court of Canada rendered its decision on the victim surcharge found in Section 737 of the Criminal Code. The court held that the mandatory victim surcharge is contrary to Section 12 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms because it could result in grossly disproportionate punishment for vulnerable or marginalized offenders. The mandatory surcharge is a fixed amount that every offender must pay at the time of sentencing, i.e. the 30% for any fine imposed, or $100 per summary conviction offense, or $200 per indictable offense. I'm aware that Bill C-75 had proposed changes to this regime in order to provide some judicial discretion related to the imposition of the victim surcharge. However, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask the Minister, do you feel that these changes properly respond to the Supreme Court decision, to the Supreme Court of Canada's guidance? Will the government be proposing any amendments to this bill to reflect this new Supreme Court of Canada decision?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
For her important question, Mr. Chair, as I've stated, we're committed to ensuring that Canada's criminal justice system meets the highest standards of equity and fairness. The Boudreau decision on December 14th found, as she has pointed out, that the victim fine surcharge violated Section 12 of the Charter because it could result in a grossly disproportionate punishment, especially for vulnerable and marginalized offenders. And indeed, the provinces and territories who use this fund to fund victim services have not used it since December 2014, or courts have not used it. We realize this is an important rule. We thought Bill C-75 went a long way to following with that, but after consulting with provinces and territories, the federal ombudsperson for victims of crime and stakeholders, we've decided to propose amendments to Bill C-75, presently in front of the Senate, that will grant judges additional discretion to determine when the surcharge should be applied. This aligns it with the Boudreau decision while continuing to ensure that offenders are properly held accountable to victims of society and society as a whole.
Honourable, this will be the last question. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask, as we work in a collective, in a collaborative way with provinces and territories, as our Constitution has divided responsibilities, the administration of justice falls within the purview of the provinces. Can the Minister please advise this House how important it is for us to work collaboratively with each of our roles within our respective governments, and the importance of providing funding as well to officers of the court, such as police officers, court administrators, in order to have that effective, that efficient criminal justice system that Canadians require and deserve.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you again. I thank the honourable member for her question. It's critically important that we cooperate. The administration of justice is, in a sense, a shared responsibility. For example, we name judges, and the provinces have the responsibility for administering the court system. And same thing with legal aid across Canada is another example. We share responsibility and financial responsibility with the provinces. The provinces furnish legal aid services, and we provide part of the funding. So obviously, cuts do concern me, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, and we're studying the impact of cuts very carefully.
We'll go to resuming debate. Before we do that, just for the benefit of other honourable members that may have a speaking slot coming up, they don't have to be in their own seats in order to present in Committee of the Whole. They can take a seat of their choice on whichever side they wish, of course, but that's up to them. We'll go to resuming debate. The honourable member for Milton.
Here. Mr. Chair, following up on the excellent questions of my learned colleague, the member from Durham, I wanted to get a little bit further into this oral report that the minister received from his department that has allowed him to come to the conclusion that there's nothing to see here, everything went fine. And what I'd like to do is take him through some specific things that happened in the hearings that have transpired since November 23rd of last year. And predominantly, Mr. Chair, what this is about is the fact that the documents were being sought so the defense could put together an abusive process motion to have the charge dismissed because they said that there was political interference and obstruction of the subpoena requests for documents. So, with respect to the hearing between December 12th and December 18th, it was said that, sorry, I'm old enough, Mr. Chair, that I need glasses now. It was said that emails between a Crown prosecutor and legal counsel in the Privy Council office, which is the government department that supports the Prime Minister, showed the Privy Council lawyer asking for updates on who has been identified as potential witnesses, what was discussed in judicial pre-trial meetings, and what the defense plans to argue in pre-trial motions. Does this concern the Minister with respect to administration of justice in his department?
Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Stated, I'm not going to make comments about the actual proceedings of the case in the past tense. It would be inappropriate for me to do that. There's always a lot of strategic moves that are made throughout the course of a trial. What I can say is that the Justice Department's role in this matter was in fulfillment of requests, third-party document requests, for which my department specifically set up a process. That process was followed because of the complexity and the sheer number of the documents requested. So a process was set up to evaluate the requests and to then decide whether those documents were covered by some sort of privilege or confidence. Again, it's a complex process, and we delegated the final decision-making authority to a judge, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Milton.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
And whether or not the judge got to make the decision, because we all know at the end of the day she did not, because of the amount of delays that this government allowed for. What we do know as well from these trial dates and these hearings, Mr. Chair, is the fact there was even problems with how they gamed the system in terms of what kinds of words would trigger disclosure of documents. It was revealed in the trial that access to information requests in 2017 returned no results in an entire Mark Norman case when there's day after day of meetings and information and surveillance that was going on. No results in all the Department of National Defense. And guess why, Mr. Speaker? Because a witness came forward and asked for protection from his own government so that his name was not disclosed in order to be able to tell Canadians that code names were used in order to ensure that there is no response in the documents. Why does the Minister not think that this is something that needs to be looked into further?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, once again, I won't comment about the various back and forth details about the case. That was, Mr. Chair, managed by the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Prosecution Service of Canada, independently of the Government of Canada, and they have stated that, both the Director of Public Prosecutions on at least 2 occasions, as well as the prosecutor in question. The Department of Justice had a role to play in the production of documents. As I said, 144,000 documents were identified as being potentially relevant. That number had to be assessed and analyzed. It was boiled down to 8,000. Ultimately, those documents were in the process to go to a judge in order to be evaluated for privilege and that sort of thing. Mr. Chair, we have fulfilled, the Department of Justice has fulfilled its obligations in this case.
For Milton.
So to recap, we have now heard that the Crown Prosecutor was talking to legal counsel in the Privy Council office. We have heard that they were asking for updates on who was identified as potential witnesses. We now know that ATIPs were being deliberately avoided. Now we move on to another one, Mr. Speaker. Also heard in testimony during that hearing in December was the fact that federal government lawyers, who would be these ministers' lawyers, inappropriately intervened in the defense access to witnesses and giving witnesses bad information. Does the minister think that this is enough of a problem to warrant an investigation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, the comment is taken completely out of context. I have no way of commenting on it, nor should I, Mr. Speaker. The role, the prosecution service and counsel on each side is going to undertake to defend their clients as best they can in the ordinary course of proceedings, requesting documents, etc., defending against those requests, etc. The role of the Department of Justice, Mr. Chair, as I've made clear, was in the production of third-party document requests. We set up a process responsive to the defense counsel. In particular, in that case, we set up a process that was fair, that took into account the quantity and the complexity of the documentation, as well, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that there would be privilege attached, solicitor-client, cabinet confidence, and litigation privilege attached to a number of those documents.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, their document collection was atrocious, to the point where the minister should know that the Chief of Defence Staff, although he learned in December that code names were used to avoid the production of documents, didn't check in on it until the 3rd week of January. Nobody in that 4-week period of time thought they should go back and actually do a further search. I think that's something else that needs to be investigated. But as well, as we turn into hearings between January 29 and February 1st, even more information came out. Most importantly, the fact that one of the lawyers who would be working for this minister, a lawyer embedded with the Department of National Defense, has been alleged to give advice to a former assistant to the Minister of National Defense with respect to what she needed to disclose in her search. She said she had 2 phones, a government-issue BlackBerry and a personal iPhone. However, she took the advice of the Department of National Defense and did not search her personal emails, did not know whether her BlackBerry messages were included in the search. There was not sufficient search. It was advised by a lawyer from the Department of Justice. Does the minister think that's enough to warrant an inquiry?
Well, Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm not going to comment on the veracity of any allegations that are made or the sources that they came from. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the process that we have envisaged and used in the Justice Department included email, including devices, personal devices, and that sort of thing for those potentially relevant documents.
Well, member for Milton.
Well, interesting enough, there's actually somebody within the Justice Department that gets this, because Justice Department counsel Robert McKinnon told the court in those hearings that it doesn't matter where the government-related business is being handled, if it's on personal emails or personal data, they're covered by the subpoena, and he would be making sure, following up to make sure that that actually happens. Does the minister agree with that comment made by his own lawyer? And should this be followed up on?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, I won't comment on specific allegations or their veracity. What I can say is the process that we did set up was meant to include potentially all kinds of documents, including those contained on devices. I'll also point out, Mr. Speaker, that the judge thanked us at the conclusion of the trial for our hard work in producing documents.
For Milton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I assure you that Admiral Norman and his gigantic legal bill, which is now going to be paid by the taxpayers of Canada, do not thank them for their shoddy work that they conducted throughout this entire process, which caused so much pain and so much cost, either because they maliciously wanted to ensure that these documents didn't come forward or that they were simply inept. Either of those 2 reasons mean that there should be an inquiry made in that department by this minister by his own hand. I'll ask the minister again. Will he be conducting a real inquiry, one that's written on paper, not an oral version, so that Canadians can get to the bottom of exactly what happened in this case?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, I was referring to a briefing earlier on, and I just want to correct the record as it's being misconstrued in this regard. Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times, this was an extraordinarily complex set of third-party documents that was requested, a large number, many of which would be covered by different kinds of privilege. We set up a process that would work, and we did a great deal of work, Mr. Speaker, within 6 months. We did better than in many private litigation cases that can go on for years. I'm quite happy, Mr. Speaker, with the performance of the Department of Justice in this matter. They put together a process that was fair, a process that worked, and indeed, the judge complimented us at the end of the case.
Minutes remaining in this round. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Further in the hearings in February, by the way, Mr. Chair, I do want to ask the minister one question. It's interesting that he indicated that he received a briefing. I used to receive those briefings too. There was always a report attached to it, especially given the fact that there were 8,000 documents that were released, 8,000 of them. I don't assume that the department officials went through each document verbally, so I'm wondering, once again, can we ask the minister if he would provide the document upon which the verbal briefing was provided to him?
Well said. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Read the note. Take 10 minutes and read.
Speaker, Mr. Chair, I'm willing to read, if they'll give me 10 minutes, the note that describes the whole process of the documents.
My question specifically, at the very beginning, was whether or not the minister would order an independent inquiry through his powers under the Inquiries Act. His response was he already received a report. Yeah. That is not a report. So would the minister like to exactly clarify for us so we can get to the nuts and bolts of it? What kind of report has been issued? Is it verbal? Is it real? And if it's real, can we have a copy of it so we can understand and the Canadian public can finally understand what happened in this case?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, as I've stated, I received a briefing in the course of events in which I was assured that we were taking all steps in order to meet our third-party records application responsibilities. I'm satisfied. I've offered to read a description of what the process was that was set up, Mr. Speaker. I am satisfied, and the court complimented us at the end of the case, that we took an extraordinary number of documents with an extraordinary complexity, and we managed to put them through a process in which a judge would have the final say as to whether they would be produced or not and whether they would be redacted or not. So, Mr. Chair, I'm very satisfied that we in the Department of Justice fulfilled our responsibilities.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Chair, I'm very concerned that the minister and the government isn't taking this matter serious. If we could fast forward to more hearings that happened in March 28th of this year, this time it was a battle over redactions to memos. I would like to know from the minister if we could receive copies of the October 19, 2018 64-page memo from Paul Shuttle to the former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, the October 24, 2018 memo, 60 pages, from the former clerk to the Prime Minister, and the December 22nd, 2017 memo from Paul Shuttle to the former clerk of Privy Council, Michael Wernick.
All reasonably. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I point out that with respect to these documents, the judge upheld the claim for solicitor-client privilege. They're privileged documents. Mr. Speaker, I take this process, I dispute the premise that the Honourable Member has stated that we're not taking this seriously. I, as Minister, take this matter very seriously. The Department takes it seriously. The Government takes it seriously, Mr. Speaker. And we put together a very strong process, which again, exceptionally, put the final decision, including decisions on Cabinet confidence, in the hands of a judge and not on the hands of the clerk of the Privy Council.
Next question, the Honourable Member for Milton.
I do not know what is worse, Mr. Chair, for a minister to stand in this House without a grasp on his file and indicate something so wrong, to say that a judge made a decision in the case, a judge clearly did not make a decision. I would submit that the minister should go back and take a look at the hearings between April 16 and 17, wherein at the end they indicated there were no decisions made, and indeed they were coming back for an update on May 8, 2019. Would the minister like to clarify whether or not the judge made a decision on the redacted documents as I asked?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I thought I was quite clear on that answer. Again, I have, as Minister of Justice, been satisfied that the Department of Justice took this matter very clearly, that we put in place a process that would provide for the defense to have the widest possible access to the widest number of documents that were potentially relevant, that would then get winnowed down to a smaller number of documents that could be analyzed. We had a process for analyzing those documents with respect to Cabinet confidence, solicitor-client privilege, and litigation privilege, and the judge complimented us at the end of the case.
And you should. During debate, the Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be providing 10 minutes of remarks followed by some questions for the Minister. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak today. I will focus my remarks on Bill C-84, which was passed by the House of Commons on May 8, 2019, and proposes a number of important reforms to address bestiality and animal fighting. These reforms offer great protections to children, other vulnerable persons, and to animals. With respect to bestiality, the bill responds to the 2016 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada in RV DLW, in which the court found that absent a statutory definition of bestiality, the common law meaning of the term is limited to penetrative sex acts with animals. The consequence of this is that a gap has been identified in the law. The bestiality offenses do not apply to non-penetrative sexual acts with animals. This leaves children and other vulnerable persons without adequate protections for all acts of bestiality. Child protection and animal protection advocates and members of the public have called for legislative action to address the gap. Bill C-84 proposes to remedy this by adding a definition to the bestiality offenses that would include, quote, all acts for a sexual purpose with an animal. As mentioned by other honorable members, this definition does not apply to legitimate animal husbandry activities such as artificial insemination. In fact, agricultural stakeholders have expressed their views, both in writing to the former Minister of Justice and before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, that they have no concerns that the proposed definition would apply to current agricultural standards. This proposed amendment received broad support from parliamentarians and witnesses who appeared before the Justice Committee. It pleases me to see members of all parties come together in support of a common desire to provide stronger protections for the most vulnerable members of society. The committee also passed 2 motions related to enhancing criminal code protections for bestiality offenses. The first motion proposed to amend the criminal code to provide that a court may issue a prohibition or restitution order for a person convicted of a bestiality offense. In the case of a prohibition order, the court would have the authority to issue an order prohibiting the person from possessing, having control over, or residing with an animal for any period up to a lifetime ban. A restitution order would be available to order the person to repay the costs to an individual or organization of maintaining the abused animal. These types of orders are already available for the animal cruelty offenses, and it makes sense that they should also be available for the bestiality offenses. The second motion passed by the committee would add the bestiality simpliciter offense to the list of offenses for which a convicted person must adhere to the requirements of the National Sex Offender Registry. I believe that this is a meaningful amendment to the bill, as it would increase protections for public safety by recognizing that oftentimes those who abuse animals will also commit violent acts against people, and as such, these individuals should be tracked. Other honorable members supporting the bill mentioned that they thought the reforms did not go far enough to increase protection for animals. I believe the bill does offer important changes that target the most vicious forms of animal abuse, bestiality, and animal fighting. The amendments in the bill address animal fighting in 2 ways. First, the amendments will increase the list of prohibited activities that support the animal fighting industry, including promoting, arranging, or receiving money for animal fighting. This would make it easier to prosecute an animal fighting offense by clearly setting out the prohibited acts and thereby encouraging more prosecutions under the criminal code. The second amendment will expand the prohibition against keeping a cockpit to ensure that the provision applies to keeping an area for the fighting of any animal. This amendment is particularly important considering that dog fighting is now the main form of animal fighting. When the bill was being reviewed by the committee, it heard detailed evidence from the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association about the types of injuries that dogs suffer, including deep lacerations, broken bones and infections, when forced to fight another dog. Law enforcement has reported that dog fighting, as with many illicit underground operations, is often connected to organized crime. I'm pleased that Bill C-84 will offer additional measures to combat animal fighting and make it easier for the criminal justice system to track these offenders. The committee also passed a third motion, which the government supports, to delete the section in the offense of keeping a cockpit that requires the destruction of birds found in a cockpit. This provision exists because such birds are often injured or trained to be aggressive and are unable to be held with other birds. I agree with the position that the decision to destroy an animal should be made on a case-by-case basis after the animal has been examined rather than by operation of law. The destruction of animals that are seriously injured or aggressive with no reasonable chance of recovery or rehabilitation is already provided for under the provincial animal protection legislation and does not need to be included in the criminal code. Moreover, it would be inconsistent with the objective of the amendment to the provision, which is to expand the prohibition on cockpits to apply to any animal, and then to retain a provision that only applies to birds involved in cockfighting. The measures proposed by Bill C-84 will strengthen public safety and protections for animals significantly. There has been much discussion about the correlation between violence against animals and violence against humans. In fact, in the United States, the FBI has a national database that contains data on incidents of animal abuse in order to prevent violence against animals from escalating to violence against humans, including domestic abuse and serial murderers. As well, many victims of domestic violence report that their abusers either abuse or threaten to harm pets in order to assert even more control over the victim. And if a child witnesses animal abuse, that itself is a form of child abuse. In closing, I'd like to thank the members of the committee and the witnesses who before us for their helpful testimony and important examination of the bill. As a result, 3 meaningful motions were passed by the committee and then supported in the House. The discussions that have taken place and the suggested amendments have produced a bill that has been strengthened through consensus and collaboration. I believe it's important that the bill be enacted as soon as possible, given the importance of these proposed amendments. That said, Mr. Chair, I have questions for the Minister. The first question is that I have heard from my constituents that they are pleased that our government is taking important steps with Bill C-84. Some even pointed out to me that these reforms do not go far. Some, however, did report to me that these reforms did not go far enough. Has the Minister encountered this sentiment from Canadians or stakeholders?
Minister of Justice. Thank the honourable member for his question as well as his work on committee and indeed all committee members on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is absolutely right when he says that we have a better bill now in front of the Senate, now in front of the other place because of the work that the committee did. Mr. Speaker, we took 2 pieces that, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, were generally agreed upon. And so it was a targeted response on 2 specific issues. And the bill, therefore, is a meaningful step forward. That being said, Mr. Chair, it's clear that we need to go further for the protection of animals. And I've said publicly that I will undertake to do this. I did it with my parliamentary secretary at a roundtable with stakeholders in his riding of Parkdale High Park. And we feel that this dialogue and discussion now opened will lead us to a better place with respect to the protection of animals.
Willowdale.
Thank you for that. Now, we also heard compelling evidence before the committee on the link between animal cruelty offences and violence more generally. What evidence stood out in the minister's mind supporting the claim that persons who abuse animals may go on to also commit violence against persons? In other words, are such offenses generally gateway offenses?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely right, both in his question and in his comments, that there appears to be ever-increasing evidence of a violence link between cruelty to animals and domestic violence, sexual abuse, physical abuse of children, and other violent crimes. Humane Canada in 2017 most notably held a national conference. The conference's final report is online, and that's an important piece of evidence. Research from the University of Windsor more recently said that 89% of women who fled to domestic shelters also reported some kind of violence against their pet, as well as an FBI investigation in the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is increasing, and it seems to uniformly go in the same direction, that abuse of animals, violence towards animals, is often coupled with violence towards vulnerable human beings.
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
That's it for my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Can the Minister tell us how much has been allocated for the investigation of the leaks relating to Justice Joyal's consideration for appointment to the bench?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chair, as I said a number of times in the House, those leaks concerned me greatly. And I, as I said publicly a number of times, I was certain that those leaks did not come from the Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we will have to put together a process in the very, very near future with respect to the appointment of a Supreme Court judge. And we will take steps, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that leaks don't happen.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Chair, does the Minister think it is appropriate to vet the selection of the next judge through a Liberal fundraising or supporter database?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we have set up with two Supreme Court appointments an exceedingly rigorous two Supreme Court appointments to date, an exceedingly rigorous process. We will do the same with the process as we move forward in order to avoid the kinds of situations that we saw with the previous government.
Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Mr. Chair, I understand that the Minister is partial to oral briefings. Did he receive any oral briefings on which potential justices were Liberal donors?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on that kind of ridiculous question. We will set up a process in which there is, as we have done with the other two Supreme Court justices that we have named, a rigorous selection committee, and they will look at all the candidates who apply.
Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Has the Minister or any current or past member of his staff been contacted by the RCMP with regard to the SNC-Lavalin matter?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have said that certainly within the group of people in my ministry, I have said publicly that the answer to that question is no. Mr. Speaker, that, again, as I have stated earlier this evening, it was the view of my predecessor that the law was not broken. It was the view of a number of witnesses that the law was not broken. I'm going to believe that testimony.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Chair, does the Minister know of anyone in government, PMO, PCO, or any ministerial or members' offices who have been contacted by the RCMP as it relates to the SNC-Lavalin scandal?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I only know the people that I know. I can't possibly answer such a wide-ranging question. I would ask if maybe the Speaker wants to know if anybody in Canada has been approached.
Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Well, Mr. Chair, based on the wide-ranging implications of their scandals, that question may be appropriate, but we'll move on. In the former Attorney General's briefing note provided to the Justice Committee, she said, quote, "I did make another decision at the time that I would immediately resign if the new Attorney General decided to issue a directive in the SNC-Lavalin matter," end quote. Given that she did, in fact, resign from Cabinet, is it fair to draw a conclusion that
the minister, at some point, is in the process of issuing a directive on the SNC Lavalin matter.
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already said earlier this evening, I can't comment on that matter because there is an appeal in an SNC proceeding before the federal court. Anything that I might say might have an impact on that litigation. Therefore, it's covered by the sub judice rule and litigation privilege.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. On a half-dozen separate occasions, the Liberal members of the Justice Committee voted against a variety of inquiries into the SNC Lavalin scandal and the variety of untoward actions that the Liberal government engaged in. Did the minister, his staff, or officials have conversations about strategy with members of the Justice Committee prior to any of those votes?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has stated in the House, as I have stated in the House on a number of occasions, committees work independently of my ministry. They work independently of the government, and they make decisions on their own.
The Honourable Member.
The minister says that they've satisfied their disclosure obligations in the Vice Admiral Mark Norman case. They turned over 8,000 documents, but 144,000 documents were identified. Does the minister believe that 5% is an adequate rate of return?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I point out to the Honourable Member, as I pointed out a number of times this evening, that we put together a process. Our only role in the process in the Department of Justice was to meet the third-party records obligations. We put together a process that was effective, fair, that identified the widest potential scope of documents, and then put together a process that would then analyze their complexity in a nonpartisan way, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that the final decision was going to be an officer of the court. And I would remind honourable members that the court supervised this process.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Chair, on various occasions, both the Minister and the Prime Minister cited a desire to protect SNC Lavalin jobs in Canada as the motivating factor as to why they unethically and possibly illegally interfered in a criminal trial. However, no less of an authority than the Chief Executive Officer of the company said that it was not true. What's more, the lion's share of work done by SNC Lavalin would not be impacted by any potential ban the federal government might impose on conviction. So, for example, their work on Bruce Power or Ottawa LRT, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, is the floor mine or am I sharing it with my colleagues across the way? My question is, who misled the minister to think that jobs were at risk and that it is appropriate for the government to put its finger on the scales of justice?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of that question. First of all, I don't believe I was ever someone who cited the jobs figure in any sort of way. Having been Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I maintained a certain distance from the file for the same reason as I've already given this evening, which is there is ongoing litigation, and anything I can say might have an impact on the course of the litigation, and therefore I will not say anything. It's covered by litigation privilege and the sub judice rule.
Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
I see one of the honour members from PEI's over there, and he's got a lot to say, so maybe he can help the minister with this, Mr. Chair. So Gregory Can was appointed as a judge in Prince Edward Island. His wife has been a Liberal donor, perhaps to that member, was on the Judicial Advisory Committee that had appointed him. Is it a normal practice for this to occur?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we have set up a rigorous process of judicial advisory committees across Canada that are made up of a variety of different people from different walks of life, including members of the bar. And that is the first step, the first winnowing step that goes past, that allows candidates to progress. Mr. Speaker, the quality of our judicial appointments is outstanding. People are entitled to make contributions to political parties in Canada, and it is not a factor in their appointment.
Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Did the member for Malpeque speak to the minister about that appointment?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Don't believe I was the minister at the time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. In a matter related to SNC-Lavalin, the federal court ruled that the independence of the Attorney General is essential and fundamental to our criminal justice system. And at the Justice Committee, retired Justice Mary Ellen Turpin-Lafont did appear, and she also said that she believes that what occurred in the SNC-Lavalin affair is a, quote, constitutional crisis. So we also heard from former Liberal Attorney General Michael Bryant, and he said that it, quote, confirms the public's worst fears about the justice system, end quote. Does the minister agree with these accomplished legal minds?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I won't agree or disagree except because, as I've already said, anything that I say in this matter could be used in court proceedings that are ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I will point out that there are competing versions of the interpretation of the Shawcross principle, and they were evident before the committee.
The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Yes, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Disgraced former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, told the predecessor to the minister that the Prime Minister was, quote, quite determined, end quote, to see SNC-Lavalin avoid a criminal trial. Has a similar message been relayed to the minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, as I've said on a number of occasions this evening, I wasn't privy to the actual conversation in question, and I have said publicly on more than one occasion that I have not felt any such pressure in this or any other matter.
The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Madam Chair, some have mused about a plan to prohibit certain firearms by an order in council to be announced prior to the election. Since this is a regulation that would fall under the criminal code, I'd like to know if the minister is aware if any such actions are planned.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
That, Madam Speaker, is a question that would fall under the usual strictures of cabinet confidence.
That's a yes.
The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are currently more than 50 outstanding judicial vacancies, largely in Alberta and Ontario. Is the problem that the minister can't find enough people with positive rankings in Liberalist to provide recommendations of names to appoint?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, as I just want to say one thing from the previous question. Cabinet privilege means I'm not going to discuss whether we discussed it or didn't discuss it, and I wouldn't counsel the other side to draw any inferences other than I'm not going to answer the question because it might be cabinet privilege. With respect to justices, Madam Chair, we have put together a process across Canada with judicial committees, appointment committees in both Ontario and in Alberta. We've made a number of appointments there. We are working through those appointments, Madam Speaker, and we've had a number of very good applications, and we've made a number of outstanding appointments.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. A 2-for-1 here for the minister. Through you, has the minister explained to the Prime Minister why it's important not to politically interfere in cases that are before the court, and or is that part of the role that falls outside of how he describes himself to the Ethics Commissioner as, quote, purely ceremonial?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I think the question is evidence as to why 2-for-1s are never really a good deal. It is, I reject the premise of all of the, whatever, if there were 2 questions there, I reject the premise of both of them.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
At least he didn't say that he couldn't recall. Madam Chair, the Chief of Defence Staff met with the Prime Minister, his Chief of Staff, and his disgraced former operative and BFF, Jerry Butts, to discuss the Vice Admiral Norman case, but he kept no notes of the meeting. Is this normal in keeping with access to information procedures?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I wasn't privy to that meeting, and people have different practices with respect to the way in which they partake in meetings.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I expect that there are standards that need to be applied, and perhaps this is another case where someone experienced it differently than the law. Madam Chair, during hearings on Mark Norman, the judge presiding over the case said, and I quote, "So much for the independence of the PPSC," end quote. can the minister stand here and say that he truly believes that there was no political interference?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, as I've said a number of times this evening, the Director of the Prosecution Service has said on at least 2 occasions, including at the announcement of the stay-in proceedings, that she felt there was no political interference of any kind whatsoever in the proceedings, and as well as the decision to either lay or stay the charges. And the prosecutor in charge of the file herself has said that there was no political interference.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the 2015 Liberal election platform, the Liberal Party committed to removing a host of minimum sentences from the criminal code. And while I am most thankful that, at least in this area, they haven't gotten around to doing great violence to the criminal code and destroying years of good work by the previous government, I am interested in whether the ministers plan to introduce legislation on minimum sentences prior to the election will happen.
Honourable Minister has a right to the last reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I have stated a number of times, we are committed to reviewing the question of minimum mandatory sentences. They have been found in a number of different circumstances to be completely counterproductive. And so we did commit in the platform to looking at it, and we will commit to looking at that at some point in the future.
Resuming debate, the L'Honorable Député de Montréal.
The Honourable Member for Montreal. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'd like to say from the outset that I'll be speaking about 2 topics for about 10 minutes, and then I'll be directing questions at the Minister thereafter. I'd like to broach the issue of access to justice in both official languages, and I'd like to speak about genetic discrimination. And then I'll ask questions of the Minister in both languages.
Madam President, or Madam Chair, before I begin, is how much I have appreciated the opportunity to work with this Minister of Justice. Since he has been appointed, he has been nothing but a pleasure to work with, and I want to thank him for that.
I have misgivings about one thing, Madam Chairperson, and that's access to the justice system in both official languages. I represent a bilingual riding where 2/3 of the population speaks French and 1/3 English. And to my mind, all Canadians from coast to coast to coast should have access to the justice system in both official languages.
Madam Chair, is that at the beginning of our tenure at the Justice Committee, we proposed a unanimous report that asked for the reinstatement of the Court Challenges program with both an official language component and an equality component. And that was restored by this government. And I appreciate that because it allows official language minority communities throughout the country to seek funds in order to challenge government rules that pose a challenge to their charter rights. And so that is something that I really appreciate that the government has did, and we looked at that at the Justice Committee. We also, at the Justice Committee, when we were doing our Access to Justice study, proposed that funding be offered to allow provinces to create templates for lawyers that allow them to enter into contracts in both official languages throughout Canada. It was actually frightening to hear that in some provinces, contracts could not be drawn up in both official languages because lawyers did not have access to the templates. And one of the things that I'm really pleased with is the government, which I'll get to a little bit later, has offered funding to improve that access. Une autre chose qui est très importante.
Another crucial issue is the fact that judges should be able to listen to testimony in both official languages. And the action plan on official languages responds to a number of recommendations that were put forward by the Official Languages Commissioner with his counterparts in other provinces, including New Brunswick. And the report was entitled Access to Justice in Both Official Languages and Enhance Access in Both Languages. We have a multifaceted approach which will guarantee that those who participate in Canada's justice system get better access.
Access to justice would be moot without a justice system capable of rendering justice in both languages. To that end, in October 2016, there were reforms to the Superior Court appointments process, and those measures are contained in the action plan to enhance the bilingual capacity of the Superior Court judiciary. These changes have increased the transparency and accountability of the appointments process while laying the groundwork for a longer-term vision for continuous improvement, including the area of bilingual capacity. L'autre changement important.
Another important change regarding judges is the Supreme Court appointment nomination process. Indeed, our government's goal was to enhance transparency and accountability under this process and ensure that justices appointed to the Supreme Court be indeed bilingual. We followed this process closely with the appointment with Sheila Martin and Malcolm Rowe, and I am sure that we will do likewise when it comes time to replace Clément Gaston. And at the end of the day, it is absolutely crucial that all justices appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada, and perhaps one day at the Appeals Court, be bilingual.
I'd also like to talk about a couple of other things that we've done with respect to bilingualism. The Justice Committee, once again, unanimously, amended Bill C-78 to ensure that people have the right to divorce in both official languages across Canada. One of the things that we heard from witnesses from British Columbia, from a couple of maritime provinces like Newfoundland, was that you could not obtain a divorce in French in those provinces. And that is shocking. Quand vous allez parler de la question de...
As far as divorce is concerned, well, it's perhaps the only time that an individual might have to deal with the justice system. It's a very emotional time. You certainly, Madam Chairperson, don't want to have to dialogue with a judge as a witness about such an emotional issue in a language that is not your own. And that's occurring in some provinces in Canada. And I'm very proud that the Justice Committee has unanimously recommended amendments to Bill C-78.
And entered into that change, and that was what passed this House of Commons, and I hope will pass the other place. I also want to talk about the enhancement of the Access to Justice in Both Official Languages Support Fund under the Action Plan for Official Languages 2018 to 2023. This grants and contributions program provides funding to not-for-profit organizations, post-secondary institutions, and provincial and territorial partners, including provincial courts, to improve access to justice in official language minority communities. Beyond the existing amounts, our government is committed to additional funding of $13.75 million over 5 years to improve access to justice in both official languages. These new investments will enable the consolidation of current access to justice activities for official language minority communities, the creation of new fields of activities, and the re-establishment of operational core funding for eligible community organizations. En plus de ce financement,
in addition to this funding, the consultative process of stakeholders is crucial, and our Minister of Justice annually organises a meeting as part of the Advisory Committee on Justice in Both Official Languages. This Advisory Committee comprises stakeholders from the judicial and legal system, as well as spokespersons for those communities, as well as the Fédération Acadienne du Canada, des francophones.
Money will go to a good cause, Madam Chairman. We heard from these groups how difficult it was in certain cases to obtain access to justice in both official languages. Despite constitutional rules, despite legal rules, if you come from a small rural community, you often have a difficult time finding an attorney and finding a court that will hear you and work with you in your language. And the more tools that governments across Canada, including our federal government, can offer to this process, the better a chance all Canadians will have of seeking access to justice in their official languages. I also, Madam Chairman, said that I wanted to talk about one other thing, which is genetic discrimination. This House, by majority, adopted a law to prohibit genetic discrimination. And that was a proposal that was unanimously adopted by the Justice Committee. And the previous Minister of Justice had not agreed with that, and in the Quebec Court of Appeal, a factum was filed by the Government of Canada, which said that the Genetic Discrimination Act, adopted by Parliament by majority, was not within the criminal law power of Parliament. I have noted with interest, Madam Chair, that the government has now filed a factum in front of the Supreme Court of Canada, which highlights the importance of privacy and the chance that sexual law would be in viris the privacy interests or the right of Parliament to legislate on privacy issues. And so I'm going to ask, Madam Chair, if it's okay, my first question to the Minister of Justice, which is, Mr. Minister, could you explain to the House the privacy arguments advanced in the factum on the genetic discrimination bill before the Supreme Court of Canada?
I also remind the member he should still address the questions to the chair.
Through you to the Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the honourable member for his question, his speech, and his work on the Justice Committee. Madam Chair, ultimately, with respect to the power to regulate insurance, the factum has the argument, legal argument, hasn't changed, and the Quebec Court of Appeal on that particular point ruled 5-0 in favour of provincial jurisdiction. But what we have done in the argument is admit that should there be a privacy basis for the grounding of such a right to the information that's generated by genetic testing, that we would be open to that. And I think that's an important, that's quite an important opening and is very respectful of the will of Parliament.
L'honorable député de Mount Royal.
The honourable member from Mount Royal.
I very much appreciate that explanation because I think it is important for us to recognize that the federal parliament may indeed have a role to play in preventing genetic discrimination, and regardless of the constitutional or legal argument we use, the objective is the core that I want to reach here. So, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, I very much appreciated the government's decision to support the committee's amendment on Bill C-78 related to access to divorce in both official languages. I wonder if the Minister, Madam Chair, through you, would be able to tell this chamber why the government feels it is important to ensure that the right to divorce and the right to other court cases to be heard in an official language is important to Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chairperson, as the honourable member is fully aware, I was born in Ontario in a town with a very high proportion of Francophones. And they're very proud. And it's my understanding, of course, how important it is to protect access to justice in one's mother tongue, particularly in a stage in one's life which is really tough, particularly bearing in mind the best interests of one's children. And as a government, of course, we have put this suggestion to good use. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Another question, Madam Chair. On the Supreme Court of Canada, there is a vacancy with Justice Gascon standing down. Now, I'd like to know if the Minister could advise us as to what process will be followed for the replacement of this justice. Will he stick to the same process that was used for the two previous nominations? Can he reassure this House that the justice who is appointed will indeed be bilingual? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chairperson, I can reassure this House that bilingualism is a key criteria for the appointment to the Supreme Court of Canada. And I've said that for the past 2 years. I have seen firsthand how important it is to have justices be able to follow in both languages any proceedings and hearings. Now, as far as precedence is concerned, Madam Chairperson, well, I am not at liberty to announce what the exact process will be, but I've already said this evening that there will be a transparent, clear process that Quebec will have a stake in.
Madam Chairman, as the Minister is aware, the current study before the Justice Committee relates to the criminalization of the non-disclosure of HIV. Recently, a federal directive, a prosecutorial directive was created, but it only applies to the territories. And so, Madam Chairman, 2 questions for the Minister. The first is, if the committee recommends that the Minister meet with his provincial counterparts to seek to convince them to adopt provincial directives that are similar to the federal directive, combined with any recommendations the committee makes, will the Minister be willing to do so? And second, in order to have an even playing field across Canada and to to find a way to make it less stigmatized for people to get tested for HIV, for people to get treatment for HIV. If the committee comes forward with recommendations to change the criminal law to remove it from the area of sexual assault, will the minister be open to considering such changes?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I say with a smile after refusing to answer a number of hypothetical questions from my colleagues on the other side of the House that I certainly won't answer a hypothetical, even if it's coming from my own side of the House. What I will say is that we are committed. Madam Speaker, to making sure that as many people get tested as possible. We think this is an important, as I said in an earlier response to questions and we heard an earlier speech, Madam Chair, this is critically important, and I will work with my provincial counterparts in any way, shape, or form to advance those goals.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal, a brief question, if he wants a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I would never presume to require the minister to answer hypothetical. So let me ask a concrete question. Our other study that we're working on is on online hate. Can the minister talk about some of the actions the government has taken to combat online hate?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Again, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the Prime Minister is travelling to meet with the Prime Minister of New Zealand, as well as the President of France to discuss this issue. Our government, it is a priority for our government, and it is increasingly in an online world an exceptionally important challenge. And if we don't meet that challenge, Madam Speaker, we have seen the very tragic consequences.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening. I would like to ask, through you, the Minister to comment on a quote by his Parliamentary Secretary made in this House on February the 8th, in which he said, quote, "At no point, N-O point, has the current Minister of Justice or the former Minister of Justice been pressured or directed by the Prime Minister or members of his cabinet," close quote. Is that accurate?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that question has been answered in a ruling. Madam Chair, I believe that answer has been answered in this House in an official ruling, and I will leave the answer at that. I have said a number of times this evening that I certainly have felt no pressure in my role as Attorney General or Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Is it possible, through you, Madam Chair, that if the reason that there was no political interference, if that is the case, was because the former Attorney General stood up to that pressure?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, again, I have, as I've said a number of times this evening, I wasn't privy to those situations. I only have noted that in front of the Justice Committee there were competing versions, which it is possible that everybody was telling the truth with respect to those competing narratives.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
In the recording of the December 19th phone call between former Attorney General, the member for Vancouver Granville, and Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, over the SNC-Lavalin affair, the former Attorney General warned the clerk that, quote, "The Prime Minister is interfering with one of our fundamental institutions and, quote, breaching a constitutional principle of prosecutorial independence by trying to intervene in this case." Does the Attorney General agree with that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, as I've said a number of times, I was not privy to that phone conversation, which had been taped without the knowledge of one of the parties.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Context of the Vice Admiral Norman affair, there was a comment made by the Prime Minister who appeared to assume that a charge would be laid before a charge was actually laid. That was characterized by one of his colleagues, Cabinet Minister for Procurement, as, quote, "not the best framing of words," close quote. What are Canadians properly to infer from her comments?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I have no comment on the actual statement itself. As I've said a number of times this evening, and I think it's fundamentally true, in this particular case, the institutions of our Canadian society have worked well. The RCMP did an investigation. The prosecution service with the RCMP decided to lay charges, proceeded with the proceeding, and ultimately stayed charges. And Vice Admiral Norman had defense throughout.
The honourable member for Victoria.
In the perspective of counsel for Vice Admiral Norman, there was, in her memorable phrase, the government put their fingers on the scales of justice in that case. The government contested the release of information, and the National Defence Staff avoided using the name of Mr. Norman as a way to keep records out of the public domain. If that is accurate, as a way to avoid the legal requirements of the Access to Information Act, does the minister consider that practice lawful?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, I'd reject the premise of that question and the various conclusions that are drawn from it. As I have described a number of times this evening, Madam Chair, the Department of Justice had a role in the proceedings to fulfill obligations on third-party records applications. As I have described in greater detail this evening, there was a rigorous process put together for a wide scope of documents and a huge number of documents in a very short period of time, Madam Speaker, and the judge complimented us at the end of the case.
The honourable member for Victoria.
That isn't exactly what I asked. I'll ask again. If it was the case that a public official, and earlier today in question period, the minister informed us that the decisions on redaction of documents in the case were made by public servants. If it were public servants who used code names in an effort to avoid the statutory requirements of the Access to Information Act, as our Minister of Justice, is it his view that that practice is legal?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, as I have stated in the House and I've stated this evening in the proceedings, public servants had a role in identifying whether there might be privilege that attached to documents, but the ultimate final decision on whether a document would be produced or whether and how it would be redacted and on what basis was given to the judge. That decision was delegated to the judge in a rather extraordinary but fundamentally indicative way in which we were complying with the court process.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Code names acceptable under our Access to Information Act. Through you, Madam Chair.
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, as I won't comment on hypothetical questions of that nature. As I have said this evening a number of times and described, we put together a process in fulfillment of our third-party obligations which was rigorous and efficient, and we were complimented for it at the end of the case.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I won't ask again in the interest of time. I want to go to another important matter facing Canada, and that is the implications of the Quebec Bill 21, a government initiative that would ban newly hired public servants, including teachers, police officers, lawyers, and judges, from wearing religious symbols at work. The first jurisdiction in North America to do that. And according to our Prime Minister, he said this would legitimize religious discrimination. And according to the Premier of Quebec, he told trainee teachers that those who want to wear religious clothing should choose a different career. As you know, Madam Chair, we have something called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it seems that the Quebec government has chosen to invoke the notwithstanding clause to override freedoms of expression and freedom of religion. I'd like to ask through you very clearly to our Minister of Justice just how he intends to address this initiative and obviously when it comes before the courts.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, it'd be a pleasure. As the Prime Minister has stated, we are the party of the Charter and we will defend individual rights at every stage. With respect to the particular process that's now going on in Quebec, it is within the purview of the National Assembly in Quebec to go through the legislative hearing stage. That is where they are at, Madam Speaker. So we don't yet know what the final parameters of the bill will be if and when it passes into law. When that happens, we will make a decision at that stage in terms of how we will react. But the Prime Minister has enunciated the principles that we believe in, and as Minister of Justice, as a Quebecer, Madam Speaker, I am watching that process carefully, following it, and we will be prepared to act when we have a final product. But for the time being, it is in the hands of the National Assembly. It's their jurisdiction, and there is a robust debate going on within Quebec by Quebecers on that very issue.
Our member for Victoria.
In an answer to a question I posed in this place to the Minister on December 6, 2018, he told me in the House that academic writing pointed out that, in particular, an article by Professor Lorraine Weinrib, that it ought to be used, the notwithstanding clause, only as a last resort and after the courts had struck down a piece of legislation. Does the Minister still agree with that? And if so, will he be intervening for a declaration that the use of the notwithstanding clause is premature at this stage?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I would clarify, Madam Chair, that at the time I gave that answer to the honourable member, I was not the Minister of Justice, and what I said about the article remains true.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, and I stand corrected. It's true that he was not at the time the Minister. I was wondering if his views had changed since he became one. Through you, Madam Chair, on a different topic, that is the topic of judicial appointments. The Globe and Mail reported earlier this year that 91% of those people who had sought appointment to the courts had in fact made donations to the Liberal Party of Canada. 90.9% of those amounts that were made payable were paid to parties for those by judges who had made donations were paid to the Liberal Party. Is that a coincidence?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I dispute the premise of that, the figures that were used in that question. I read the same article, and those are not the figures that I recall. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, as I've said, we have set up a rigorous process for the appointment of judges through judicial appointment committees across Canada. They go through and they evaluate candidates in a very transparent way on a number of different factors. It has led to outstanding appointments that have increased the diversity of the bench, Madam Speaker, and we are very proud of that process.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Victoria has 4.5 minutes.
Quarter of the 289 judges appointed since the current government, since 2016, had donated to the Liberal Party. A total of $322,000, or 90.9% of the total amount, was paid to the Liberal Party. I don't understand what the premise of the question was. Those are the facts. But in any way, I would like to ask through you whether or not that can be reconciled with the notion of a merit-based appointment system.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we have made it is a right to donate to political parties in Canada, and we have made appointments of people from all political parties. I appreciate that the Orange Party has never been great at math, and that certainly was clear this evening. Madam Speaker, we've set up a rigorous appointment process. That process is working well. The quality of the appointments are outstanding. The diversity of the appointments are outstanding. And the judicial appointment committees work very hard at making sure that that first stage is appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Later this year in September, the Supreme Court of Canada has announced that we'll hear 2 cases in the city of Winnipeg in the month of September. Under Section 32 of the Supreme Court Act, it says the court will determine appeals and shall hold in each year in the city of Ottawa 3 sessions. There are apparently the ability under the statute to change the dates of the sessions, but nothing that would seem to connote, would seem to suggest there's a possibility of doing what the Supreme Court of Canada has said it wishes to do. I would like the Minister of Justice's comments on that.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will take the matter. Under review. But the intentions of the Chief Justice of Canada are quite honourable. When I was a professor of law at McGill, Madam Chair, the Quebec Court of Appeal began to sit once a year in the moot court of the law faculty at McGill, and it was an outstanding occasion for students to see the way the court operated. Both counsel and judges felt it was a positive experience for legal outreach.
The honourable member for Victoria.
In the last fiscal year in the province of British Columbia, the Legal Services Society that distributes legal aid had a budget of $86 million. The federal government's contribution was less than $17.5 million. Currently, we saw just this past month that the province of Ontario's legal aid funding was slashed. And more specifically, Madam Chair, when it came to issues of refugees and immigration matters, a matter that is 100% federal jurisdiction, a small portion of that funding came from the federal government. Is the minister satisfied with the state of affairs of legal aid generally and specifically in the context of refugee and immigration matters?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for what is an important question. And as I have stated this evening already to a question from one of the colleagues from my side of the House, I am looking at that matter very carefully, and I understand its importance.
For Victoria.
I'm not sure what that meant. I understand from a quote attributed to the minister in the newspaper that he is deeply disappointed to see the sweeping cuts that have been made to this important program. But why shouldn't the federal government, through you, Madam Chair, pay all of the legal expenses insofar as refugees and immigration matters are 100% federal in nature, whereas criminal law, of course, is shared, family law is shared. But in this one area, why should they cut entirely the budget for that matter and let the federal government not just simply stand by? Shouldn't they pick up the tab in order for these very important services to be provided to people in those dire circumstances?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, last response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand by my previous answer, and I stand by the citation that the honourable member cited me in the press. It was accurate, and I am watching the situation very carefully.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be providing 10 minutes of remarks followed by some questions. One of the many things this government has done since taking office is to legalize and strictly regulate cannabis in C-45. Madam Chair, I submit this is one of the biggest and most transformative public policy shifts in recent history. Before this legislation came into force in October of last year, Canadian law enforcement agencies were spending billions of dollars annually to enforce the prohibition against cannabis, while organized crime was reaping billions of dollars in illegal profits. It was easier for young people to buy cannabis than cigarettes. This situation was not defensible, nor was it responsible. From the beginning, public health and public safety have been the primary objectives throughout the policy development process and through the implementation of the new legislation. Our government has always been focused on protecting youth from the known health risks of cannabis and working to keep those under the age of majority from accessing it. In fact, keeping cannabis out of the hands of young people was one of the primary driving policy objectives behind the Cannabis Act. That is why only adults who are 18 or 19, depending on province of residence, are able to legally purchase or possess cannabis. That is also why the Cannabis Act prohibits advertising that is designed to encourage youth to use cannabis. It also prohibits selling or providing cannabis to youth and imposes serious criminal penalties on people who break the law. In addition to protecting youth, our government's approach to legalizing cannabis has provided adults who use cannabis or who want to use cannabis a lawful, regulated, and safe environment in which to do so. Providing a regulated and legal alternative for purchasing cannabis will ensure the product is safe and will significantly reduce organized crime's share of the cannabis market. When our government embarked on the path of cannabis legislation, we did so with the recognition that such a seismic shift in the Canadian social policy landscape could have far-reaching impacts, including in the area of road safety. That is precisely why our government strengthened the criminal law with respect to drug-impaired driving at the same time. In fact, in recognition of how closely linked these two issues were, the bill to legalize cannabis and the bill to strengthen the criminal code impaired driving regime were introduced on the same day. Among the many changes to the criminal impaired driving framework was the creation of 3 new driving offenses for having prohibited levels of cannabis's primary impairing component, THC, in the blood. These offenses are more objective and will be easier to prove than the long-standing offense of driving while impaired by a drug. In addition, the new law provided law enforcement the authority to use roadside oral fluid testing devices as another tool to detect drug-impaired drivers. One drug screener was approved by the Attorney General of Canada in August of last year, and I note that a notice has just been made of the intention to approve a second drug screener. I understand the public comment period with respect to this second drug screener will close on May 20th, at which point the Attorney General will make a final decision, taking into account any comments received. This is very encouraging news for the law enforcement community, as they will have more tools at their disposal. Additionally, all Canadians should be aware that the police are well equipped and well trained to detect drug-impaired drivers. It is also important to note that police were not starting from zero in terms of detecting drug-impaired drivers. Police have been intercepting and arresting drug-impaired drivers long before cannabis was legalized. In fact, since 2008, police have been authorized to conduct sobriety tests at the roadside and at the police station in order to determine if a driver is impaired by drugs. As part of the response to cannabis legalization, more officers have been trained to detect drug impairment, and more will continue to be trained in the coming months. Madam Chair, I think we can all agree that the previous approach to cannabis did not work. In my view, the new legal framework, accompanied by stronger impaired driving laws, is a reasonable and responsible approach. I would also like to compliment our government on its robust public awareness campaign, which shared messages on several key elements of these legislative changes, including how to safely use cannabis, the dangers of using cannabis before driving or while on the job, the rules that remain around cannabis and the border, and how important it is not to take cannabis across international boundaries. This extensive public awareness campaign was available on social media, online, on television, and elsewhere to counter persistent myths and misconceptions about cannabis and cannabis-impaired driving. Finally, I would be remiss, Madam Chair, if I did not take a moment to mention the collaboration between the federal government and the provinces and the territories that helped make this profound public policy shift a success. As you know, the federal government is responsible for legalizing and strictly regulating the production of cannabis, setting standards for health and safety, and establishing criminal prohibitions. On the other hand, the provinces and territories are responsible for licensing and overseeing the distribution and sale of cannabis. Our provincial and territorial partners play an important role in helping to achieve the ultimate public policy objective of ensuring that young people do not have access to cannabis and that those who sell outside the legal framework face stiff criminal penalties. The federal government will continue to work in partnership with the provincial and territorial governments to ensure the continued and effective implementation of these legislative reforms. With that said, Madam Chair, my question for the Minister is, can the Minister expand upon what else was contained in the impaired driving legislation, Bill C-46, and what are the major measures included therein that will help reduce fatalities on our roads as a result of drug and alcohol-impaired driving?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for jumping the gun. I thank the honourable member for his speech and for his work.
The speech?
Yes, he's asked this question.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, our government is proud to have delivered one of the key promises to strengthen our laws on impaired driving and punish more severely those who are driving while impaired by alcohol or drugs, the first significant reform of the criminal code transportation regime in more than 40 years. We've strengthened the law enforcement's ability to detect drug-impaired driving by authorizing the use of roadside oral fluid screening devices, and the honourable member is correct to say that there were two currently being tested, but also that the police already had developed means over the years to try to identify the behavior. And we've placed limits on impaired driving defenses, thereby closing two loopholes, Madam Chair, in the law, and in particular with particularly highly risky driving behavior. It's an approach used in 16 states in the United States. It's been upheld by courts. It will save laws, and it will be compliant with the charter rights of Canadians.
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've also heard a lot of discussion around mandatory alcohol screening. Why does Bill C-46 allow for it? What other countries use mandatory alcohol screening, and what have their experiences been in deploying it?
Honorable Ministre de Justice et des Procureurs généraux.
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Solicitor General.
And detecting impaired driving. The evidence clearly demonstrates, Madam Chair, that mandatory alcohol screening will deter impaired driving and save lives. The law does not give police any more powers than they already have under common law and provincial law to stop drivers at random to determine their sobriety. But when investigating impaired driving away from the roadside, police, as always, must form a reasonable suspicion to believe that a driver has committed the impaired driving offence before they can demand a breath sample. This kind of screening is authorized in more than 40 countries around the world, including Australia, New Zealand, Germany, France, Denmark, Sweden, Ireland, and the Netherlands.
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the Minister touched on this question already, but I'll ask you again more specifically. After the coming into force of Part 2 of Bill C-46 last December, there were some media articles surrounding the application of the new rules relating to the offence of driving over the legal limit, the over 80 offence, which was broadened so as to capture drivers who were over 80 within 2 hours of driving. Can you explain the reasons underlying this change and further explain whether a police officer can now come to someone's house and arrest that person for impaired driving hours after he operated a vehicle?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, as with any criminal offence, the police have the power to investigate a possible impaired driving offence at someone's home. However, the police, as they did before this legislation, have to form reasonable grounds to believe that the driver has committed the impaired driving offence before they can demand a breath sample. If the driver had no reasonable expectation that they would be asked to provide a sample and their blood alcohol concentration was consistent with not being over the legal limit, they would not be convicted under the new law.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And continuing along in this vein, I wonder if the Minister, through your chair, Madam Chair, I wonder if the Minister can comment on the charter implications relating to unreasonable searches and seizures as pertain to this kind of alcohol screening or alcohol testing.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for that question. We have, as I had begun to state in one of my previous answers, this kind of legislation already exists in 16 states in the United States. It exists in Ireland, where it's credited for saving lives. We believe it has been tested in the United States under American constitutional law, and we believe it will pass muster under the Charter.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if the Minister could give me some examples of cases where a person might have no reasonable be drinking in his home and have no reasonable expectation of being tested.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, an obvious example, Madam Chair, is that the person isn't going to drive a car. If you're going to get behind the wheel of a car, take command of a motor vehicle, it is reasonable to expect that you might be pulled over, particularly if you were also consuming alcohol. And so it is a pretty clear example that if you don't get behind the wheel of a car, you have a reasonable expectation that you will not be tested.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if the minister could also expound further on the value of mandatory roadside testing, and what are the limitations around that in terms of charter rights against unreasonable seizure or search.
Order. I just want to remind members that there is a session. If they want to have conversations, they can have them elsewhere. The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, I believe that the honourable members may contribute to both of them later on this evening. We'll see what happens. Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Mandatory roadside testing is seen to be an efficient way, literally, to police our roads and make driving safer. The kinds of provisions that we have placed in Bill C, in now the law, C-46, will save lives.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the matter of THC testing. I know many people believe that who consume marijuana on an ongoing basis have potentially high levels of THC in their bodies. They have expressed a concern that they will always test positive to THC, and therefore they will never be able to drive. I wonder if the minister can comment on that.
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, we are moving in a direction as one of the very first jurisdictions to legalize cannabis. And so we have begun the process, first of all, by consulting he is now Minister Blair, the Minister for for Border Security, as he then was, consulted across Canada. Madam Speaker, we are currently testing 2 devices under my jurisdiction in order to get us past the finish line with ever increasing better methods of testing.
There's 36 seconds left. Does the member still want to ask a question? No. The resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the government has tried to interfere in the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. His lawyer said that we should be very concerned when somebody tests the resilience of the justice system. We might agree with what happens inside the court or not, but what we cannot do is to point the finger and try to weigh on the scales of justice. That should not happen. So I would like to ask the minister why the government tried to use Vice Admiral Mark Norman as a scapegoat. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I reject the premise of that question, Madam Chair. As I have said a number of times tonight, Madam Chair, the Director of Public Prosecutions said twice that there had been no political interference in her decision, and the same thing was said by the Crown Prosecutor in the case of Vice Admiral Norman. So I will rely on their views. We produced documents, we met and fulfilled our duty to the court. The Honourable Member, Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Can the Minister tell us why Vice Admiral Norman was selected to be the scapegoat? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, as I have repeated a number of times, the decision to conduct an investigation remains the RCMP's. They carried out an investigation. They worked with the Canadian Prosecution Service, the Crown Prosecution Service, to decide whether to go ahead. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Before the RCMP intervened, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister's office and PCO and decided that Vice Admiral Norman would be charged. Can the Minister confirm that? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, as I said tonight already, I was not Attorney General or Minister of Justice at the time, so I do not know the details. But I can tell you that the RCMP is independent and works independently of the government. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. Who is in charge of the Prime Minister's office? Is it the Prime Minister's office or the Minister of Justice and Attorney General? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair. Clearly, we all have our obligations and duties in a parliamentary system that is based on the Westminster system. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. On April 6, 2017, the Prime Minister said, as I have already said, I support the Chief of Staff in his decisions. This needs to be investigated and will probably end up before the courts. What led him to make that conclusion? The Honourable Minister. As I have said a number of times, Madam Chair, this evening, I was not Minister at the time. What I can say is that the RCMP conducts its own investigations. It is an institution we are very proud of. It is highly independent, and it conducts its investigations independently of government. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Chair, I would ask the Minister, who has mentioned a number of times that he was not in position. I understand that, but he did take on the portfolio and the information that came with it. So, can the Minister tell us that this case had been planned from the beginning? When the Prime Minister said that Mr. Norman would probably be charged, was there information in his department that would have made him able to answer that question? Madam Chair, the RCMP is independent of the Prime Minister's office. It is independent of the government, independent of my department. The Prime Minister said that he was aware of the independence of that office and said so a number of times. We are proud of our institutions, be it the RCMP, be it the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Both have worked very well, and we can be proud of them. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. The Chief of Defence Staff met with the Prime Minister, his Chief of Staff, and Advisor Jerry Butts to discuss the Mark Norman affair, but kept no notes of that meeting. Is that in compliance with procedures under the Access to Information Act? Madam Chair, I have already answered that question in English earlier this evening. As I said, I was not present at any such meeting, and the practices and processes of such meetings are different for many people. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. I understand the answer, but the answer should come from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Is it normal practice, since Mr. Butts took many notes at all meetings and kept those notes? So is it normal that there would be no notes of that meeting? Is that not unusual? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, to my knowledge, the rules do not apply in this case. The Honourable Member for Châtellebourg-Saint-Charles. The question was to the Minister. It might have been to the Minister, but it is a question, among others, that we have been putting for many weeks. Minister, the Privy Council Office was firmly opposed to disclosing documents to Vice Admiral Norman's defence. Canadians have a right to know what was in a 60-page memo by the Privy Council clerk to the Prime Minister on an ongoing case. Is the Prime Minister ready to disclose that information? I would remind the Honourable Member to direct all comments to the Chair. The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, the Department of Justice has established a process to discharge our obligations in producing papers and third-party documents for the court. That is what we did. There was a large quantity of potential documents that were identified, over 144,000 potential documents. We reduced that number to 8,000, and the final decision, Madam Chair, the final decision was the judges in this instance. And we worked very hard to discharge our obligations and were congratulated in the end. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. A change of subject. Let's talk about SNC-Lavalin. I would like to know whether the RCMP communicated with the Minister or with a past or present member of his staff on the SNC-Lavalin affair. As I have already said this evening, Madam Chair, the answer to that question is no. I can speak for myself and my own experience. That said, Madam Chair, the RCMP is independent. As I have said a number of times this evening, it is capable of conducting its own investigations and does so independently of government.
The Honourable Member. Can the Minister tell me, yes or no, has a proposal been made to Cabinet regarding a suspended prosecution? Madam Minister, as I said on a number of occasions this evening, I'm not going to speak to that issue because, as Attorney General of Canada and Minister of Justice, I cannot speak to ongoing cases. It's not my right. The Honourable Member from Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like the Minister to tell me the day that he was sworn in as Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Did the Prime Minister speak to him about this issue? The Honourable Minister. I made the facts known before the Justice Committee, and the fact is that the answer is no to that question. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I see. Madam Chairperson, I'll ask the question again. Did he engage in any discussions prior to that date regarding SNC-Lavalin? Madam Chairperson, I repeat, and as I said before the Justice Committee, the answer is no. The Honourable Member has about 5 minutes remaining. Now, apparently there is a plan to prohibit some weapons by order in Council. It was supposed to be announced in June. Since there are reviews to the Criminal Code, I'd like to know whether the Minister is privy to such overhaul of that nature. Response. As I already said earlier, Madam Chair, this is a matter of Cabinet confidentiality. I'm just not going to discuss the issue. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Chair, today we've learned from the Canadian press that the RCMP said that it was never apprised of new evidence regarding the Vice Admiral Norman trial. Now, whenever there are questions asked of the RCMP investigation, the government said has no answers because they pass the buck to the RCMP. And so, therefore, we're not getting answers. The RCMP is saying they haven't gotten wind of this new evidence. Could the Minister respond to that? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Madam Chair, I'm not going to speak about a report that appeared in the newspapers today, this afternoon, yesterday. I have no way of assessing the veracity of any comments to that effect, and therefore I won't speak to that matter. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Chair, I'd like to know from the Minister's mouth in the whole Vice Admiral Norman file from November 2015, when his government tried to cancel the contract, and thereafter the government looked for a scapegoat to try and kowtow to their mates across Canada, to the cronies across Canada. So my question, Madam Chair, is Vice Admiral Norman was a scapegoat. That is absolutely clear to everyone. As Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, do you believe that that is the proper way to deal with an upstanding citizen of the sort, the Honourable Minister of Justice? Madam Chair, I'm proud of the RCMP, which is an institution that is very capable of performing its investigatory role. And I'd be pleased to continue with any legitimate prosecution. And the prosecution system was founded by the previous Conservative government. We have met our obligations, Madam Chair, despite the complexity of requests for more and more documentation. We've done our utmost. We've met our obligations before the court, and I'm quite proud of our institutions. Just like the attorney of Vice Admiral Norman said, the justice system in Canada is working very well. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Chair, I'd like to know from the Minister's mouth, at what point did he speak with Jerry Butts about the SNC-Lavalin file? Minister of Justice. As I stated earlier this evening, there was in fact a briefing, an informal meeting with Mathieu Bouchard and Elder Marx, and that was in my first cabinet meeting, in fact, but I never spoke to Mr. Butts, Madam Chair. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to know whether that, at that particular meeting, whether there are any briefing notes or whether it was just an informal chat. The Honourable Minister for Justice. As I said, it was a meeting over a breakfast where we discussed a number of issues of a legal nature. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, less than 1 minute left. Now, during that breakfast meeting, Madam Chair, was the SNC-Lavalin file a critical issue, a hot-button issue? Was there at least a couple of pages of briefing notes to get the Minister up to speed? The Honourable Minister for Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. As I have already stated, Madam Chairperson, at this meeting in particular, we discussed a number of issues over a friendly breakfast. Madam Chairperson, why did Jerry Butts stand down from his position? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Madam Chairperson, I'm not able to provide a fulsome answer to the member on that question. Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, and I would also like to commend the Minister for his hard work and his dedication to the portfolio, which has seen his shepherding of legislation dealing with criminal justice reforms, important justice reforms, which will enhance access to justice, his and his team's work on ensuring that we have a very capable and high-caliber bench through the ongoing work of judicial appointments, and finally on the all-important and historic work with reconciliation as it relates to our Indigenous peoples. And I'm honored to be here to contribute to this debate, to speak to some of the concrete steps that we have taken towards recognizing and realizing this government's vision of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples across Canada. Our government has taken the time to meet with many Indigenous leaders across this country. We heard about their priorities, their vision for the future, and the challenges and obstacles they still face in achieving this vision. Hearing these perspectives has served to reinforce our government's commitment to renewing its relationship with Indigenous peoples. We've continued with our efforts to addressing the ongoing negative and adverse impacts of colonialism, discrimination, and marginalization that have for far too long been part of this country's social fabric. Contributing to renewed Crown Indigenous relationships based on rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership remains a priority for the Government of Canada. This is especially true in relation to Canada's justice system. Over the past few years, the Department of Justice and the Government of Canada have introduced transformative laws and initiatives to help achieve reconciliation. One such initiative that we are very proud of is the release of the principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. This document will ensure that the rights and needs of Indigenous peoples are considered whenever new policy, initiatives, or laws are being introduced or considered. Another key document that the Department of Justice has released is the Attorney General's Directive on Civil Litigation involving Indigenous peoples. This document will help guide litigation positions being developed. The Department of Justice also continues to work with other government departments to find alternatives to litigation with Indigenous peoples wherever and whenever possible and appropriate. These are both foundational documents that establish a modern legal framework and clearly identify the core values informing the Department's day-to-day work. As the introduction to the principles note, they are, quote, rooted in Section 35, guided by the UN Declaration, and informed by the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. In addition, they reflect a commitment to good faith, the rule of law, democracy, equality, non-discrimination, and respect for human rights. Training which focuses on the history and context that underlies the principles has been provided to approximately 25% of the Department of Justice's employees. It also covers practical ways in which these important documents can inform all of the legal and policy work the Department of Justice oversees. Quant à la directive, elle témoigne également.
As far as the directive is concerned, it attests to this government's willingness to improve relations between the Crown and Indigenous persons and to adhere to the Constitution. This directive will focus policies and decisions taken by the Government of Canada in civil litigation cases in accordance with treaty rights and the Crown's obligations towards Indigenous persons.
Its efforts to advance the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, including the call upon governments to fully adopt and implement the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. Canada has already stated its unqualified support for the UN Declaration. Recently, the House of Commons, in this session, restated its support for passage of Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Si elle était adoptée, le projet de...
Were it adopted, Bill C-262 would, in fact, guide us towards implementation of UNDRIP. It would help us to consolidate the work that's already been done to review and overhaul Canadian laws such that they are in harmony with UNDRIP principles and guidelines. We would co-develop an action plan, co-manage an action plan with our Indigenous partners, and there would be annual reports made on our progress.
A number of additional and more specific measures that will contribute to reconciliation over the long term. A key priority for the Department is Bill C-75, which is now in the other place. This bill proposes various measures meant to help to address court delays. It will also play a role in one of the most serious issues facing our criminal justice system, the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the justice system itself, and in particular, Madam Chair, in our jails. Bill C-75 tackles bail reform and also addresses administration of justice offenses such as breaching bail. These offenses can unfortunately function as an entry point into the criminal justice system and significantly contribute to the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system. The Department of Justice also continues to support and expand the use of restorative justice, which we know is a priority for many of our Indigenous partners. It is also committed to supporting innovative approaches to the administration of justice in Canada. This means focusing not just on renewing the government's relationship with Indigenous peoples, but building a partnership where Indigenous perspectives, laws, and legal traditions find voice in Indigenous justice system in harmonization with the justice system regimes and processes across Canada. For this reason, Madam Chair, our government has encouraged Indigenous communities to share their views and perspectives on Indigenous laws and legal traditions. We are actively working to promote more dialogue with Indigenous peoples that will guide our collective efforts to recognize and implement Indigenous justice systems in Canada, Madam Speaker. And not only does this work occur in the Department of Justice, but across many ministries so as to give effect to reconciliation. Le ministre de la
The Minister of Justice in Canada is today and tomorrow holding a symposium on Indigenous justice systems. This is a golden opportunity to discuss with our Indigenous partners, academics, law students in Aboriginal law, and officials and public servants from across Canada to revitalise Indigenous laws and to take stock of in fact, domestic and foreign examples.
Importance of revitalizing Indigenous legal systems. We know that Indigenous law institutes, in partnership with Indigenous communities, can play crucial roles in understanding, developing, and implementing Indigenous laws. Mais nous travaillons non seulement pour transformer.
We are working hard to transform and modernise our laws and programs, but we also have a process that is transparent for the nomination of judges, which holds us to account.
Shape the bench to better reflect Canada as it is today and to make the courts more accessible. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I beg your pardon, this is important work which I mentioned at the outset of my remarks. In conclusion, and ultimately the goal of all of the measures and initiative I have just mentioned is to transform both how the Department of Justice engages with Indigenous peoples and how Indigenous people experience the justice system. We believe that the efforts made by this government to improve its relationship with Indigenous peoples has led to some very significant progress and improvements to the lives of Indigenous peoples over the last few years. However, much more work remains to be done. Working in tandem with Indigenous communities, we believe that we can continue to ensure the implementation of the necessary work and shifts in mindset required to advance our shared goal of achieving true reconciliation. Our government is committed to promoting, protecting, and implementing the rights of Indigenous peoples. We hope that the efforts and accomplishments of the Department of Justice will continue to reflect our government's shared commitment to achieving reconciliation and earnestly carrying out the work required to accomplish such an important goal. And with that being said, not only do I continue to encourage the government to continue this work, but I certainly encourage my colleagues across the aisle to support this transformative and historical work when it comes to reconciliation. And with that being said, I have a number of questions for the Minister, beginning with what are some of the ways that the government is working to reducing the over-incarceration of our Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member from Eglinton Lawrence for his contribution this evening and for his work as Parliamentary Secretary. The work that is being done starts with Bill C-75, which was mentioned in the comments by the member from Eglinton Lawrence. And Bill C-75 adopts a number of principles, including a principle of restraint, conditions imposed by the police that must be reasonable in the circumstances and necessary to assure the accused attendance in court, and also ensuring that the entire circumstances of the accused are considered before conditions or sentences are meted out under that legislation. This will help address the overrepresentation of the accused, particularly Indigenous accused in our system.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I would like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary both for his response to my question as well as his ongoing work, which includes advocacy on Bill C-75. And I would like to ask him a follow-up question, which is how do we ensure that Indigenous peoples are better reflected in our judiciary and in particular on our juries? And I know that this is work that, again, the Parliamentary Secretary has given testimony to.
Maybe we should pick them. Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney
General. This is an extremely important question. So what we've done is we've revamped the entire appointments process to look at both the qualities and the merit of the appointments, but also the diversity of the applicants. And by asking people to self-identify, what we've been able to ascertain is that 3% of the appointments we've made thus far are indeed members of Indigenous communities, which helps the bench better reflect the people that it serves. Secondly, on the issue of juries, the member knows quite well in terms of his experience as a Crown prosecutor that jury selection is critical, and what we've done is end peremptory challenges so that we can get back to having more representative juries in criminal cases involving Indigenous accused.
To remind that the time for the questions being asked and the time for the questions being answered has to be around the same amount of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle for showing such great interest in the work that we are doing. It would be nice to see some additional support on the work of reconciliation when it comes to the advancement of the legislative initiatives which I have referred to. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary might shed some light for the purposes of the debate on the floor right now about the importance and the significance and indeed the historical value of the litigation directive which has been recently introduced as it relates to litigation with regards to our Indigenous peoples.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, that directive actually informs the entire basis of our approach towards reconciliation, because what it does is it guides the Government of Canada's legal approaches, its position and decisions taken in Indigenous litigation involving Aboriginal and treaty rights protected under 35 of the Constitution. It creates a new method of approaching litigation, and it is an important directive which actually enshrines the new approach we are trying to take, which is in working together with Indigenous persons to address reconciliation, including through litigation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the course of my remarks, I also made mention of Bill C-75, which is an important piece of legislation which will help to reduce court delays by modifying several aspects of the court process system, the trial process system. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary might highlight some of the ways in which we are going to significantly reduce delay through the enshrinement of Bill C-75.
The honourable member has to wait till I recognize him. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
In my enthusiasm to answer that response, I apologize, Madam Chair. The important aspect of C-75 is that it will address delays by not clogging up the system, by creating the administration of justice offences that the member for Eglinton Lawrence mentioned, by invoking a principle of restraint. What these will do is ensure that we don't overrepresent Indigenous people in the criminal justice system and thereby cause increasing delays by clogging it further.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
And just expanding on that, I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary might expand further on how addressing both administration of justice offences but also the principle of restraint, which is so important when it comes to that first stage of the criminal justice process system, when accused and offenders are making their first appearances before the court, how that principle of restraint can actually start to help to address the overrepresentation of our Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system, which for far too long has been left unaddressed.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
This is a very important point because we know that racialized people, particularly Indigenous people in this country, are in fact overrepresented in our justice system, including over-incarcerated. And what the principle of restraint talks about is that where there are no concerns about the accused coming to court or posing a risk to public safety, police officers and justices are motivated to release the detained accused at the earliest reasonable opportunity. By entrenching that in law, it provides strong parameters to guide the exercise of discretion by the judge in a given bail matter.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities has 39 minutes.
39
seconds.
minutes? Well, that's an extra bonus. I didn't realize I was that effective.
No, it's because you have good questions.
I take the Madam Chair to mean that I have 39 seconds, less than now. 29 seconds. In those remaining seconds, what I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary is to talk about how we have restored the important and essential resources to the criminal justice system to ensure that we've got access to justice and are effecting meaningful reconciliation for Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the
You have to complement sound policy with sound resources. What we're doing is both, because we are addressing this concern from a macro perspective, providing the resources necessary to address the important delays that have been highlighted in the speech by my colleague. Thank you.
Please, the débat. The Honourable
Resuming debate.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 1 year ago, the Justice Committee reached a unanimous committee report relating to jurors' supports, and I have introduced a private member's bill that is now in the upper place, arising from one of the key recommendations from that report. Why has the government to date, to my knowledge, not pursued implementing the other key recommendations in that report?
Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for his question, for his work on the Justice Committee, and indeed for Bill C-417, which our government supported, Madam Speaker. It was one of the first things that I did when I became the newly appointed Minister of Justice, was make sure that we supported that bill, with the support of the chair of the Justice Committee as well. we understand the importance of that bill, Madam Speaker, and how doing juror support, affecting juror support is critically important. I have met with one of the leading advocates, Madam Speaker, to discuss ideas and moving forward in terms of how to better support jurors. I hope the honourable member will support us on that.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll now move to SNC Lavalin, following up from a question that was posed by the member for Essex. In light of the fact that the Justice Committee's efforts to get to the bottom of what happened in essence, the SNC matter has been shut down, the Justice Committee has been shut down, why is the Minister opposed to calling a public inquiry?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the honourable member for his question. It's my understanding the majority of the Justice Committee felt that they had heard enough. There were competing narratives and competing interpretations of the Shawcross principle. Madam Chair, I know that the Ethics Commissioner is inquiring into the matter. We have every confidence that the Ethics Commissioner has a number of very important powers in terms of investigating the matter, and we'll look forward to that report from an independent officer of Parliament.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
It's pretty clear that the Justice Committee shut down its investigation when it took the orders directed from the Prime Minister's office. But that aside, the Minister relies on the Ethics Commissioner to undertake an investigation. However, the Minister knows that under Section 9 of the Conflict of Interests Act, that the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commissioner in relation to this matter is very limited. Issues around obstruction of justice, around political interference, would not fall within the scope of the Ethics Commissioner. So again, why won't the Minister call a public inquiry?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, while what the honourable member has said is true to an extent, the Ethics Commissioner does have significant powers to shed light on this particular matter. We have had testimony in front of the Justice Committee that gave competing versions of events. As I said earlier this evening, it's quite possible that all of the deeply held beliefs of those competing narratives are true in some way. And Madam Speaker, I would add at the end of the day that my predecessor stated quite clearly that she did not think anybody broke the law.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Chair, the Prime Minister and other members of the government repeatedly asserted that their actions, their interference in the SNC Lavalin affair was somehow justified on the basis of the jobs issue. Now, the Minister has stated that he has not advanced that argument. He has not made a public statement in that regard. But I'm going to ask him, does he believe that the argument of jobs or the loss of jobs constitutes a lawful basis to interfere in the prosecution of SNC Lavalin?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The honourable member is a lawyer and will understand when I say that as Minister of Justice and Attorney General that I won't make any pronouncement about my own interpretation in that regard, simply because there is ongoing litigation. An appeal process is in front of the federal court. Anything that I can say or might be interpreted as having an impact on those proceedings, and though it has been my practice to not comment on that.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Chair, Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, characterized his involvement as lawful advocacy. Would the Minister agree?
Minister of Justice.
Again, I will only say to the honourable member, I don't give advice to Parliament as such. I will note that there were different interpretations of the Shawcross principle that were given at committee, and he can read those opinions and form an opinion on his own.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Chair, the former Attorney General was repeatedly pressured by officials in the PMO to seek an outside legal opinion with respect to whether to overturn the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Has the Minister sought an outside opinion?
Minister.
As I said in the answer to an earlier question, Madam Chair, I will not comment on the nature of the process with respect to SNC Lavalin and DPAs because there is an ongoing appellate procedure, and anything I can say or do might be interpreted as having taken a stance in that matter.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's very clear. We know that repeated pressure was put on the former Attorney General to seek an outside opinion. Now, one must ask what the basis of such opinion could be other than to change the former Attorney General's mind, especially having regard for Section 715.32 sub 1D of the Criminal Code, that, or C rather, that specifically provides that it is the prosecutor, in other words, the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is must decide whether they are of the opinion that negotiating the agreement is in the public interest and appropriate in the circumstances. So that falls on the DPP and not the Attorney General to form an opinion. So what could possibly have been the basis of seeking an outside legal opinion?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Again, Madam Speaker, I won't elaborate on either the powers in this particular instance of the DPP or the powers in this particular instance of the Attorney General as elaborated in the law, simply because anything that I can say might be interpreted and used in the course of the appellate proceedings.
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Chair, retired Judge Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond said that she believes what happened in the SNC Lavalin scandal constitutes a constitutional crisis. Would the minister agree?
Minister.
Again, I won't agree or disagree in this kind of proceeding because anything that I can say might be used in the course of litigation. I will remind the honourable member that there were various interpretations of the Shawcross principle, and that was one of them.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
It would seem, based upon the Krieger decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, wherein the court said, quote, it is a constitutional principle that attorneys general of this country must act independently of partisan concerns when exercising their delegated sovereign authority to initiate, continue, or terminate prosecutions. Given what we know about what happened and the pressure that was put on the former Attorney General would seem to validate the expression of retired Judge Turpel-Lafond. But I want to ask the Attorney General, turning to the Vice Admiral Norman affair, if he could explain, following up on a question posed by the member for Milton, that the judge in the Norman case had made a determination with respect to solicitor-client privilege respecting the PCO memos. That is simply not the case, so why won't he release the memos?
The honourable the honourable minister has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the honourable member for his question. I thank him for shifting gears as well. I will say previously that he is well aware that the powers with respect to the first part of his intervention, the powers that are held in this case by the Director of Public Prosecutions with respect to deferred prosecution agreements, and then those that are ultimately held by the Attorney General are all described in the law, and I would just remind him of that. With respect to the question on the procedures, I have outlined in great detail this evening, Madam Speaker, that the Department of Justice had a role in the production of documents. We fulfilled that role, Madam Speaker. We set up a procedure in order to fulfill that role. As he has hinted, it required a judge at the end of the process to make a final ruling on certain documentation as well as on their redaction.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton has 4.5 minutes left.
How much time? 4.5. Madam Speaker, we know that when the former Attorney General blew the whistle on SNC Lavalin and the pressure that was put upon her, She was fired from cabinet and been kicked out of the Liberal caucus. We know that the former health minister, when she raised concerns about ethical lapses in this government, she was thrown out of the Liberal caucus. And today we learned, Madam Chair, that Ben Chin, former chief of staff in the finance department and one of the first individuals involved in putting pressure on the former attorney general, was elevated to a senior advisory role in the Prime Minister's office. Wow. What kind of message does that send? Doesn't that speak to the ethical rot in this government?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I can't speak in any informed manner to any of the basic premises of that question because I wasn't party to the various conversations and circumstances which are leading the honourable member to draw certain conclusions. I would say that the government has conducted itself in the best possible fashion in a variety of different cases across the past 3.5 years. I think we have very high ethical standards, Madam Chair, and we do our best on a daily basis to meet the needs of Canadians and do things for the right reasons.
Member St. Albert, Edmonton.
Has the current Attorney General spoken to the former Attorney General about any matters respecting SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, any conversations that we would have had while my predecessor was still in cabinet would be matters of cabinet privilege.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Last year, this Parliament passed a motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. That would fall under the criminal code. 1 year later, the IRGC has not been designated as a terrorist organization. Can the Minister comment on when the government will finally take action on this?
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank the honourable member, Madam Chair, for the question. I would remind him that that particular matter is under the carriage of the Minister of Public Safety.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton has less than 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Following up on questions posed by the honourable member for Durham in the Norman matter, we know that Justice Perkins McVeigh has expressed significant concerns about whether or not there was interference on the part of the PCO respecting trial strategy. So I want to again ask the Minister to explain why he is unprepared at this time to initiate an investigation in light of those very serious concerns.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I've said on a number of occasions that I won't enter into the to and fro of courtroom proceedings. A lot of things get said. What I will say, and what I've said a number of times this evening, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member and to the honourable member's colleagues, is that the director of the prosecution service here in Canada has said on at least 2 occasions that there has been no interference whatsoever in this case, and no political interference particularly, and the prosecutor in this case has also said that.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, a very brief 29 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Minister has said that he had an oral briefing. How can he be satisfied in light of the serious concerns that have been raised by the Justice, issues about using code names to block access information requests? How can he be satisfied that everything was above board? And then on top of that, we apologize, Parliament apologized to Vice Admiral Norman today. How can he say that everything was above board?
There's out of time. However, I'll allow the Minister to respond briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've said a number of times this evening, I was willing to read into the record the process that we put into place to respond to the demand, a third-party demand for documentation. It was a rigorous process, Madam Speaker, and we were complimented at the end of it by the judge. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The honourable.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be providing 10 minutes of remarks followed by some questions. Je suis heureux de vous parler.
I'm very happy to speak about C-68. C-78 rather, which will have a direct impact on Canadians.
2nd, 2018, and I was proud to partake in the deliberations at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which reported on the bill with amendments on December 7th, 2018. The bill received third reading in the House of Commons on February 2nd, 2019, and is currently with the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Bill C-78 is a key milestone in our government's ongoing efforts to improve the lives of Canadian families. To better reflect the current needs of Canadian families, Bill C-78 proposes to advance 4 key priorities promoting the best interest of the child: addressing family violence, contributing to poverty reduction, and making the family justice system more accessible and also efficient. Nous avons écouté attentivement.
We have carefully listened to the different points of views raised by justice professionals, the public, family justice experts, and witnesses in their responses to Bill C-78. During the study in committee, we collected significant and important information from over 50 witnesses and received over 50 briefs representing a wide array of points of view. We carefully examined the recommendations we received, and some of them led to amendments in Bill 78.
Bill C-78 takes a child-focused approach. In addition to including a non-exhaustive list of best interest criteria, the bill requires that when determining the best interests of the child, courts give primary consideration to the child's physical, emotional, and psychological safety, security, and well-being. The bill also replaces property-based terms such as custody and access with terms that best describe the parents' responsibilities for their children. Some groups have expressed concern about the continued presence of the Divorce Act's maximum contact principle. First, I must be clear that the new maximum parenting time principle is not a presumption in favor of any particular allocation of parenting time. It states that children should have as much time with each parent as is consistent with the child's best interest. In most cases, this will be significant time with each. In some cases, though, such as when there are safety concerns, it may mean very little time or no parenting time for a parent. À la suite de l'examen.
Following the review in committee, the bill was amended to enshrine the maximum parenting time in the section on divorce, which focuses on the best interests of the child. The new position of this provision will help parents and courts remember that the time allocated to each parent must be compatible with the best interests of the child and with a primary consideration, which is the safety and well-being of the child.
Relocation, particularly moving with a child after separation or divorce, is one of the most highly litigated areas in family law. Bill C-78 proposes to introduce a relocation framework that promotes the child's best interest and encourages dispute resolution. Witnesses praised our government's introduction of the relocation provisions in particular. Bill C-78 originally provided for the non-relocating parent to oppose a move by way of court application. This was to ensure that courts only became involved if there was a genuine disagreement between the parties. We heard from the Canadian Bar Association and the Family Law Association of Nunavut that having to respond through a court application was an unreasonable barrier to access to justice. This is particularly true for families living in the North who may rely on the schedule of a circuit court. Amendments to the bill would allow a second approach, the creation of forms that parents would use to give notice of and respond to a proposed relocation. If a non-relocating parent responds by form, and if the parties cannot come to a resolution, the parent seeking to relocate would have to bring a court application seeking authorization. Requiring that the notice be provided through a form would promote clarity by prompting parents to provide all necessary information in a consistent manner. Allowing for a form to respond to notice would relieve the burden on the non-relocating parent while still helping to ensure that courts only hear cases in which there is a genuine disagreement between the parties. The bill also sets out a broad evidence-based definition of family violence under the Divorce Act. that will include any conduct that is violent or threatening, constitutes a pattern of coercive and controlling behavior, or causes a family member to fear for their safety or the safety of another person. The definition would apply to intimate partner violence and to other types of violence, such as violence against children. In the case of a child, it would also include direct or indirect exposure to such conduct. Bill C-78 makes it clear that courts will be required to consider family violence in determining the best interests of the child. Now, at committee, we heard witnesses who underscored that it can be dangerous for someone fleeing violence to notify other parties of their intent to seek an exemption from the notice of relocation requirements. In response to this concern, Bill C-78 was amended to explicitly provide that parties may apply to a court to waive or change relocation notice requirements without notice to the other parties in those rare circumstances. I want to talk for a minute about one of the objects of the bill, which is poverty reduction. And I know our government has been focused on poverty reduction for all Canadians, including children, through the Canada Child Benefit, and which has removed 300,000 children from poverty situations, and also seniors, almost 1 million of which have been lifted out of poverty by the policies of this government that have been voted against by the parties opposite. Families going through separation or divorce are more vulnerable to experiencing poverty. Obtaining fair amounts of child support is a key factor in reducing the risk of child poverty. Bill C-78 includes amendments that will help ensure that financial support is based on accurate and up-to-date income information. This bill will amend the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act to allow for the search and release of a parent's income information to courts to establish or vary family support. Parents, lawyers, and courts have advocated for such an amendment for many, many years, and we're finally getting it done under this bill. To help further families receive fair child support amounts quickly, Bill C-78 will improve the Divorce Act's process for the establishment and recalculation of child support. The bill will allow provincial child support services, rather than courts, to establish initial child support amounts.
For decades, the Official Languages Commissioner of Canada and minority official languages communities across Canada have been asking for recognition of the right to use French or English in divorce proceedings.
C-78 will allow parties to file proceedings under the Divorce Act in the official language of their choice. Parties will be able to file proceedings under the Divorce Act, seek an order, be heard, testify, and submit evidence in the language of their choice. They would also have the right to be heard by a judge who speaks their official language or both official languages in the case of a bilingual matter. The bill also demonstrates our government's commitment to increasing access to justice and improving the efficiency of the family justice system. For example, the bill's increased focus on family dispute resolution processes will help divert people away from the courts, saving time and resources for cases that require judicial intervention. Our government recognizes that family dispute resolution may not be appropriate for all families, as may be the case where there has been a family violence or where there are high levels of conflict. This bill was carefully drafted to promote the use of family dispute resolution only where appropriate. So I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to highlight some of the most important proposals in this important bill, Bill C-78, which I believe will make a significant difference in the lives of Canadian families and children. I was pleased to be part of that process at the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights and making thoughtful amendments to the bill, which I hope will see a speedy passage through the other place and become law in Canada. With that said, my first question for the Minister, Madam Chair, is I've discussed during my remarks federal family laws in this country which have not seen any amendment in over 20 years. This inaction does not reflect societal change. Thanks to data from the 2016 census, we now know that as many as 2 million Canadian children live in separated or divorced families. I'm wondering if the Justice Minister can expand on how the Justice Department is promoting the best interests of children in divorce with this litigation.
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the honourable member for his speech and his question. Madam Chair, the honourable member is the epitome of thoughtful, and I think that has come out in his time in this House. Madam Speaker, the best interest of the child is a fundamental principle in family law that must be reinforced in order to ensure that the support and protection of our children are always paramount. Bill C-78, as the honourable member has described, entrenches the best interest of the child as the only consideration when making decisions. What Bill C-78 does, which is interesting, it's the one thing I'll focus on for the purpose of the answer, Madam Speaker, is that it proposes a non-exhaustive list of best interests of the child criteria, which didn't exist before, in order to promote consistency and clarity in guiding family legal professionals, lawyers, and courts. The proposed list is non-exhaustive, but it does give guidance, Madam Speaker, and that's a far better place than we were before, and it will help children in a time of their life when it is a very difficult time of their life. And forcing people through the hoops of having to look at criteria, Madam Speaker, is something that is critically important in l'encadrement, the framing of judicial analysis decisions and making decisions that are ultimately in the best interests of the child.
Member for West Nova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I thank my learned friend for his kind comments. Madame le Président, il savait...
Madam Chair, it is clear to all members who have studied this bill that the high costs of divorce and separation have an impact on all middle-class Canadians. Moreover, the current modes of dispute resolution are both outdated and inefficient. Can the Minister tell us more on his efforts to make the process less painful for the middle class, and how his efforts align with our other government priorities? We are running out of time. Could the Minister please answer quickly? Thank you, Madam Chair. The honourable member is not only wise but bilingual as well. I congratulate him. One of the many ways in which this bill has improved access to justice would be by making it possible for administrative services to carry out some duties without them having to go before the courts. That is a way of making the system more efficient. Thank you, Madam Chair. It being 9:49 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good evening, everybody.